and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
This is today's hustle. One show that embodies objectivity. We raise the bar in examining the good, the bad, the sordid, everything that has to do with society.
In America, you buy a big house and you pay gradually for 30 years of your life. That is politics. In Nigeria, you carry all your salary and go and rent one room. Bad politics.
Everything that has to do with
you
society.
must negotiate. If we don't negotiate, when a man is pushed to the wall, he bounces back with double levels. We have been pushed to the wall.
The Hustle. Every weekday from
1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
on Today 95.1 FM.
This is today's hustle. One show that embodies objectivity. We raise the bar in examining the good, the bad, the sordid, everything that has to do with society.
In America, you buy a big house and you pay gradually for 30 years of your life. That is politics. In Nigeria, you carry all your salary and go and rent one room. Bad politics.
Everything that has to do with
You
society.
must negotiate. If we don't negotiate, when a man is pushed to the wall, he bounces back with double levels. We have been pushed to the wall.
The Hustle. Every weekday from
1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
on Today 95.1 FM.
A beautiful afternoon to everybody listening. It is 11 minutes gone past 1 o'clock on your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM. You are welcome to the first half of today's hustle, where we got to talk about everything trending, every news that seems to be getting the attentions of a lot of people, whether on social medias or recurrent on our dailies. My name is Wealth Wilson, and together we will be doing the show and seeing how we can provide solutions in the end of the day. Now, to start the show, yesterday we made mention of the UK Parliament and the talks about sanctions and all of that. Well, I'm seeing here that the federal government has reacted to the meeting of the members of the United Kingdom's Parliament over the NSAS protest. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Oyema, who spoke to newsmen after the Federal Executive Council meeting presided over by President Muhammadu Buhari, said the Nigerian government has reached out to the UK government over the issue. Now, the minister, however, noted that the UK Parliament does not speak for the UK government. Let's get to listen to the minister.
On the issue of the UK Parliament, I think the point there, yes, we've reached out to the UK government on this question, and I think it's, as you pointed out, the meeting that took place was of parliamentarians, and they don't speak for the US. The UK government has been briefed. There was UK parliamentarians meeting, and the UK government, which acts for the United Kingdom, has also, heard the side of the government regarding everything that happened. So we are in touch with them and engaging with them. But of course, as in any democracy, the members of parliament, are able to also air their views. But what is important is that a balanced picture is made available to them all before they take any decision.
All right, so there you have it. Yesterday this conversation seemed to be centering on what and how Nigeria would react if, in the long run, we get sanctioned by the UK as discussed in their parliament. And then we, we deduced a lot of things, which is the Nigerian government may likely not want that to happen. Now, the truth of the matter is that with all that has happened with the NSAS and the UK and the Parliament and every other international body or foreign country that seem to have gotten interested in this particular matter, what the Nigerian government should do right now is prove beyond reasonable doubt that all of this is just exaggerated. I feel the Nigerian government going to meet with the UK government so as to ensure that whatever sanctions that would be meted out by the parliament does not hold, because according to the minister, not everything that the UK parliament says or does that the UK government adheres to, isn't it? Now, don't you expect that the Nigerian government, at least, instead of going to meet them or have this talk in reaction to what happened during the parliament held, I think, some 2 days back, don't you think that the government should, on its own, ensure that, justice is being served and a reasonable conclusion reached as to what really happened at the Lekki toll gate, October 20? Now, if that happens, you don't necessarily have to go and meet these people to explain yourself. They would see that you've been able to carry out credible investigation and you've been able to deduce and, clear out all facts or exaggerations that points to the fact that the government did not organize a killing, massacre, or whatever other words that they use that occurred on that particular day. But I don't know what you think anyway. The, clarification that the minister on behalf of the federal government had to do with the UK government, for me, is unnecessary, because all we have to do, the only valid clarification that should be done, is carrying out a credible investigation and reaching a credible and accountable completion of whatever investigations that we carry out. And then every other person who has eyes on this particular matter gets to see what really happened from all sides. And that's how you clarify your name in the end of the day. But I'll let you be the judge of that. I'll be opening the phone lines and then we could talk about the Nigerian government's reaction, reaching out to the UK government over the issue. Do you think that it was necessary when all we have to do is prove through our investigations that this is what exactly happened? And then the parliament, which would have or may have reached a decision, would either recant such decision or applaud the government. Simple. But then let's move on and talk about 2023. 2023 seemed to be getting a lot of persons talking. I mean, starting off with the Southeast governors or Hanizes who had come out to speak or share their opinion as to what they want and expect for 2023. That is the Southeast presidency. And then we've been talking about this for quite some time. And we've had a lot of persons react, especially public office holders or politicians, as we'll put it, react on this particular matter. It was yesterday when Fashola had, prompted the APC to remember whatever agreement that they have with the shift opposition come 2023. And then today, or yesterday rather, we had El Rufai who, expressed his own opinion as to what should be done and how it should be done come 2023 with the case of the presidency. Now, Nasir El Rufai, the governor of Kaduna State, has again kicked against the zoning of political leaders, saying no country progresses with such an agreement. Now, speaking on the Nigerian Economic Summit in Abuja, the governor said every qualified person should be given equal opportunity to contest for political positions in Nigeria. Political offices, especially the presidency, are rotated on the basis of geographical zones from the time of Olusegun Obasanjo up to the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, who is from Katsina State. Now, he goes on to say, with the 2023 election roughly 2 years away, some Nigerians have started clamoring that the presidency should return to the south. Now, speaking at a plenary session at the summit on Tuesday, El Rufai said Nigeria has failed to make serious progress over the years because of the culture of rotating leaders. The governor, who said leaders should not be selected by zones or political parties as this will lead to inefficiency. He added that what can be done is to give every society a framework of equal opportunity to take advantage of and prosper. I do not believe that we should be driven in our politics and economics by distribution, whether or not there is a logic behind it. Now, that's coming from El Rufai. Now, he goes on to say that, in my honest view, Nigeria went wrong when we focused on the distribution rather than production. We like to distribute, and it has gone as far as saying that in a state, governorship should also be rotated, and that is absurd. There is no country in the world that has made progress in the last 50 years that rotates its leaders. I think we move away from this fixation about distribution or selecting or picking the best person to get the job done. When the job is done, everybody benefits. Right now, we are distributing this, and we are not making any progress because of the focus is on distribution, and that is RFI stance on 2023 presidency. As I mentioned earlier, every time when we turn up the mic, we keep talking about the fact that some groups, some persons are already pushing and agitating for a chance, a shot at the presidency. And one of such groups would be Ohaneses and the Southeast governors. They've been quite vocal about their need and their demands as to 2023 presidency. And from what we've seen in the past weeks and following days anyway, we've noticed that some Southeast governors are already making strides or taking strides towards achieving their goal and aim of the 2023 presidency. And now this is coming. Fashola on the one side, reminding the APC of whatever agreements they have as to shift the position come 2023, and what geopolitical zone should be ruling or should be leading come 2023. Now, David Umahi, according to speculations, have also shifted his interest from the PDP to the APC under the speculation that the APC may be able to allow them actualize their dreams. And we all know that David Umahi of Ebonyi State is a direct activist of the 2023 presidency for the Southeast. And now we have the Kaduna State governor coming out to say that there won't be any progress, there won't be any reasonable productivity or growth or development in the country if we focus on shifting and rotating leadership positions in the country. And that the focus should be on leaders that are efficient and accountable and responsible and, credible enough to handle that position other than whose turn it is, because that's the only way we would be able to move Nigeria forward. And if we put somebody who is competent, devoid of their geopolitical zone or their region, then we may likely see development for all regions and for all persons. Everybody gets to benefit. Now, here is where my bone of contention is, and that's where my question lies anyway. With all of this drama, with all of this statements, being put out, all of this pointing towards one thing, 2023, all of this pointing towards one thing again, which is 2023 presidency. Do you think that the APC or even the PDP or any political party will be taking into consideration the demands of the Southeast governors and the Southeast people as a whole for the 2023 presidency? Or do you think that this is just them trying to get a reaction from the people? Because really, I think it was Ike Ekweremadu who came out to say that if they want Igbo presidency, then they should advocate for negotiation with the North. Now, I'm thinking that El-Rufai may likely be speaking the mind of a lot of northern leaders or governors or people within that region. Do you see a possible negotiation or collaboration or understanding between the Southeast and the North that would further fuel their ambition for the 2023 presidency? Now, let me give you a rundown of what Ekweremadu had mentioned with regards to the Igbo presidency. Now, he said, okay, let me introduce him. He says that's a former Deputy President of the Senate, Dr. Ike Ekweremadu, who weighs in on the call for the ceding of the presidential tickets of the major political parties to the Southeast, saying while it is possible to have a president of Igbo extraction in 2023, the zone must engage the northern part of the country in dialogue. This was as he taxed the federal government on the need to dissolve power of the state, saying with the increasing wave of insecurity as well as serious economic challenges, it has become expedient to do so. Now, he still goes on to talk about the fact that the clamor for Igbo presidency today, I believe, according to him, can only be realized if we engage ourselves in conversations with Northern Nigeria to buy into our initiative. Now, that's coming from Ike Kweramadu. And now you ask yourself the question, putting it side by side or trying to juxtapose between what Fashola has said and what El Rufai has said, and now the clamor for Igbo presidency, just putting all of those side by side. And then you ask yourself the question, what is the possibility? What is the possibility, the closest possibilities on Igbo presidency come 2023? Because we're looking at a situation where there's speculations that the PDP may likely not be considering zoning or, getting their candidates from that particular region because they have other plans and ambitions as well. And who knows what the APC may have in store in terms of that agitation coming from the Southeast. And then we've seen a lot of the Southeast leaders tilting towards a particular political party because they expect that by understanding and by, cordial agreement that it is time for the Southeast. And then people from that same party that they seem to be tilting towards are coming out one by one, little by little, to express their stance as to what should be done come the selection of a candidate or representative come 2023. Now, how do you see this playing out? Do you think that the Igbo presidency is realizable? Do you think that we would have political parties who would, defy all tension, tribal tension, ethnic tension in the country and, decide that, let's focus on selecting a leader from this particular region? Or, like El Rufai posits, it is only important that we select somebody, devoid of wherever they're from. Just select someone who is competent enough to handle that particular seat and power, and then everybody benefits. That's what we're going to talk about. Do you see the possibility in that? Do you also think that this is just, a loud cry and in the end of the day, nobody listens? What's your take on that particular matter? Now, before we open the phone lines, we are going to be looking at one more thing, and then we open the phone lines and then we get your contribution. Now, let's talk about recession. Yesterday, I didn't have the opportunity to talk about Lai Mohammed's position on the recession and all of that because the second half, apparently, we had to take up just one issue and then, dissect that particular one. So let's bring back what happened yesterday. Recession, Nigeria's economy doing well as compared to others. That's coming from Lai Mohammed. Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, says the Nigerian economy is doing quite okay as compared to the economies of South Africa, Russia, and other countries in recession. He said the recession is inevitable due to the global collapse in the oil prices occasioned by the corona pandemic. Now, the minister, while speaking yesterday, made this remark. Now, he said, amid the rising debt profile, inflation and unemployment, the Nigerian economy shrank again in the third quarter of this year. This year's recession is the worst in 36 years, as data obtained from the World Bank indicated that the country's gross domestic product dropped by 10.92% in 1983 and 1.2% in 1984. Now, according to the National Bureau of Statistics, in its report for the third quarter of 2020 released on Saturday, said the GDP, the broadest measure of economic prosperity, fell by 3.62% in the 3 months up till September. Now, but speaking yesterday, the minister said the government is optimistic that with its intervention measures, the recession will be short-lived. Now, he goes on to say it is true that we are in a recession, and recession comes when a country records 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth. But we must go beyond that to understand that despite it, our economy is still very much in circumstance. It's still very well in circumstances. The main reason why we have entered into this recession is the oil sector. The oil sector recorded a negative 13.89%, and that is the worst in 14 quarters. Of course, it is easy to understand why. With the pandemic, there is a low demand for oil. But when you look at the non-oil sector, which is about a negative 2.51% in the third quarter, it is far better than what we had in the second quarter. Overall, according to him still, yes, we are in recession and it is inevitable. But while our second quarter result was a negative 6.1%, South Africa had a negative 50%. And as we speak today, Finland, Hungary, Spain, Mexico, Russia, Romania, Belgium, Austria have all fallen into recession. But we are very confident that with the intervention policies, with the fiscal and monetary interventions the government has put in place, the recession will be short-lived. And that's coming from Lai Mohammed. Now, Lai Mohammed being quite optimistic with the federal government, together with the federal government, because he represents the federal government, that the recession will be short-lived, because as compared to other countries, as compared to countries such as Spain, Finland, Russia, South Africa, we seem to be doing quite okay. I mean, our figures are not as terrible as theirs. But then let's bring us back to reality and let's talk about the production and how other sectors in the country are doing right about now. Now, agriculture is not doing too well. Even though we're trying as much as we can to see how we can diversify and make sure that agriculture picks up in the coming years or at this point in time, because of how much money and how much investorship and collaborations that we have with certain countries on that particular sector, we should at least by now be seeing some sort of yielding results. But that's not the case, because food prices and basic commodities are still on an all-time high in the country, if not even scarce for some commodities anyway. And then we look at the other sectors. We look at textile. We look at ICT. We look at our infrastructure as well. We don't have so much of those. Now, we also come back to compare with oil prices or look at how crude is doing in the international market, and it's not doing so well. So how can we make sure or ensure that Lai Mohammed's statement is realistic? Now, he made mention of fiscal and monetary intervention programs set up by the federal government, and I'm asking the question again, are those enough? And the implementation of those things, are they going to be holistic, or as we see, yes, because as we see, the government seem to imbibe the culture of sending in smaller funds, giving smaller funds to see how we can ameliorate the problem instead of holistically tackling the problem, so that in the end of the day, we see a mass employment and revitalization of the economy. So with all that we see, with all the indices, with all that is facing our economy and our plans to diversify, do you think that the recession is actually going to be short-lived, as mentioned by Lai Mohammed? Or you think that this is one of the ways that the government just puts out there to see how it can calm the situation and give hope, optimistic hope to, the people of the country? Let's get to hear from you now, because I think I've spent at least 30 minutes talking about all the issues, and then it's time for you to call in and also drop your contributions. What do you make of all of this? I started out with talking about the Igbo presidency, and I mentioned to you that a lot of different opinion and statements have been released with regards to 2023. So is there a possibility that we might actually see the presidency being rotated to the southeast? And do you think, just like Nasir El-Rufai posits, that we shouldn't be looking at rotating leadership positions, but we should be looking at selecting competent people devoid of region and geopolitical area? And then I also mentioned the issue of the UK government together with the minister and the Nigerian government as well. And I asked the question, instead of the Nigerian government trying to reach out to the UK government so that it can have a diplomatic talk with them as regards to what happened and the position of the UK Parliament on the NSAS issue, don't you think that the government instead should have figured out or put in so much energy, much more energy into getting the investigation and actual facts as to what happened on that particular day out there, so that people can see that the government actually has the best interest of the people. Because it's better than going ahead and having talks with the government of the UK just to make sure that they hear your side. Other than hearing your side, why don't you show them your position as to what really happened on that day? Wouldn't that have gone a long way to show the credibility of the government before the international community? That's what I'm asking. And then Lai Mohammed's position on the recession. What do you think? 0817 00951. 0810-9510-951. Send in your text messages or WhatsApp messages to the number 0709 933 0701 rather 933 9962 95.1 FM.
Hello, Wes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Your name and where you're calling from?
AB is calling you from Port Harcourt.
You're welcome, AB. Please go on.
Wes, I want to look at two issues. Let me dwell first on the issue of Igbo presidency in 2023. Well, other regions don't normally have a competent personnel. It's only the North always have a competent personnel. When
he didn't mention that it was only the North. He simply just said we should look for competent people.
That is the body language now. But for me, whether Igbo president 2023 or no Igbo president 2023, the political gladiators we have in the East, they are trying to create at least medium talk before 2023. But we want to tell them that when it comes to 2023, it will not be as the same story as before. We will know how to handle the action when it comes to 2023. We still have 2 years to go. So that one is not an issue. But let's at least, as they are creating this media discussion and whatever, it's good. But when it comes to them, we will now decide what Igbos want. That is 2023, we decide what Igbos want.
They've already started making their decisions now.
That is for political people because they can speak for themselves as I'm speaking for myself. But when it comes to generality of Igbos, we know what we want. And when it comes to 2023, it will not be as 2019, I mean.
All right, all right.
It's not going to be as 2029.
All right. I get your point on that position. Are you going to move on now?
Yes, the issue of UK Parliament discussing issue that happened in Lekki, what these people are actually, not that they have any interest in what happened in Lekki, but they are discussing based on the assets they have in Nigeria. Nigeria is an asset to UK. That's one point we should get it clear. Nigeria as it stands is an asset to UK. So they are discussing their assets, what is actually going on. Not that they have interest on what happened, but for me, personally, a lot of killing has happened in the south, in the southeast, in the recent past. But the UK Parliament has not in any way discussed issue of peace in their parliament.
Well, if those issues have not gotten on their decks, then I wonder how they want to react to it. I mean, petitions were sent and signed, and foreigners were dragged into what really happened because of how horrendous some persons posited it was. So apparently they are acting based on the petition sent in, isn't it?
Well, many petitions have been sent from the southwest, southeast.
Have you sent any?
An issue of killings by the military men. Nothing has happened in the UK Parliament. But this one, why is it cutting an attention?
But this is still on issue of police brutality, isn't it? If petitions have been sent before now about that, at least now they are addressing it. But anyway, thank you very much.
But for me, nothing concrete is coming out because Nigeria, as it stands now, has no future for the Nigerian itself.
Okay, no, we can't say Nigeria has no future. Nigeria has a future. 95.1 FM. Good afternoon.
Our own beautiful world.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You just asked a question that really made me to call now.
What question?
You asked, have you sent any? Simple question. Yeah, and the person did not answer. Because if you are saying, why did the UK not ask, have you sent? It's as simple as that. My name is Desmond Chichko.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm. Now, what I want to talk about, you are talking about why don't them talk more about the Lekki shooting? They can't because it doesn't matter to them. They see it as it's hoodlums that have died. You understand? So, like what Lai Mohammed said concerning the economic of this nation, said we are doing better. Now, if you own a business and you come every evening to check your people that are working for you, if they are doing well, and what they are selling is okay for you, will you make adjustments? You'll be comfortable like that. So for this country and the people that are managing it, they sell very good as it is. So in their minds, we are doing well. Why? They forgot that they are the giant of Africa.
We are doing well, at least as compared to the countries that they mentioned.
That's what they said. Okay, you said you are better than South Africa, but you are the giant for them. What makes you better than them? Can Laya Mohammed mention one thing that they are better than in South Africa? South Africa have constant light. Do they have constant light? South Africa has running water for streets. Do they have running waters? You can't say that these are the things when they talk like this. I just see them as because the amount you will have in your pocket, you won't bother about other people.
All right,
these
then.
People are just, they don't bother.
The comment Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed, said, it's a shame that the government, Lai Mohammed, become a Minister of Information. They have failed to put our economy in order. They mismanage our economy. They destroy our economy.
Speaking of the economy, you know, some months and years back, I think it was last year, and last year, our economy was doing much better. Fastest growing economy.
But
that's what we saw in the news now. We're the fastest growing economy.
Let me talk now. There is nothing like much better in Nigeria economy. You are in Nigeria. Are you not a citizen of Nigeria? People are suffering. Hardship, problem, suffer, increasing of poverty, increasing of hardship. The government has destroyed our economy, and the Minister of Information are coming out to say that Nigeria economy is better. What in which way? In which way Nigeria economy is better?
All right,
it's going better.
All right, easy does it.
They have seen the economy of Nigeria for 6 years. This remaining 2 years
but are you still hold on? Are you still going to blame the government for the reduction of crude price in the global market and the coronavirus? I mean, it's not their fault. All of these things are unforeseen circumstances that hit us.
See, the fuel Nigeria said to the public, they make much gain, and all the gain they make, they share it into their pocket. And I'm telling you,
all right, that's just speculation. All right, but you know, I have to listen to some other person now. I've given you 3 minutes. I've tried. 95.1 FM.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
James calling from Port Harcourt.
You're welcome.
I'm in line with Lai Mohammed.
Okay.
He said we are better there. He said we, which is they, are better than South Africa. What it means that they, the politicians.
No, Nigeria.
I'm coming. It's a logical word here he's using. Because what we say is Nigerians. If I look at myself, when I'm in Nigeria, I pay my light bill. I pay light. I buy generator. I buy for every day. My gate, because people are there, I pay security there to guide my gate. Everything I do, I pay. But them, the life of they are Nigerians, they give them free food, they give them free light. Everything they are doing, the government is paying them. But in South Africa, they are not doing that to the ministers. They take care of the ministers take care of themselves. But here in Nigeria, they, the big people, the Nigerian government takes care of them. So they are the Nigerians. We are not Nigerians.
So he's speaking for himself. Okay.
He said, yeah, they're the politicians.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
That's politician. That's not the thing.
All right.
We become Nigerians.
All right. That's entirely your opinion anyway. That's how you feel, and that's what you've expressed, right? The phone lines are still very much open. Let's talk about your thoughts as to the Nigerian government reaching out to the UK government with regards to the plans to sanction Nigeria by the UK Parliament. And I'm asking the question, don't you think that the best statement we would have made is prove beyond all reasonable doubts that this is what exactly happened, and whatever sanctions that would have been meted on us, if we prove that, you know, this information circulating all over the media is not very credible, we would have already been able to clear our names, and whatever sanctions they want to meet on our politicians or our government would not hold. And then we asked the question about the 2023 presidency, with all the statements being released by Fashola, the Southeast governors, and now Erufai. Do you think that the Igbo presidency mantra is going to be a realization, especially with the thought of how are they going to get the northern Nigerians to support them as well? What are the plans? How do you want to collaborate with these other regions? And then recession, of course, which seems to be a topic of serious interest for a lot of you. Do you think that Nigeria, according to Lai Mohammed, will be leaving the recession really soon? According to him, the recession will be short-lived. And do you think with all the indices and factors around us in the country, we will be able to come out of the recession as posited by Lai Mohammed? 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510 95.1 FM. Okay, lost that call. Let's try this one. 95.1 FM. Are you there?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes. What's your name and where are you calling from?
I'm Chief Crown, calling from Ropoko.
You're welcome. Please go on.
Yes, Igbo presidency. Hello?
Yes, I'm listening to you.
Yes, presidency that the APC said they have zoomed the president. They did not zoom the presidency according to RFI. And in the words of Fashola, he said the West and the North had an agreement before the formation of APC that they will zoom the presidency to Southwest. That it's not tenable because the people of the South are also Nigerians. The Igbos are supposed to produce the next president of Nigeria. The APC is supposed to zoom the presidential ticket to the Southeast.
All right.
Likewise, the PDP.
All right.
Both political parties in the country are supposed to zoom the presidency to the Southeast because I am from Rivers State. But I'm saying this because they said Nigeria is Wazobia. If Wa have ruled, Zo have ruled, now is the turn of Bia.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yes, ask me.
All right. RFI says that what we should be looking for is competence so that every region benefits from the person's competence and accountability and responsibility to that particular position. Don't you agree with him as well?
I did not agree because they did not look at competence when they zoomed it to the Southwest. Obasanjo ruled. They did not look for competence when it was zoomed to the North. Buhari is now ruling.
Okay.
It's now the turn of the Southeast.
Okay, now they are looking for competence. Okay.
They are looking for competence. So it's an imbalance.
Okay.
Right now, if you look at America, the U.S., the blacks were not ruling. But later they gave Obama the opportunity to rule because they were part of the U.S. They fought for the independence of the United States.
Okay.
So if the Igbos were part of Nigeria that fought and even restored Nigeria, why can't they allow the Igbo man to rule?
All right.
No, I'm from Rivers State. They allowed Jonathan to rule. Even the time they allowed Jonathan to rule, they remote controlled him. He was not able to do anything for the South.
No, they did not. They did not remote control anybody. But I think I get your point, and thank you very much for that one. Okay, let's move on and listen to some other person. The phone lines are still very much open. If you want to send in your text messages or WhatsApp messages, send those to the number 0701-9339-962. One more call, and then I start taking the messages sent to 95.1 FM.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Daniel.
You're welcome, Daniel. Please go on.
For me, Igbo presidency, are they going to have the back of the North? I think in Nigeria, more of political parties are a problem. You need to have back up a particular region for you to win an election in Nigeria. But if you have an equity in this country, a particular tribe, for you to even be in the media, meaning there's something wrong, maybe over the years they haven't ruled. I don't think there's any kind of continent you go to this Nigeria, you don't find competent people. You must find competent people in that region. Except you are just telling me that you're being biased or you're speaking from tribalistic point of view. But if you remove tribalism, bias, every region in this country
can provide competent people.
That's just the truth.
All right.
Then in terms of the people from the East, you left for them to go home. sit down, do your political analysis well. Not the political party that is going to benefit your idea.
Okay, so do you think that by the look of things, that the Southeast will be able to get the collaboration and the cooperation of other regions as well?
The truth of the matter is this. If you put your heart in order, then other people will support you. But when there is a lot of crisis among you, probably from that angle, then you're losing your position from your own.
Okay, all right then. Thank you.
Then from the line, Mohammed, in terms of saying reflection, we're going out of this soon. Mullah Mohammed is not an expert. I don't have to believe it because I'm an expert on it.
Oh, well, he is the Minister of Information, isn't it? So I'm guessing that he's privy to a lot of talks, and he would be part of whatever committee that is trying to figure out how we'll be able to leave the recession. He should have the information as to all those.
I was trained that when you're doing something in a proper academic point of view, do quotation. And when you're talking to people, then you have to quote, according to this person, this is what he said, an authority in social area. But when you come and make authority statements, you don't have a fact on it, then I have to be skeptical about you because you're not an expert.
All right.
Like Mohammed said, okay, I listen to the expert, this is what they said, then put analysis. There's a reason why in Nigeria or all over the world, there's what they call hypothesis and analysis. When you get those things, you say, okay, plus this, this is what we're going to get into the result. Then you bring it and give it to your people. That is how you work over the country, all over the world.
All right,
but in Nigeria here, we just make a wild statement. Sometimes it's just politics.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. Let's go straight into our text messages, and then let's read those ones, all right, before we go back to the phone lines. This one says, I had an argument with some people about this UK Parliament debate today, and just like them, you have a biased view against the government of the day. Let me ask you, has Nigeria ever debated? Now, you see, darling, the beautiful thing here is that petitions were sent, attention were drawn, and then now that the attention is given, they have a meeting. The parliament is sitting on it because of the petitions that they've received, right? Now, based on those petitions, they are anchoring their decisions, okay? And their findings as well. Now, if the government of the day, the federal government, has investigated and have facts that would back up whatever it is that counters the reason for the petition sent, then the best statement to be made by the government is to show the world that, see, other than coming out to sanction us, this is what we've found so far. This is what we've been able to deduce so far, and this is where we are right now. Show them how credible, that you are with your findings. And it's as simple as that. I don't know where the bias is coming from, but okay, no problem. Let me move on. This one says, good afternoon, Wealth. The federal government is just trying to do damage control. The UK House of Commons speak for its UK citizens. Why parliamentarians only care about their pockets. A Nigerian economy doing better than South Africa and Russia by Lai Mohammed. That's classically Lai Mohammed telling us what he is known for. All right, that's coming from Omorege. This one says, good afternoon, Wealth. Nigerian government should focus on providing evidence that will counter the one levied against them instead of going to romance with the UK government. And on the Igbo presidency, it will be difficult to come alive. APC honoring the gentleman agreement will zone it to the southwest, and PDP will do the same because PDP is waiting to see where the APC will zone it to so they can do the same. Okay, that's coming from Remy in Job. He doesn't see the realization of the Igbo presidency. This one says, good afternoon, Wealth. Talking about zoning of the presidency, I think that the APC has micro-zoned it to the southeast, and David Umahi is on his way to Asu Rock. How would Umahi not be president with the reason, the aura that graced his defection? Okay. Indeed, having a president of Igbo extraction would be worthwhile, but with Fashola's outburst, the Igbo would have to swim through murky waters to clinch to the presidency, even in the APC. I think further, Igbo is in the heart of the PDP, but it will be difficult for the PDP to clinch power without considering the zone that will place it in a better position to clinch power, and afterwards, the PDP will automatically microzone the presidency to the southeast. I don't think the APC can survive the political onslaught of Nigerians in view of Fashola and El Rufai's statement, as the APC will also experience a myriad of defections that may see the end of the APC. And that's coming from Onyawaji, Fine Face in Ngo Town. Thank you very much for that one. This one says, good afternoon. My name is James. UK Parliament should stop all this politics they're playing with the national security issue. Nigeria is a sovereign state. They should leave us with our problems. Okay, thank you very much, James. Quickly to the SMS portal. This one says, wealth, Governor El Rufai would have said all this period to 2015 general election when the presidency was not in the hands of the northern person. Now the northern presidency is winding down. He realized that presidency should be open to whoever from any zone that is capable to run for the office of the president, just to create a way for himself and other persons from the north. No zoning formula should be respected. And that's coming from Oyensom. This one says, Lady Wells, a good day. 2023 should be Southeast presidency, but North will never agree on that. Starting from El Rufai, the governor of Kaduna State, saying that everybody has equal rights to contest by 2023 presidency, which shows he's ready to contest. And that's one Nigeria we're talking about. That's coming from Godwin in Oyibo. This one says, we have to marry competence and zoning in these peculiar circumstances to save the Nigerian nation from fragmentation and an ally that to allay the fears, right, of minority and domination, marginalization, and for equity and justice. And that's coming from Festus Digbani. Thank you very much. This one says, good afternoon, Wealth. The information minister, Lai Mohammed, is saying Nigeria is doing well compared to other countries. Nigeria is doing well as the world capital of poverty. The country is doing well in the area of dilapidated infrastructures in the education and health sector. The most out-of-school children, maternity, he's just listing, maternal mortality. We are also doing well by buying refined crude from Niger Republic. We're doing well as a country by buying gold from bandits. Nigeria is doing well, having millions of internally displaced persons as a result of insurgency. And that's coming from Malaysia. Okay. Well, that was an outburst, but thank you. This one says, I am Chris O'Chris, representing the good people of USB about Igbo presidency. It is a fraudulent idea and will not work because the Nigerian government is not fair. But if it's a fraudulent idea, okay, because you're trying to explain why it will not work. Now, if the idea is fraudulent, then it's a good reason why it should not work, right? I don't know, Chris or Chris, but anyway, let's go back to the phone lines then. 95.1 FM.
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Let me talk about the Lai Mohammed and going to meet. My name is Chris O'Chris. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Oh, Chris O'Chris, please go on.
Yeah, no problem. On the Lai Mohammed going to see, there is something we need to understand. Just for example, as you're in the studio there now, that is live program. After this hour now, any other thing that follows is a recorded program. Anytime you people want to play it. See, what Lai Mohammed are doing, he's doing his job. You want Lai Mohammed to tell you that they are wrong for what happened. But to me, as a layman, me, I'm a media person.
No, Chris, I think you're getting it all wrong. I'm talking about his statement on recession, not on the NSAS issue.
His statement on the recession and the economy of Nigeria. You and I know what happened between this administration things. How much is bag of rice? When you say that you are doing well, can you point out the area you are doing well? Is it in rice? Is it in fuel? Is it in, if you say that you are doing well, which means rice, we should be picking the rice on the street. How much is rice now? How much is rice? When something is, you mean that you are doing well, you mean the thing is to surplus. Nobody, if I see rice anywhere, I cannot go and steal it.
Well, he's saying that even though we're in a bad place right now, there is a possibility for us to come out real quickly because as compared to other countries, we are doing quite okay.
There is no time we have come out from recession. We have been in recession for how many months?
All right, Chris.
That they are telling you, they are lying. We have been in recession.
All right.
South Africa is better than which of the South Africa are they talking about?
South Africa had gone into recession before also. Bear in mind that. But anyway, thank you very much, Chris.
Just make an announcement now on your studio. South Africa free. See how many people will rush down to South Africa. And the South Nigeria free. Tell me how people that will come to Nigeria.
Okay.
Me, if I see my way, I will.
We'll carry out that survey and then we'll come back and let you know. Thank you very much, Chris O'Chris. 95.1 FM.
Hello, Lady Wells, greetings.
Good afternoon, Lawson. You're welcome.
Yes, good afternoon. I don't know, Nigerians, they are wonderful people, honestly. Nigeria is a sovereign nation. The United Kingdom, UK or whatever, Nigeria is not even supposed to take any report to UK. This is even the reason why America did not join the Commonwealth. Because their colonial power, this colonial thing is in their blood. That is why up to now they refuse to let go. Nigeria is not under United Kingdom. Nigeria is not under England. You understand? They are equal partners in the Committee of Nations. So why are they debating Nigerian issue in their parliament? Well, I'm not surprised. There's nothing they will do. Nothing. When Buhari took over in 1983, I think in 1984, Buhari wanted to smuggle Umaru Siko out of UK because of the corruption. He fled to UK. They have brought him. I expect UK government to be debating on how to bring back our billions that are stashed away in United Kingdom.
If we were world power, Lawson, and something like this happens in another country, a third world country or developing country, don't you think that the parliament here in Nigeria would heed to such petitions? And that's exactly what the UK is doing, isn't it?
Understand something. You cannot say you are world power and then you want to lord over another independent country.
They are not. Is that lording? Is that lording over a sovereign country? No. They are simply addressing the petition sent in from the country.
How will you send a petition to another country? It's not you send
because
petition
it is
to
world
international.
Power. The way we think we are big brothers
wait.
to other African countries is the way they may be big brothers to other countries because they are world power.
They are not big brothers. They are part of the reason why Nigeria is the way it is. Let me tell you, because they colonized this country and took all the resources away from this country.
All right, Lawson, so, we have to go for the news update.
So for me, they have no reason to debate at all. It is wrong. And they should respect themselves.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody who called in for the first half of the show. We will continue discussions second half of the show. Just stay tuned. The news update comes up next, and then we continue from where we stopped.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Good afternoon. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Wealth Wilson. The president of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, has said in a tweet that the former Nigerian head of state, Yakubu Gowon, is a man of integrity. Adesina tweeted this after a British lawmaker, Tom Tengerhart, accused Gowon of stealing half of Nigeria's central bank. Adesina warned against misinformation as he described the integrity of Gowon as impeccable. Tengerhart spoke on Monday during a parliamentary debate on a petition seeking that the United Kingdom government impose sanctions on Nigerian officials involved in alleged excessive use of force on peaceful protesters during the #EndSARS protest. Gowon has, however, denied the accusation, describing it as rubbish. Meanwhile, former Nigerian head of state Yakubu Gowon has denied all allegations that he took to the United Kingdom half of the Central Bank of Nigeria. The member of the UK Parliament, Tom Tengerhart, had accused the ex-military head of state during a debate on the Lekki Tollgate shootings of protesters. Gowon, in an interview with the BBC, described the allegation as rubbish. Gowon was Nigeria's head of state from 1966 to 1975. The governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, has again criticized the idea of zoning of political positions. Speaking at the Nigerian Economic Summit in Abuja, El-Rufai insisted that no country progresses with such an agreement. The governor said equal opportunity should be given to every qualified person for political positions. Ahead of the 2023 elections, there have been calls for the presidency to return to the south, but El-Rufai argues that leaders should not be selected by zones. On the foreign scene, court in Turkey has given life sentences to dozens of defendants in one of the biggest trials linked to the 2016 coup attempt. Air Force pilots and army commanders were among the nearly 500 defendants accused of trying to overthrow the president, Recep Erdogan. They allegedly directed the plot from the Akinci air base near Ankara. Erdogan says US-based Muslim cleric Fethullah Gulen masterminded the plot, which led to mass arrest. Gulen has denied any involvement in the attempted coup in July 2016 that killed 251 people and injured more than 2,000. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget to take responsibility, wash your hands frequently with soap under running water, avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent coronavirus. Once again, good afternoon. I am Wealth Wilson. Thank you for listening. Do stay tuned as today's hustle continues.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
I didn't know open that. Come on, open that door now. I go match on that. Oh yeah, give me that thing. Come on, give me the phone. Give me that thing. Oh yeah, that one shoot that police. They go over.
Insecurity has become a common factor in our general language within the Nigerian space, no doubt. Not only has it become a threat, it has begun taking diverse dimension we cannot ignore. A solution we seek. A desire to stop the trend is imminent.
Waste up 2 seconds.
God, hey Jesus. Straight bullet though, what kind of country is this? A boy I just said to go and buy something, what kind of thing is straight bullet from where? I'm finished though.
Directly or indirectly, we all have lost people, friends, family or acquaintances as a result of insecurity. But is security only the job of the government? No, security is not one man's job alone. Every individual in the society has a role to play in order to achieve a secure society. We urge citizens and indigents to adhere and respect the laws of the state, report irregular activities to the authorities, and we implore security agencies to carry out their duties as stipulated by the Constitution and not infringe on the rights of citizens. If we work together, we can build the Nigeria of our dreams. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM.
Government tell us say police now our friend. I remember what my papa tell me. You see, make I mind who I dey call my friend.
Young lady, you're under arrest.
Oga, for waiting now. What I do?
When you get to the station, you'll find out.
Hey.
Look, don't show, everybody don't jump out.
I say I know they follow you go anywhere.
Hey, you know they go anywhere. Go and ask about Officer Mark. You see, if I deal with you, nothing will happen. Nobody will question me. I will deal with you.
Oga, leave my clothes now. Wait. You won't naked me. Oga.
Do you have 200,000?
200,000 for what now? What I do where you want to collect 200,000?
If you get to the station, you pay more than that.
200k for wait. I don't get that kind of money. I don't get that kind of money. Oga, remember, you were once like us before you got into force. You have brothers and sisters like us in this society. The law says protect lives and properties. But what do we see today?
This life don't last forever.
Please remember, we have just one life. Why can't we live for one another?
Isn't it better if you just hold my hand?
This message is brought to you from Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
At my back, I ain't coming.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
In the city, so wish me well.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
A better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
This was high, this little light of mine.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Government tell us say police now our friend. I remember what my papa tell me. See, make I mind who I dey call my friend.
Young lady, you're under arrest.
Oga, for waiting now. What I do?
When you get to the station, you find out.
Hey.
Don't show, everybody don't jump out.
I say I know they follow you go anywhere.
Hey, you know they go anywhere. Go and ask about Officer Mark. You see, if I deal with you, nothing will happen. Nobody will question me. I will deal with you.
Oga, leave my clothes now. Waiting. You won't naked me. Oga.
Do you have 200,000?
200,000 for what now? Wetin I do you where you want collect 200,000?
If you get to the station, you pay more than that.
200k for waiting. I don't get that kind of money. I don't get that kind of money. Oga, remember, you were once like us before you got into force. You have brothers and sisters like us in this society. The law says protect lives and properties. But what do we see today?
This life don't last forever.
Please remember, we have just one life. Why can't we live for one another?
Things will get better if you just hold my hand.
This message is brought to you from Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
This president's failed.
It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back. We're going to take it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that
solution.
So when you vote me, then you sleep.
Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he's holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I refuse if you are.
You're a slave. Let's not get to that now. So the Nigerian Constitution is philosophical.
You spot the difference now?
This is today's hustle. One show that embodies objectivity. We raise the bar in examining the good, the bad, the sordid, everything that has to do with society.
In America, you buy a big house and you pay gradually for 30 years of your life. That is politics. In Nigeria, you carry all your salary and go and rent one with bad politics.
Everything that has to do with
You
society.
must negotiate. If we don't negotiate, when a man is pushed to the wall, he bounces back with double leverage. We have been pushed to the wall.
The Hustle. Every weekday from
1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
on Today 95.1 FM.
This is today's hustle. One show that embodies objectivity. We raise the bar in examining the good, the bad, the sordid, everything that has to do with society.
In America, you buy a big house and you pay gradually for 30 years of your life. That is politics. In Nigeria, you carry all your salary and go and rent one room. Bad politics.
Everything that has to do with
You
society.
must negotiate. If we don't negotiate, when a man is pushed to the wall, he bounces back with double efforts. We have been pushed to the wall.
The Hustle. Every weekday from
1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
on Today 95.1 FM.
Okay, a beautiful afternoon once again to everybody listening. You are welcome to the second half of today's hustle. It is 14 minutes gone past 2 o'clock. And it's nice to have you back again. I hope you didn't turn off anyway. Okay, I was supposed to have a guest or a couple of guests for the second half of the show. And somehow I think we would have to stall a bit because I'm still trying to get through to them, and while we're trying to get through to them, we will keep talking, and then when they come in or when I'm able to reach them via phone, we can have them give us expert explanation on this particular topic. My name is Wealth Wilson, and on the show today we want to talk about gender-based violence, and today is 25 November, and 25 November is or marks the beginning of the 16 days activism or against gender-based violence. Yes, that's it. The UN Secretary General, says that by 2030, to end violence against women campaign is supposed to be marking a 16 days of activism against gender-based violence from 25 November to 10 December 2020, with the global theme Orange the World, Fund, Respond, Prevent, and Collect. Now, the UN Women's Generation Equality Campaign is amplifying the call for global action to bridge funding gaps, ensure essential services for survivors of violence during the COVID-19 crisis, focus on prevention, collection of data that can improve life-saving services for women and girls. The campaign is part of the UN Women's efforts for Beijing Plus 25 and building up to launch bold new actions and commitments to end violence against women at the Generation Equality Forum in Mexico and France come 2021. Now, this year is like no other. Even before COVID-19 hit, violence against women and girls have reached a pandemic proportion. Globally, 243 million women and girls were abused by an intimate partner in the past years. Meanwhile, less than 40% of women who experience violence report it or even seek help. Now, as countries implemented the lockdown measures to stop the spread of coronavirus, the violence against women, especially domestic violence, have intensified. And this is coming from this report, right? In some countries, calls to helplines have increased by 5-fold. In others, formal reports of domestic violence have increased as survivors find it harder to seek help and access support through the regular channels. School closures and economic strains left women and girls poorer, out of school, out of jobs, and more vulnerable to exploitation, abuse, forced marriage, and harassment. In April 2020, as the pandemic spread across the world, the UN Secretary General called for peace at home, and 146 member states responded with their strong statement of commitment to this fight. Now, in the recent months, 135 countries have strengthened actions and resources to address violence against women as part of its response for COVID-19. Yet, much more is still needed. Today, although the voices of activists and survivors have reached a crescendo that cannot be silenced or ignored, ending violence against women will require more investment, leadership, action, and it cannot be sidelined. It must be part of every country's national response, especially during the unfolding of COVID-19 crisis. For the 16 days of activism, the UN Women handed over the mic to survivors, activists and UN partners on the ground to tell the stories of what happened after the COVID-19 hit, and then inspire other ladies, women across the world to also take action and speak up against violence. And just today as well, we have our reps here in the country in commemoration of what's going on. That's the 16 days of activism that kicks off today. House of Representatives yesterday called on the federal, state, and local governments to galvanize action that will support the elimination of violence against women. Now, the call followed a motion moved under matters of urgent public importance by the Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Nkiruka Onyejocha from Abia State at Wednesday plenary to mark the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Now, according to her, while leading the lead debate, noted that this year's theme for the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women is tagged Orange the World, as I mentioned, fund, respond, prevent, and collect. Like in previous years, they would mark the launch of the 16 days of activism that will conclude on the 10th of December 2020, which is International Rights Day. Now, she said women played a crucial role in the achievement and initiation of additional commitments and mobilization of member states on the issue of ending violence against women. She expressed worry that the violence against women and girls is one of the most widespread, persistent, and devastating human rights violation in our world today. It is largely unreported due to impunity, silence, stigma, and shame around it. Now, according to the rep, the violence manifests itself in physical, sexual, and psychological forms, which include intimate partner violence, battering, psychological abuse, marital rape, femicide, sexual violence, harassment, rape, forced sexual acts, unwanted sexual advances, child sexual abuse, forced marriage, street harassment, stalking, cyber harassment, human trafficking, slavery, sexual exploitation, female genital mutilation, child marriage, and the list goes on. So she therefore appealed that in the commemoration of this year's event, that there was an urgent need to call on government and relevant stakeholders to develop action plans to gender responsive investment to expand basic public education, infrastructure, healthcare, and security in rural areas on the matter. Now, as I mentioned, we're supposed to have guests on the show so we could talk about this. People from FIDA, they would come in and talk to us about the 16 days activism. That's not a problem if we're not able to get them today. Hopefully by tomorrow we would have them, and then they will be able to really explain to us really what the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence is all about. But for today, I want to talk about the widespread violence. The truth is, just to clarify something before we go on, and then I introduce the person I have here. It's not really a guest, but he's here anyway. What we want to talk about today isn't a slight on the fact that men as well get, abused once in a while. But because I've been reading so far, and all that I have stated have been about women. And for fact, this particular move is for women, activism for women, because we understand the propensity and the amount of women all over the world, scattered all over the world, that have been abused and have become victims or survivors of such violence. So I have with me here Dave. Dave, good afternoon to you, Dave.
Good afternoon, Wealth. How you doing?
I'm okay, Dave Roberts.
It's only fair for you to talk about this kind of critical issue and have a man in the mix, so it's balanced, okay?
I guess that's why you're here. The good Lord brought you.
Yes, he did.
All right, so we're going to be talking about gender-based violence.
All right.
We're going to be talking about, since we probably would not be able to explain as much as Fida will, but we will be talking about it from the basic point of view. How this has been an issue over the years, especially here in Nigeria. Government's reaction, we may not be able to really touch all of that because FIDA would give us those stats and that position tomorrow when they come. So we'll be looking at how we as a people are gradually tilting away from that norm of gender violence, harassment, intimidation, or is it a far cry? Is it something that we would not be able to realize in time to come, right? Because if you want to go back to antecedents or you listen to some person's talk, men especially, you would find out that patriarchy is deep-rooted still in our culture and still in our way of lives, the way we operate, the way we see things, the way we look at the opposite gender. And then you would ask yourself the question, if this is the case, then are we really winning, or are we really going to win the war against gender-based violence? Now, some persons might think that whenever you talk about gender-based violence, you're trying to be feminist or anything, but not really. Let's talk about it from a humanistic angle. As a human being, in this period, especially now when you have families, friends, boyfriends and girlfriends who would probably be caught up in the moment and they have to stay locked down together in their house, or husband, spouse, they have to stay locked down in the home. Now, we've had, from statistics, I think it was last month when I read that the number of wife battery and violence in the homes now, this period, has recorded since the lockdown, COVID-19, till this period right now, is quite alarming. We have more women that have taken up their socials or, come out to complain or run away from their homes because they felt that one way or the other, they've been abused by their spouse this period. And there's little or nothing that we're doing as a people to sensitize ourselves against gender violence. So let's start off from that. Do you think that for years now, we've been crying about end gender violence? Do you think that we've been able to achieve anything thus far?
I would like to start off with, the wave of the recurrent events in terms of gender-based violence this particular year, which sort of buttressed the fact that this was something that we were sort of not paying close and detailed attention to. And statistically, Nigeria isn't really there in terms of countries that are, marked on the red zone in terms of gender-based violence in Africa. Okay, we still have countries like South Africa taking the lead. We still have countries like Egypt, so we aren't really there. Yeah, by statistics, we aren't really there in terms of the red endangered zone. But not to negate that fact, we still have to tackle the issue from the root as it is right now. The president came out recently to see that the coronavirus lockdown fueled the spike and the increase, and the increase in gender-based violence. Now, this is something that has been there. Like you rightly pointed out, patriarchy is something that is revered in the African culture. And most of us have taken it to be that the woman doesn't have a place and, she tries to speak up. We are men. This is our right. This is what we have to do. This is how we have to do it because we have been doing this kind of things over time. This has been the paradigm. And, the patriarchal system, to some extent, to African cultures, have their limitations, which we still accommodate, which, we're trying to, build up, having a database of registered sex offenders, having a database of what they call them, the offenders on gender-based issues. We are working towards it. Social media also helps to amplify and buttress the issue of gender-based violence. But what it is right now for us is the issue that keeps reoccurring. I mean, we still have lawmakers to some extent who we have known over time that were involved in these issues. We have the young senator Elisha Abbo. We have the issue of the senator who got married to an underaged child. So these things are the issues that we look at, and are we going to be blind to these issues over and over and over again?
Over the years in Nigeria, we've always had the argument of whether or not we should make do or eliminate culture or religion, religious doctrines or inclinations that allow for child marriages. And I don't know how much headway we've had so far, because the rates is still very high, especially in the northern region, where we have younger children who are allowed to get married at that young age and are forced into childbearing and all of that. And then for this other region, we have cases of child molestation, rape, and all of that. And then we're wondering, with all of the sensitization and awareness that we've been trying to put out there and push forward, how much headway have we made? Because whenever you talk about this, people will tell you that you're trying to be too Western. I mean, these things have been with us for so long.
Time,
You're trying to, borrow the white man's culture.
You're trying to water down our, African trueness and depth.
And talking about survivors as well, we've had people who came out or took to their socials to talk about the fact that in their marriages this period, especially during the lockdown, they were forced into sexual activities. I mean, all of these things, harassment. Don't let me forget harassment. Now, even in the streets, I don't advise anybody to allow their young child, female child, to walk around the streets
right now
alone.
Yes, it is,
because
really.
Even though they may not physically, harass you, psychologically they do, and sometimes it's even both. You walk past somewhere, maybe you're trying to get to a junction or board a cab or anything,
and somebody's just staring at you.
Some man either stalks you or tries to grip you or tries to touch you, and all of those.
Or just looks at you in a very, very profane way.
And then you wonder, how much headway are we making? In the rural areas, do we have people who understand that we're trying to change the narrative and stop endangering the lives of younger females, women generally, whether in the rural and urban area? So do you think that in the coming years, say hopefully 5 to 10 years, we will start to embrace that open-mindedness that makes us understand that it is nobody's responsibility to hit or demean another gender simply because we have a culture or religious inclination that drives us or drags us towards the line of thought that one should be superior to the other? I mean, even though you're trying to be superior to the other, it's like in your workplace. Do you have your boss trying to spank you once in a while?
No.
Do you have your boss scolding you? I mean, there's a way your boss talks to you and you feel like, no, you two have crossed the line. So how about extend that line of thought when we are handling issues that have to do with the opposite sex?
I think it will be more and more elaborate when we try to take this, down to our curriculums in school, where, we teach our kids, to learn these things early enough. We incorporate these values and norms in our children. Now, something you mentioned was, are we going to be open-minded to some extent? Now, that would only be possible when the idea of discrimination or stigmatization is mitigated. I mean, someone who would want to come out and point, look at this family member, look at this family friend, this person molested me. I mean, by statistics, by the UN, an African female child in every 10, one has the probability to be abused before she turns 18. And now we see these things happen repeatedly. And the issue is, personally, I've had people told me, look, I've been molested by my family member, my father, my brother, my sister. So these things are, we know that these issues are there, but if they come out to say, look at what this person did to me.
How many persons listen?
How many persons listen? How many persons believe? How many persons will not stigmatize them?
In this part of the world, we have family members who seem to have, high repute in terms of in their churches or in societal strata and what have you. So when their word or their child comes to tell them that, see, somebody somewhere had molested me this way sexually or whatever, they feel the shame, the slight, to want to come out. If the child is supposed to express themselves even more than that, and probably expect the parents to take whatever actions that would deter such persons from doing it again, or putting them in a place that doesn't allow them do it again, they would think about what would society say. So my child has been raped.
So the disposition right now is,
and then instead of trying to help you get justice, what we see is they start to ask you funny questions like, what did you wear?
Why were you there?
Where were you there?
What was your motive for going there? I mean, this is when we talk about these issues, we should be very open-minded. We heard repeated occurrences of same-sex rape showing up in some certain parts of Nigeria, especially in Rivers State. So
not just Rivers
State. So now it's going way beyond the borderline. Why are we not knowing that these offenders are people who are closely tied to their families, but yet the family wouldn't want to openly?
Because I think the simple answer would be because, as I said, they're trying to save face.
Okay.
Whether in their in their churches or religious gathering or in societal strata and all of that.
So what happens to the child? What happens to the victim?
That's where the question springs up. Do you think that Nigeria, let's talk about Nigeria, forget Africa, let's talk about Nigeria. Do you think that Nigeria would be able to shift towards the understanding that every gender, both sexes, male and female, deserves to be treated equally and deserves not to be molested, harassed, or even assaulted at any point in time by anybody at all, without drawing our sentiments of our culture before now and our patriarchal inclinations? Do you think that we would be able to make that shift?
The narrative right now is, are we willing
to make that
shift? I mean, you look at countries like the United States with a different approach as to what politics and people who occupy key functional positions in government are having right now. We are seeing the narrative changing from not just the men, to accommodating women and everything. But now, are we willing? That's the question. Are we willing? Is your young child, are you willing as a father to teach your young son how to respect a woman from his tender age? Are you willing to tell your daughter to identify and be bold to speak up
whenever something happens?
Okay, so it's a matter of choice against...
And is society ready to do away with stigma whenever somebody speaks up? Or is society ready to do away with the hypocrisy? Some people tell you that if your husband beats you in the house, you're not supposed to come and tell anybody. It's you and your husband problem. He's your husband.
I posted this on my social media handle, and when the whole issue of rape was, thriving at its peak earlier on this year, and I asked the question, what about people who are forced, into sexual relations in their legally bonded marriages or binding marriages?
Some persons don't see a problem with that. I mean, if you're married, you have an obligation to always satisfy. Yeah.
And then somebody told me, she's actually a legal practitioner, she told me by law it isn't so. And I had a friend from UK who also said by law it isn't so. But women are subjugated to this form of harassment on a daily basis. And they never say anything. Look at it, juxtapose it. Imagine coming to tell the world, my husband raped me. Everybody would give you the impression that you were sort of conservative in that aspect in your marriage.
Like whoever comes up with that allegation
that kind
your
of thing.
husband rapes you, he is your husband.
So are we willing to shift our minds to being very open-minded as to accommodating the reality of these things happening on a daily basis in the country? Are we really not to stigmatize people who would come out and say, I was raped by the same sex and nothing is going to happen to me, nothing is going to happen to my family, the stigma is not going to be placed that this is a young man who was raped by the same sex? Or are we willing to not take on that patriarchal paradigm of it's a man's world? If a man does it, it's right. If a woman does it, she doesn't have the right to.
Okay, I think we've spent some time trying to give the little thoughts that we have on this particular matter. We're going to open the phone lines now and we hear your opinion on gender-based violence. We want to understand, do you think that we are gradually moving to a place where we would understand that both sexes, whether male or female, deserve to be treated with respect? And during this period, have you had an experience of anybody? I think I've gotten stories of a couple persons who were molested by their husbands during this period, harassed, beaten, and young children as well who've been harassed, intimidated, and even also assaulted, on the streets, at home this period. COVID-19 heightened a whole lot, and it opened our eyes to the fact that we still practice certain things that are,
sort of to be done away with at this time.
Yes. So are we ready? Are we going to see a quick shift in our society, in our minds, from gender oppressiveness, where we would now start to understand that both sexes deserve to be treated with that respect? Are we going to be seeing that happen anytime soon in the country, Nigeria, in commemoration with the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence? 0817-000951 or 0810-9510-951. Send in your text messages or WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 9339 962. I think we have a couple text messages here already from some persons with regards to this particular matter. Okay, let's read some text messages first off before we take the calls coming in. This particular one is coming from David. What a coincidence. It says, good afternoon, Wealth. My name is David. With regards to gender-based violence, I think our society is not ready to do away with that. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, David. I think the phone lines are buzzing. Maybe we should take the phone lines first off and then we go back to the text messages. 95.1 FM.
Yes, greetings. Dave.
Good afternoon, Lawson.
Mr. Lawson. Yeah, greetings. Yes, Dave. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Lawson.
Yeah, good to hear your voice. I don't mind you. I always follow your show, just that I don't call.
You owe me.
But seriously, it's a serious matter. You understand, in Nigeria. Yes, especially the rape. Most Nigerian men cannot see a woman and remove their eyes. What they think of, you understand, is how they can have that woman. It is terrible, really. A woman comes here gently, she discusses, she talks to him. What they are thinking is how they can have that woman. You understand? It is wrong. And the worst part of it is, especially the rape cases, when they commit this violence against the women, the females, they will not go and quickly see how they can arrange and get out of court settlement, make out of court settlement arrangement. The police too will be in a hurry and all that for somebody that is supposed to go to jail.
So how do we change this narrative?
It is difficult because this thing is even done by people, you understand, at the top. That's the problem. A man, he owns an hotel, a big man, and then he gets some people, even a copper, walking in the hotel. The next thing, he pushed her in and then raped her. You understand? And because he's a big man, all of those things were kept quiet until suddenly this same man, you understand, went and then criticized some top level people, and that was when the matter came up. and they followed it up, and he was detained for a long time. So it is difficult, you understand, for people, because both those in the high level, in the low level, are all doing this kind of thing.
Okay.
You understand? Yes, they are all doing it. Look at the other man, he's a senator, and then he went to a sex shop.
Yeah.
And then, yes, and molest a lady. So when you look at it, it's difficult. A man here, he's working in the bank. A lady, she's qualified everything to take over. You know what he told her? I just don't want to mention the bank and the name. I have you can never get this job. Until I have you can't get this job. And because the lady was a very decent woman and all that, she wasn't desperate. She had to walk away.
All right, then.
You understand? She had to walk away. Even the husbands, most of them, sometimes, yes, it's there that, yes, anytime your husband wants, give to him. Anytime the wife wants, give to her and all that. But most men, sometimes the lady is not really interested.
Mm-hmm.
But they will compel her. You understand? It is very wrong.
All right,
so for me, you understand, it's like those ones that have been caught, this out of court settlement, is what I want government to stop.
Okay.
Those that are making the law, yes, there should be no out of court settlement for people, you understand, who have committed violence against women, especially rape.
All right,
there should be no this out of court settlement. That is what is reigning now. They will commit the crime and all that, and then at the end they bring some money, they discuss with the victim, and then the police will also come in, make the arrangement, and then they settle out of court, and the man walks free. It is wrong. So, yes, I feel that the law should not allow for out of court settlement, especially serious violence against women. They should not allow that. So, for me, they should come up with the legislation that will stop the out of court. Because when people start going to jail, I feel that is when they will learn one or two lessons.
All right, then.
But because nobody is going to jail, nobody is learning any lessons. So, out of court settlement should be stopped when it comes to violence against women. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lawson, for that particular contribution. Now, before we go on to further take some more calls on this particular matter, he mentioned something very serious, which is out of court settlement.
Yeah.
You know, we've had several cases of where we have victims wanting to the perpetrators of the problem wanting to compensate the victims, and then that doesn't stop them from doing it again, because now nobody has been punished for the first crime, and then you think it is normal, and then they have the thoughts in their head that whenever it happens, they would now compensate the victim, and the families of the victim probably allows for this to happen. All right, so we lost both calls there. Sorry for that. 0817-0000951 or 0810-951-0951. Please do send in your text messages or WhatsApp messages to the number 0701-9339-962. Let's talk about rape. Let's talk about gender violence. Now, we have cases, lots of cases here in the country where we have a situation where the woman, being that she is a lady, you know, is taught to always hide and stay quiet whenever something like this happens.
Yeah.
Even your parents tell you,
don't come out.
Don't tell your
say
friends about
things.
this. Don't tell your friends about it. Nobody should hear this outside the house. And you wonder how we are going to stop this. So do you think that with the way that we are, how religious and cultural we can be with certain issues like this, do you think that we'll be able to end this menace of gender violence? 95.1 FM. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Chukwemeka. I'm calling from Port Harcourt here.
You're welcome, Chukwemeka.
Honestly, the topic, the issue being discussed is a very serious matter, in my opinion. And I think enough has not been done regarding this because of maybe the way the policy is not being implemented, or people who offend, one way or the other, getting away with it, like you guys are rightly said there. But I think the most important aspect of this issue on how to handle it should be parents, because there's this mentality that young men grew up with, in their homes. There are treatment, there are certain things a woman is forbidden to do, and then the guys are allowed to go ahead and go up and do whatever they like. Like in my own house, I remember my father a mother saying to especially my father saying to the girls, men don't get pregnant, so you can't compare yourself with with the boys. And I think that if we handle this thing in a proper way from home, letting everyone know that you have to treat and respect a woman, that will go a long way. You understand? I'm not, two people committing the same crime and then you're seeing the woman, you are letting the guy go off simply because he's a man and the other one is a boy. I think that we should start from our homes.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for your contribution. Beautiful one anyway. Thank you so very much. Let's move on to the next person. 95.1 FM.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Your name and where you're calling from?
I'm Noble from Lagos.
You're welcome, Noble.
I'm sorry, I don't really want to talk about the issue. I just want observation. When people pick a call, give us time to solve because other people always on the line.
All right,
Sometimes
thank you very much. Thank you. If the person hasn't made his or her point completely, I cannot cut the person off. But thank you very much. Let's move on so we can listen to other people since you don't want to contribute on the matter on ground. All right, thank you very much, Noble. And as I said, if somebody calls in and is making sense with what they're saying, I can't cut them halfway. Unless you're not making sense, that's when I will cut you off. And even when I try to help you out or bring you back in line and you're not following, what I have to do is cut you off. It's simple as it sounds, okay? We're talking about gender-based violence, and we're talking about the fact that our homes, our culture, sort of promotes a lot of these things. Our families find it very difficult to train the male, the man child or the boy child to respect the woman. We have situations where, statements like this are made. He's a man, he can get away with that. He's a man, he can do that. She's a lady, don't allow her to do that. You understand? You make him from childhood understand that he has some sort of sophisticated power over the woman, right? And then that way, he no longer understands that he has to respect the female child. And now the female child becomes nothing but object to him. Now, it's not being feminist. It's actually stating the obvious because we see a lot of... I just received a text message from someone talking about the fact that he thinks or she thinks that the problem about women coming out to talk about being raped in their marriages is nonsense. I just read that message now. I didn't read it out. It's coming from one Mary Adewala. And I'm asking myself, is this somebody that should understand the need for consent? I mean, you are married to this lady, isn't it? You're married to this woman, and you're not supposed to have mutual understanding as to when the both of you want to have, intercourse together. And then you find people coming up with this kind of things.
That goes to show you. That goes to show you the thought
and then you're
pattern
wondering how we're going to change the society
how many people would still think the same way? How
many children, if you have female children, I'm pretty sure this is what you teach them, and that's why you find out that these women know nothing other than this.
Yeah.
I mean, you find out that you go to certain places and the young child tells you that she's just here to get married, and that's all. Her life is just centered around that.
And their kids.
And then we're looking at a situation where we have equal growth and development coming from both gender. And then Lawson also mentioned something that is quite important that I'm also going to reiterate again. The fact that we have a lot of women that come out to tell you, I have a friend as well who has issues with the place where she's working. Her boss will not let her drink water and drop cup.
Always objecting, objectifying
always trying
her.
to objectify her. And then when you talk to certain, when you come up and you're talking to your friends about this particular issue, one of your friends will now open her mouth and say something like, what do you always wear to work? And you wonder, what line of thought is that? What about other women that cover themselves from head to toe and they still get raped? So a lot of these problems, how are we going to shift from this line of thought? How are we going to end this kind of things in our society? Nigeria, for one, has so much inclination to culture. Some things they feel is sacred. It is the man's right. He's supposed to lord over the woman. I am not here to say don't lord over your wife. I am simply stating that while you are doing that, you also understand that this person has feelings, has thoughts, and should at least be given some sort of respect and
fair hearing. Now, I would like to point out the fact of, always objectifying people. You see a very good looking, young man, and you see a very good looking young lady, and you feel like you could do what you want to do with them and go scot-free. Before they get what they want to get, you have to be in some way compensated by some means.
And we also have women who subjugate women as well.
Yes.
I mean, we have women who would also tell you that if your husband doesn't beat you, that means he's cheating on you.
Are you okay?
That means something is wrong
Some
in the
people
marriage.
actually feel that a man demonstrates his
love,
uttermost love for a woman by putting her in line. That's the word they will use, putting her in line once in a while. And you can never tell to the extent at which that putting in line might take you. One of these days, it might just land you somewhere in the emergency unit, and that's the actual putting in line. So what are we saying? The narrative, it's a thought pattern, it's a mindset. We need a mind shift. Women can. Women should be. Women have the right to. If this person doesn't want to consent to your request, the person has a right to decline, whether married or not. Men who indulge in this kind of acts should be persecuted by the law. Men who are being objectified by other women, it will shock you to know that some men go through lots of things in their place of work. They go through hell. They can't go beyond that level because some boss somewhere is telling him, look, you just have to gratify me on this particular issue, and then you go further. So if these people are persecuted, like Lawson pointed out, if it's so obvious, I mean, we see these things on blogs on a daily basis. We have repeated occurrences over there in the West where females are the ones who even are predominant in this kind of offenses. You have them raping younger boys and everything. So if we have them
it still happens here in Nigeria.
Yeah, so
no doubt. If
you have them being persecuted, and then that registered sex offenders list being published, this person knows you can't. In fact, once you're there, you know you can't compete or vie for any governmental position. Everybody knows you're a registered sex offender. It is written and it is obvious. Nobody will want to have that kind of stigma, so they would come to their right senses. They would think before they act.
All right, so let me quickly take some text messages before I take some calls. I've been ignoring those for quite some time now because there's still a lot that one has to say about this matter. This one says, good afternoon to you all. I'm Ebere Njoye from PH. Let the truth be told. Gender inequality and violence is merely committed by those at the top. But the best solution is to have the fear of God and respect women. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll just go to WhatsApp now and see your messages there as well. This one says, good afternoon, Wealth. I think that men should be taught to respect women just as much as the women taught to respect men. Thank you very much for that one. This other one says, good PM, Wealth, talking about gender violence and inequality. I do think that if the government has laws in ground that would ensure that all offenders are being prosecuted, then in the end of the day, we would have a reduction in such crimes and offenses. Let me go back to the SMS portals. This one says, Wealth, mothers should send their daughters to me. Okay, sorry. Sorry. The message wasn't complete, and now it just came in. I saw mothers should send their daughters to me, and I was shocked.
Already.
Sorry about that. But it says, Wealth, mothers send their daughters to meet men to bring money. Women set men up when they ask for something from them and can't achieve them, let alone under rape case. Take an oath. Okay. This message is, I don't know, something. Can you resend this particular message? But he mentioned something that I'm going to address before I go to take any call. Mothers sending their children. I mentioned something earlier. We have families, parents indulging this kind of attitude. First of all, it moves from having your parents tell you that you should be a
sole provider for yourself, or you should contribute.
No. It moves from parents teaching their younger girls to always be, try to be quiet, hide yourself. If this happens, don't tell anybody, only come and tell me. And when you tell your parents about this, what you hear is sorry, don't worry, don't wear that kind of cloth again, don't go to that place again.
Talk about
You
it.
put that fear. If you as the first person, your parents do not believe you when you come back home with cases of molestation, harassment, especially on the street, then who do you talk to again? That's why we have a large number of victims who have not come out to express themselves on the issue on ground. And then we also have cases where parents actually use their children as objectified beings. We have parents that ask their children to go source for funds for themselves.
And that's where it turns to sheer wickedness.
We have parents that tell their girl child, look for rich man and follow so that he can take care of your bills and take care of your siblings and take care of
misery.
Yes.
That's where it's sheer wickedness, because
So do we think that with the way we think, with the way that our thought pattern is being aligned, do you think that we would be able to leave this particular narrative that we have right now, where women are mostly objectified and are being assaulted, raped, molested, harassed on a daily basis? And as I mentioned earlier, you cannot begin to count how many women and how many persons came out during this lockdown period to talk about the fact that they have been one way or the other assaulted in their homes. I mean, this period when husbands and wives, stay in the house together 24/7, no job. Some of them have lost their job. They shift their stress and frustration to hitting their wives. You have to answer my every other. The woman doesn't have a voice or anything to say with regards to this matter.
What I feel is, like I said, the intentionality of the narrative to be shifted itself. Are we willing, or should we just wait for it to just decline and get into an very, very obvious state of no return? Like everything can just happen, like it happens in some southern
and
countries in
sincerest
Africa.
apologies. We haven't been able to take any calls because the phone lines are having issues. So let's try this one more time. 95.1 FM.
Hello.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good day. This is a wife Roma calling from Rumodo.
You're welcome.
Yes. You see, this issue is a very, very, very important issue. And what I am seeing, this thing cannot stop because the devil has taken over the life of human being in this earth. But before this thing will stop, let the women, you see where women, what we were wearing? Church and preaching, preach to stop this. No way. The women will come and wear something, will wear something, it will bring
So they should be harassed because they wear something. Okay. What about the ones that wear things completely on their body? Are they not still molested and harassed? But anyway, thank you very much. I would just read this text message or WhatsApp message and then I would let Wisdom carry on. This one says, good day, Wealth and Dave. I have a mixed feeling with respect to Nigeria being ready to do a deadly blow to gender-based violence. Whereas I think that one, Nigeria may be on its way to dealing with gender-based violence with legislation recently made to that effect, and two, the fear that the war against gender-based violence may be watered down and the readiness of the federal government to deal with this issue, considering that Senator Abel may not be made to face trial for the violence he perpetrated, having defected to the party where criminality is said to be covered. I think that government should take the trials of offenders as priority. And that's coming from Onyawaji Fine Face in Ngo Town. Thank you very much. I can't read any more messages, but that's how we're going to close the curtains. Today's Sports Life comes up next. It was Dave and Wealth Wilson.
Did you just want to just do that right now?
All right, just stay tuned anyway.
Let's talk football. Let's talk football.
What a devastating strike!
Football is a leisure game.
Sports is actually my job.
Football is boring.
That's not true. It's way more important than that.
What a wonderful goal! Fantastic strike!
As far as I'm concerned, sports is all about passion.
Sports Attack, weekdays 7:30 a.m. and Today's Sports Live 3 p.m. Weekends 1 p.m. to 6 p.m.
For all you need to know in the world of sports, leave the dial on Today 95.1 FM.
Hello, my name is Kanwanko aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Hello, my name is Kanwanko aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
And it's Kanwanko right now. Kanwanko moving the ball from the central midfield. Oh no, Kanwanko crosses over to Jejo Kocha and it's a goal!
What is this magic? I need that magic.
Updates, yeah. Oh yeah, baby, see I is a go. Sangalo is a go. Shana Wale is a go. Escobar is a go. Toros is a go. Naira Mali is a go. Olosho is a go. Zainadin is a go. 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 Ongo is a go. Oh, this is a go. Is a go. Is a go. Is a go. Jerry Wale is a go. Whoa, this is a go. Malosun, this is a go. How much you want better? This is a go. Bado pass the ball, this is a go. Away match is a go. Refitika is a go. Forward, Bewale is a go. So what if it's penalty is a go? Go. Ibo Pekam is a go. Cashels is a go. YBNA is a go. Nigeria is a go. Demons is a go. Imaka is a go. Besenudia is a go. Pa enemy Tobabe is a go. Kiri up is a go. Shaku Shaku is a go. Loju Titi is a go. Paronue is a go. Tembotus is a go. Chilao is a go. Skiborobo is a go. Skibaraba is a go. Oh yeah, baby, Sia is a go. Sangalo is a go. Shana Wale is a go. Escobar is a go. Toros is a go. Naira Mali is a go. Olosho is a go. Zainadin is a go. 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 Ongo is a go. Oh, this is a go. Is a go. Is a go. Is a go. Jerry Wale is a go. Yagi Levu is a go. Back to back is a go. Still your wife is a go. Smoke up, Alariwo is a go. Jayela is a go. Mama Meji is a go. Mama Meta is a go. In fact, Wankana is a go. Kadita Lat is a go. Dagoru is a go. Tata Disho is a go.
Well, a beautiful afternoon to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live, a Thursday edition, and it's still your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM, right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. My name is Wisdom Obina, and well, somehow today I'll be kicking it a little bit alone, but it promises to be an exciting time. On the menu today, we'll be talking about, well, the Nigerian Women Football League. Now, some teams have been disqualified, and the big question is, how many teams are remaining? And it's even funny when you realize the fact that they want to do a proper league, not an abridged league like they normally do in the past. But that's not the highlights of today's show. It has to be the man who donned the number 10 jersey like he probably was born with it. Diego Armando Maradona. Well, Andre Villas-Boas has actually come out to say that they should dedicate the number 10 jersey. They should retire the jersey. Football should retire the jersey on behalf of Diego Armando Maradona. The Napoli Stadium renamed already.
the airports and what have you. Things changing already to that name, Diego Armando Maradona Stadium and all that and all that. And Andre Villas-Boas is saying, come on, change the name of, or maybe retire the jersey, the number 10 jersey, at least to pay solidarity to what Diego Armando Maradona did for football. UEFA Champions League was on yesterday. Yes, some teams continued in their quest for a qualification to the next round of the UEFA Champions League. The Europa League comes up today. You know, some people call it the underprivileged Champions League or something like that, or the Schoolboys Champions League. For those who did not meet up, but I like to respect the teams there because it's also a very serious competition. So for the teams who did not meet up with the, you know, they did not finish well on the table, they are the ones that attend the Europa League. We'll be expecting some games from there. We'll be talking about that. This and a whole lot more will be coming your way on the show this afternoon. It promises to be exciting. Get your phones up and, of course, send in your text messages. For SMS or WhatsApp, it's 0701 9339 962. I'll take it again. 0701 9339 962. On Twitter, we are Today FM 951. That is at Today FM 951. Or you can copy me. My handle is at wisdom_OB. That is at wisdom_OB. Phone lines will be opened in due time for you to air your opinions real time here on the show. But for now, let's say pay some tributes to the legendary Diego Armando Maradona.
Chelsea has conceded and the Tongans in trouble.
So far away from, so far away from, when everything we used to say was wrong is now alright. Where has the time gone? Where has the time gone? If you're ever feeling lonely, if you're ever feeling down, you should know you're not the only one, 'cause I feel it with you now. When the world is on your shoulders and you're falling to your knees, oh please, you know love will set you free.
You know, there are a few areas that define a man, like sports.
I think we can live with that.
All right, well, we'll come to Armando Maradona in a bit. Save your tributes and what have you. I'm sure lots of them. I'm already seeing some messages here already about Armando Maradona. But you just tell me when I get to talk about him. We'll start off with the NWPFL. But just prepare for me. Maybe think about it a little bit. What was the highlight for you when it comes to the life and career of Diego Maradona? Was it his playing days? Was it his behavior on and off the pitch? Was it his mannerism? Was it his coaching career? You let us know. But for now, let's start off with Nigerian Women Football League, where Sunshine Queens, Dream Stars, Ibom Angels, Adamawa Queens, and Heartland Queens will play no part in the 2020-2021 Nigerian Women Football League Premiership after they were booted out of the top flight yesterday. Now, the NWFL Chief Operating Officer Faith Ben Anuge said all 5 clubs have been relegated from the top tier for failing to meet the deadline for players' licensing and registration for the new season. NWFL Chairperson Aisha Falode had warned that clubs which failed to completely adhere with all COVID-19 protocols, club and players' licensing, medicals and insurance would face stiff sanctions ahead of the start of the 2020-2021 NWFL season. The start of the league has been set tentatively for Wednesday, 9th December. And fixtures, NWFL Premiership season. We hereby write to inform you of clubs licensed and eligible to participate in the upcoming NWFL 2020-2021 Premiership season, Anoge said. Consequently, clubs not listed like Sunshine Queens, Dream Stars FC, Ibom Angels, Adamawa Queens FC, and Heartland Queens FC are automatically disqualified and relegated to participate in the NWFL Championship season. Now, as funny as it might sound, it is what it is. Now, for the teams who are very ever present or who have been ever present in Nigerian Women Football League, the likes of Ibom Angels, even Heartland Queens, those whose record do speak for them, it would be funny not to see them take part in this season's Nigerian Women Football League. But the big question is this. Should we continue like the Holy Books and the Holy Grail will say? Should we continue in sin that grace may abound? Now, most times when it comes to club licensing, we see teams are forgiven. Oh, we have to forgive you people, or you patch up a little bit. But Aisha Falode is saying, no, you don't meet up, you stay off. For now, even if we are going to have 3 teams that would be part of the league, it's better we have only just 2 or 3 than we have all these lots of teams and names, and at the end of the day we are not getting quality in the league. And I think I will quote her what she actually said concerning this one. Said the level of compliance, we are very happy as we speak now. 10 clubs have complied. This was on Tuesday. If it's 10 that are ready to do women football, we will run with the 10. It's not about the number anymore, but it's about the quality. It's about what you give back. Football is not charity. If you can't fund it, you have no business being on it. So if it's the 10 that are ready, in fact, the deadline has passed, but some are pleading, give us 3 more days, and we don't want to be hard on them. We're going to allow them, but if we don't get the compliance needed, we will run with the 10. So we'll see. This is Nigeria, they say at times. Maybe things could change at some point. Things might change. But we know one problem we've had here in the league, both in the Nigerian Professional Football League, that's for the male category, and of course, even the Nigerian women football, is the place of proper structure. Licensing of players, COVID-19 protocols is a new one now on the ground. Medical and health insurance. I mean, we can't forget so soon what happened to Rangers. Now, the fact that players were insured really helped. I mean, the family got about 20 million naira at the end of the day when the club striker was actually killed or died in an accident because of the insurance scheme put in place readily by the state. So we've gone past days when football was just run because we wanted to just play football. Oh, gather 12, 10, 11 players from 2 sides and play. It needs to be seen as a business. So I don't know. If you look at the strides taken by Aisha Falode, it looks like a no-nonsense one. Even if, as I said, we'll wait to see what would happen in the coming days pertaining this declaration that these teams, because if you look at the names now, Sunshine Queens, big names when it comes to the Nigerian Women Football League. Dream Stars, they're here and there, but of course we also know that they could give it a good run give you a good run for your money anytime, any day. Ibom Angels, another side I know for sure that have been here for a while. Adamawa Queens, another brilliant team from the north, and of course Heartland Queens. But they are disqualified from participating in the league. They said, but we'll wait and see. Now, organizers had decided to do away with the 2-group formats. That's another part of the discussion. Now, there's a true 2-group format. There was, in the past, we used to have a 2-group format where teams are divided into 2 pools of 8 along geographic zones, with the champions decided by a Super 4 playoff tournament. But they are moving. They want to move on now and have a proper league and not geographic zone A and zone B. Then you do those Super 4 playoffs and what have you. They want to move on a little bit. Now, the 2020-2021 NWFL Premiership will also provide Nigeria's representatives for the newly instituted CAF Women's Champions League, which kicks off next year. It's actually important we send our best teams. Will this help us or will it actually break us? Because we already know the other teams, Bayelsa Queens, Rivers Angels. I mean, Rivers Angels, we are the pride of the country when it comes to successes. Even if we know there's a certain Pelican stars, but they don't star as much as they used to do in the past these days. But then again, whoever comes out of this one, or the set of teams that would be coming out tops, will be qualifying for the inaugural CAF Women's Champions League that kicks off next year. So it's important we get things right. It's important. I'll open the phone lines in due time. But meanwhile, you can send in your thoughts on 0701 9339 962. It doubles as the WhatsApp portal is 0701 9339 962. Let's talk about Diego Armando Maradona. I wanted to play a sad song, but it's already sad enough. Let me not even make it worse. All right, FIFA should retire the number 10 shirt from the game to honor Argentine great Diego Maradona. Marseille manager Andre Villas-Boas has said. Now, Maradona on Wednesday at his home in Argentina died after suffering a heart attack, according to reports. The Argentine was regarded as one of the greatest players of all time, with fans in Argentina referring to him as El Dios, which means God, the God. But he's also a play on words on his number 10 shirt, El Diez. Now, Maradona's former club, Napoli, have not used the number 10 shirt since 2000 as a mark of respect for the player who guided them to several trophies. And Villas-Boas said World Football Governing Body FIFA should also pay tribute by withdrawing the number. Maradona, yes, it is tough news. I would like FIFA to retire the number 10 shirt in all competitions for all teams, Villas-Boas told reporters after Marseille's 2-0 Champions League defeat by Porto. It would be the best homage we could do for him. He's an incredible loss for the world of football. FIFA has previously, that's on quote, FIFA has previously said it would not allow Argentina to dispense with the number. Well, the big question is this: has he done enough to probably gain that much that would retire the number 10 jersey in his favor? Okay, Emeka Dena joins us here this afternoon, and I just want to get his thoughts on, of course, the matters we've talked about and the big one involving Diego Armando Maradona. Emeka, good afternoon to you.
Superman, good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to our listeners on the show this afternoon.
All right, Emeka, let me just throw you in quickly. The NWFL, some teams are on the verge of not being part of it. And according to the statement put out by the NWFL, they are saying Sunshine Queens, Dream Stars, Ibom Angels, Adamawa Kings, and Heartland Queens might just not be part of this season's NWFL. And that means that they will not have the opportunity to fight for continental places.
Superman, I will take it up from one of your comments earlier. You said this is Nigeria. We have seen stranger things than this happen in this country. It's a very bold statement if Aisha Falade and her board will eventually, stick to their guns. But, I recall like 6 years ago or so when Ndoka Yaraba was still chairman of the league management company. He also came out to say if it's only 4 teams that meet the requirement of playing in the NPFL, that he will play the league. That's not the case. We all know that that was not the case. Even though all the teams that play in the league did not meet up, the club license regulations and all that. I won't be surprised if some of these teams mentioned, these are high-profile teams, Sunshine Queens, Ibom Angels, Adamawa Queens from the north, go behind and eventually say, okay, we are sorry, we didn't meet up, we are now ready to register and all that. And they are also given the go-ahead to eventually play in the league later. I won't be surprised if that happens. But if Aisha Falade and her board eventually, throw away these teams from the NWPL, then it will be a very bold statement. It will indicate that to. But these teams have defaulted. They didn't meet up with the registration deadline, and as a matter of fact, they've been thrown out, we are told. But let's wait and see. In the coming days, the league is scheduled to start on the 9th of December. Let's see whether between now and then anything will change. I don't see Sunshine Queens, Ibom Angels, and Adama Queens playing lower league football. Atlant Queens can manage that. They are not one of those big traditional teams, even Green Stars. But if you talk of in the past 10 seasons in the Women League, so you will say Sunshine Queens have not won anything. But they have played in the FA Cup final. Ibom Angels have equally done quite well themselves. So I don't think at the end of the day, they will be forced out of the league just like that. They will not go down without fighting. Let's see how it pans out there. And it will be a very good thing if at the end of the day, these teams, due to their inability to register when they are supposed to, are eventually thrown out to serve as a deterrent to others. Let's start doing things professionally in this country for once.
All right, Emeka, let's move on to talk about Maradona. The less I will say about him now, the better. But let me allow you to do us the honors. Now, but the big deal is there's a talk of FIFA retiring the number 10 jersey in just maybe for the sake of Maradona. He has done a lot for football. He redefined maybe the number 10 from his own points, his own angle. Maybe we actually just retired the number 10 jersey for him. The man championing this one, nice, Andre Villas-Boas, was saying FIFA should actually go that direction. But first, Emeka, how would you sum up the life and times of Maradona? And do you think maybe we should actually just retire the number 10 jersey because of him or what he's done?
Superman, let's talk about the life and time of Maradona first before talking about the possibility of retiring the famous number 10 jersey. Maradona he had a very glorious career in terms of achievements on the field of play. With club, he excelled with Napoli. That's where he made his name, no doubt. In 1982, when he moved from Boca Juniors to Barcelona, he broke the world transfer record then at £3 million in 1982. That was 38 years ago in 1982. Today, clubs are still signing players for £3 million. In fact, no Nigerian player has been signed for £3 million from the MPFL out of this country. No Nigerian player has done that. So that's to tell you, that's 38 years ago. Maradona moved from Boca Juniors to Barcelona. 2 years later, he also smashed the world record again when he moved from Barcelona to Napoli. For £5 million there. And when he arrived in Napoli, the club had not won anything at all.
Exactly.
But he was able to engineer them to 2 league titles, one UEFA Cup, and eventually, one Italian Cup. So, the history of that club is not complete with Maradona. And if you talk of club football, he did well with Napoli, achieving lots of success. That's why he's so glorified and revered over there in Naples. Then for national team, today we are talking about Ronaldo and Messi not being able to win the World Cup. But Maradona more or less single-handedly in 1986 engineered that
Argentine team
to the title. Nobody forgets the quarter-final fixture against England. The English are still angry till date. How he was able to, score first with the hand of God goal. Let's say the hand of God goal was a fluke or perhaps was not supposed to be. How about the second goal in that encounter where he took the ball from the Argentina half of the pitch and beats virtually all the players on the on the English side and eventually slotted home past Peter Shilton in goal for England. Nobody disputes that goal. Till date, that's the greatest ever World Cup goal. Go and check the history. It's only second to the goal scored by the Saudi Arabia player Saeed Ouairan against Belgium in the 1994 World Cup finals. So at the end of the day, Maradona made his name for both club and country on the field of play. He was also up against our own Nigeria in 1994. That was after he even led Argentina to the final again in 1990, where they narrowly lost to Germany in Italy. But of course, after the pitch, he is a very storied career too as well when they talk about the incidents here and there, drug addiction, cocaine addiction, and what have you, heart problems here and there, weight, obesity, and what have you. Now, Maradona was also a very controversial figure. Let's not forget. In fact, in 1994, he was thrown out of the World Cup after playing against Nigeria because he was tested positive for ephedrine, a performance-enhancing drug at the time. At the end of the day, 3 years later, he retired from the game. His coaching career was also nothing to write home about, so to say. He was with Argentina in 2008 to 2010 after the World Cup exit in South Africa, where they were hammered 4-0 by Germany, he decided to eventually leave the position there. But that being said, let's look at, when they say, in this part of the world, we don't usually speak evil of the dead, otherwise, Maradona, for the good reasons, he made football, very, very attractive till date.
All right.
His exploits in 1986, that was when I started following football keenly. Okay. I still remember that quarter-final game against, England, and the final itself against Germany, where they won 3-2. He didn't score in the final, but it was the mix of things. Everything they did right late that day, he was there. And at the end of the day, Argentina will forever remember him. Trust me, Messi will go with all the records, with all the goals and what have you. But in Argentina, Maradona is more loved than any other player in the world. Messi himself inclusive. So at the end of the day, he's a great hero. And they're talking about retiring the jersey number 10. I think that is asking for too much, if you ask me. It's asking for too much. I mean, it means anywhere in the world, nobody's permitted to use number 10 again. Pele also used number 10 while playing, let's not forget. The legendary Pele also played with number 10. And if you look at World Cup history, Pele achieved more than Maradona.
Yeah.
Pele won 3 World Cups.
Exactly.
He won his first as a 17-year-old in 1958 out there in Sweden. Maradona won only one World Cup. Pele won 3 World Cups. So FIFA, rates Maradona higher. Even though when the poll was conducted by FIFA themselves for the player of the century, Maradona edged that one, even though FIFA had to eventually, adjust the rules so that those two were recognized as the 2 best players of the century. Maradona was a fan favorite. A lot of all of this generation saw Maradona, but a lot of us did not see Pele play in the 50s and 60s and 70s when he held sway. So that's why, but that being said, I think Andre Villas-Boas is asking for too much. FIFA don't usually retire numbers in the competition. And we have said it. Some countries would have retired some numbers, but when they go to international football, they still use those numbers as a way of registration for the team. Because from number 1 to number 23, when you go to FIFA senior competitions, they are all recognized there. So I don't see that eventually happening. There are better ways of honoring the man Maradona. You talked about naming airports after him, naming certain institutions after him. Even in his native Argentina, there's a 3 days national mourning declared yesterday by the president of the country. Which will end there maybe by tomorrow. So we can honor the man in some other ways, but not completely taking away the number from the football franchise, as it were.
All right, Emeka, thank you so much. Let's switch on and get to hear from you. You've heard the analysis and all that. I'll reel out some statistics about the man in case you don't know too much about him, because most of us born in this newer generation did not even watch him play, except you watch old videos. I mean, if you're under 35, I doubt if you really saw this man play very well. Now, if you saw the best of him and not maybe the twilight or maybe towards the end of his career. But let's get to hear from you. The phone line's open, 0817 0000951. 0810 9510 951. For the text message portal is 0701 9339 962. Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon.
Hello, Superman.
Hey, Eto, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
I greet you.
Thank you. Andre Villas-Boas, I know, is our best man that we'll ever remember as the best coach for Chelsea. But for him,
that's according to you.
No problem. As for that comment, I disagree with you.
Okay.
How can you say that if you retire number 10 jersey from your world?
All right. All right.
So that the can do it. I even up to them to remove it from Messi now and keep it. To remove it. No. Yes,
but for you, Eto, what was the biggest point or highlights for you when it comes to Diego Armando Maradona's life?
I never watched it, but he just yesterday I watched the highlights after you get yesterday. I saw the expert, hand of God, and the rest. I started watching football. My first time to watch football was 1996 Atlanta. I was so small, they were patting me, pushing me on the ground. I need to follow my brother. So that was the first. So I did not usually watch him. Just yesterday, I followed him. I watched it. I couldn't sleep. All the channel yesterday, every channel was showing. I was seeing the hand of God. I normally hear about the hand of God. But yesterday I saw it against England. He do some exploit. Even when they win the match against Germany, he play everything. No, the man was by. I saw the picture yesterday. The blue. So it's too much. But they should not retire. It's not up to the extent that they should retire the number 10 jersey.
All right.
It's not all the. Thank you, bro.
All right, Hetu, thank you so much for your thoughts. Today's Sports Live, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's Wisdom. Your name and where you're calling us from?
This is Luis Figo calling from Port Harcourt.
Luis Figo, let's hear you.
Yes, I want to contribute to my own by sending my own condolences to that of the family of Ende Maradona.
Okay, we're hearing you. Go on.
And also football entirely. But for me, the opinion of retiring the number 10 jersey, for how long can they continue to be retiring all the jerseys? For me, they have another way of immortalizing this young man who has done well in the football world. That retiring because he's not supported. Because if they continue retiring, that means there will no jersey number to give to incoming players.
All right, thank you so much for your thoughts. Today's Sports Live, good afternoon.
Wisdom, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, my name is Promise and I'm calling from Elilino.
Promise, let's hear you.
Yes, I have the opportunity of watching him live in his playing days.
All right.
Yes, an incredible player, a player that can do anything with the ball. He's so massive that I find it difficult these days to see somebody who can do those things that Maradona does in the field of play. I mean, on the field of play.
Yeah.
And so, I also share with other people that jersey should not be retired, so that oncoming footballers will look up to that to perform more than, if at all, more than Maradona. That jersey number 10. So it should not be retired. It should still be there.
Okay.
And yes, we should not compare Pele and him. These people played football in various different eras. Maradona played football at a time that football was at its peak, and almost all the continents are represented in World Cups. But Pele, during his own time, I don't think some African countries, even Asia, and it was a narrow World Cup compared to how it is. And at the time, Maradona played. So he's a great player. That is why, even when FIFA conducted that, everybody, he displaced Pele. So thank you, and
all right.
I also share with the grief with the family.
All right, thank you so much for your thoughts. Okay, we would, of course, continue to get to hear from you. Phone lines acting up a little bit, but let me switch to the message. But the phone lines, okay, is back now. Today's Sports Live.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Your name and where you're calling us from?
Rampa calling from Transformer.
Let's hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, Maradona played well. But retiring the number 10 jersey is not the best. You only use it to show people the person who wore that shit, how he played. Then they will emulate that person and see whether they will play better than such a person. That is what that shit for me it is all about. So, but retiring it is not the best. You want to kill that number 10. No. And besides, Maradona played, he was playing very well, but he was on drugs. That one alone.
They didn't catch him to the later part, so don't put it like that.
Okay. Okay, but Pele is the greatest player the world has produced. It is not
That's according to you.
It's not a secret. So if you withdraw 10, withdraw 9, and maybe another person 8 or 5, then the numbers are...
It will finish.
So, yes, so the best thing is to, if you have to honor him,
all right,
check his size and know how you will honor him.
All right.
Honor him, and then allow other people
to test it.
Let those who are playing. You put people on number 9 because of speed and the striker of a person.
All right.
Striker of a person, so that they know what to do. Even as a winger, that's how we know them, is it not?
That was in the past. Things are changing these days. But thank you so much. We got your thoughts. Meanwhile, the Napoli Stadium, as I told you, has been renamed to the Diego Armando Maradona Stadium. Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What is the argument there? Napoli has already, even before it's...
Tell us your name now. Let us meet you.
My name is Madiba, my friend.
Okay.
My name is Madiba.
Madiba, welcome. Let's hear. Go ahead.
Napoli has already retired the jersey number 10. And just like your guy, what's his name? The first guy that called you.
Emeka
has said it all. In the club circle and country circle, we've seen jerseys being retired. But when it comes to international those jerseys that are retired, like Emeka said, yes, FIFA do still honor them. But as it is now, Argentina as a country can retire it. But in international competition, FIFA will still recognize it. Like I said to you, several other countries, other jerseys have been retired in the past. That's a contemplation here of retiring some of Paragy's number as well. So what is the argument that it cannot be? It cannot be.
All right, thank you so much.
To learn,
okay, thank you so much. We've gotten your thoughts. Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Superman.
Lawson, welcome.
Superman, I'm not honestly on hearing this news. I don't like it. So that man honestly got to really. He should have stayed. The fella is still living. So I don't know, but well, the truth of the matter is that you see, there's nothing in this life. Actually, it's just the memories you leave behind.
Yeah.
You left great memories there. Yes, great memory. In fact, that man can do anything with the ball, anything at all. He can do with the ball. I watched that. Then I think 1986 World Cup. I was in class 4. Those days we call it class. We don't call it SS.
Yeah.
Yeah, like your time. Yes. You just start class 1 and end in class 5. So I remember I was in class 4, and then in those days we used to come out, leave school, leave the body down, to go and watch this game. And you need that moment. Honestly, that goal, thing where he took the ball from the center, the Argentine half, and ran down to score. There is no goal, just as Emeka said. And I don't think any footballer can get that kind of moment, honestly.
All right.
You understand? So, for me, he on the field, he was too good. He was a legend.
Okay.
His problem was outside the field. Yeah, he reminds me of Mike Tyson, honestly. Mike Tyson on the ring do great things, but outside the ring, the character is nothing to write home about.
All right,
that was just his problem. That watered down a bit on his greatness. If not, that guy, honestly, I don't know.
Okay.
Yes, fella has won
3 World Cups.
But yes, the kind of things, but if you have watched him, you understand, then you will understand what I'm saying. The kind of things he does on the field of play, you understand, is nothing a second to none. So for me, he is a great player that the world has missed.
All right, thank you so much, Lawson. We've gotten your thoughts. Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon.
Oh, listening to you. How are you doing?
I'm fine, Albert. How are you today?
I'm good and fine. To be honest, I think he has done very well. Though I watched him play, it's a player that technicality and speed and everything, he has it. He has brain and everything. He knows what he will do, and Argentina, when the game is difficult for them, and he knows what he will do, and Argentina will win. And even when he won the World Cup single-handedly, and we also know that he has also won the Copa America for them. And also about the no value the idea of maybe that just should be rested, and because we knew that there are some other players that have done very well with the same jersey, and the likes of Zico, Socrates, even the Tanzania-born Portugal, Eusebio, the greatest player that has ever played in Benfica. that has done very well. They should also, they want to do that. There's also fellowship and retiring justice for those people. Understand? So I think it's a great man, and
all right,
he tried, and yes, not a fluke, and then the great man, and then so rest in peace.
Thank you so much, Albert, for your thoughts. Today's Sports Live, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Your name and wake up. Speak up a bit. We're struggling to hear you.
It's okay. I'm trying to say in essence, just to join my voice.
We're really struggling to hear you, a man from my 3. Please do call us back if you can. Let's pick one or two messages from the message portal. This one says, why will AVB say that the number 10 shirt should be retired? We all respect all his achievements and will go down as one of the greatest players of all time. Huge respect for the man that words cannot explain. RIP Diego Maradona. There are other greats, number 10s like Pele and now Messi, and the future is always brighter. This one says the number 10 should only be vacated from Argentina national team. Well, Napoli already did that in 2000. Year 2000, they actually retired the number 10 jersey too for him. Less than 11 seconds, 6 men were down, were the words of the commentator from Maradona when Maradona dribbled past 6 men, including Terry Butcher, to slot the ball into the net in the match between England and Argentina. That's coming in from Chinwe. Let's pick one or two more calls, then we'll move on to talk about the Champions League. Today's Sports Live, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is Ekine calling from Ekine.
Let's hear you, Ekine.
Seriously, I didn't see this man I didn't watch any of his game. I wasn't born by then though, but I watched a lot of his highlights even before I started playing football. But if we want to say we should retire the number 10 each year number, if it is nationwide or sorry, I say worldwide, then I disagree with that. But if it is maybe in his country or in the club which he retired, like what Napoli did, well, it's good enough. In his country, good. But no, you can't do that because people like Messi are also wearing the number 10. People like Ronaldinho wore the number 10. And in future, there are more beautiful and skillful players that will come that will still get that number 10.
All right.
Cristiano Ronaldo, for instance, when he went to Man U, he wore the number 7 jersey, and people look up to that number 7.
All right.
He gave it his best. And now, anybody who wears the number 7, they are not just looking at you as the player, but the number you wore, you must be able to give what your predecessors have done.
All right.
So if you're not able to do that, they see you to take a different number instead.
Okay.
So when you're going to wear that number 10, you know that I should be up to his level or better than.
All right, thank you so much. We've gotten your thoughts. We'll do a 1-minute silence, but before that, let me reel out some statistics for you, just in case you didn't know too much of the man Maradona. Maradona appeared in 4 successive World Cups for Argentina between the ages of 21 and 33, playing his first in 1982 before going on to represent his country in 1986. 1990 and 1994. He ended his Argentine career having made 91 appearances, and it was clear he thrived on the big stage. Nearly 1 in 4 of those caps occurred during World Cups, where he enjoyed a win record in excess of 50%. He holds the record for the most number of appearances in the competition by an Argentine player, just ahead of Javier Mascherano, who has got 20. He's got 21, and Lionel Messi, who has got 19. Maradona is one of just 3 players to captain his country in 2 different men's World Cup finals, having done so in 1990 as well as the 1986 tournament, where he stole the show. The only other 2 players to achieve the feat are Karl-Heinz Rummenigge in 1982 and 1986, and Dunga, who did so in successive tournaments after Maradona in 1994 and 1998. The exploits of Maradona in 1986 will be had to the top. He had 10 goal involvements, 5 goals and 5 assists in 7 games, and no player has done that since at a single edition of a World Cup. No other player at the tournament in Mexico managed more than 6 goals involvements, highlighting his level of superiority. Only Gabriel Batistuta, who has got 10, has scored more World Cup goals for Argentina than Maradona, who ended his international career with a total of 8. Maradona is also one of only 3 Argentina players to have scored in 3 separate World Cups in 1982, 1986, and 1994, alongside Messi, 2006, 2014, and 2018, and Batistuta, 1994, 1998, and 2002. As well as 8 goals, Maradona had 8 assists in his 21 appearances over the 4 tournaments he played in across all World Cup stage since 1966. No other players accumulated as many. When it comes to statistics now, we break it down to these days to the minutest of details. Maradona won 152 free kicks across the 4 World Cups, the most in the tournament history. That is more than twice as many fouls won by any other player, with Brazil's Jairzinho ranking second with 64. On average, he won more than 7 fouls per game in his World Cup career, or 1 every 12 minutes and 46 seconds. He was the most fouled player across 3 consecutive competitions from 1982 to 1990, with his total from 1986, 54 that is, remaining the highest single figure from one World Cup. Amazingly, his individual totals from 1990 of 50 and 1982 of 36 from just 5 games also rank individually as the second and third of all time. As well as being the most fouled player, Maradona has also provoked more cards than any other player at World Cups since yellow and red cards were first introduced in 1970. Fouls on him resulted in 12 cards being dished out ahead of Arjen Robben, who's got 11. He's got 12 now. That's Maradona is number 1 for the most in the tournament history. But time will fail me to go on and on and on and on. I could bring in more and more assist rankings. What have you? He's okay. Let me see if I can add a few. As well as forcing his opponents to pick up bookings, Maradona was also prone to being cautioned himself. He's the only player to be booked in 2 separate World Cup finals, 1986 and 1990. In the 1986 tournament, he played a part in an astonishing 56% of his team's 101 shots. He had 30 of them himself and played the final pass on 27 other occasions. He led the assist rankings with 5 at Mexico 86, and with 5 goals, he was the second behind top scorer Gary Lineker, who netted 6. We can go on and on and on about what this man has done in terms of statistics, but we just pay just a 1-minute silence to the departed and say farewell to legendary Diego Armando Maradona. All right, back to business. And of course, may the Lord grant him internal rest. Zaidou Sanusi scored his first goal for FC Porto as they beat Marseille 2-0. The Orange Velodrome to boost their chances of progressing to the last 16 of the Champions League. The 23-year-old left-back opened scoring for the visitors in the 39th minute, and Sergio Oliveira added the second for the visitors in the second half. Elsewhere, Super Eagles midfielder Frank Onyeka was on for the entire 90 minutes as FC Midtjylland remained without a win in the Champions League after they were thrashed 3-1 at Ajax in Group D. The debutants held the host to a goalless first half, but conceded thrice after the break, with Ryan Gravenberch, Nusser Mazraoui and David Neres giving Ajax a 3-0 lead. Midtjylland reduced the deficit after Awa Mabil scored a penalty to record just their second goal in the competition. The much-needed win keeps Ajax in second place on 7 points, level with Atalanta, who shocked leaders Liverpool at Anfield in the group's other game. A quick look at all the results. Group A, we had Atletico Madrid playing out a goalless draw with Lokomotiv Moscow. Bayern Munich, they beat RB Salzburg 3-1. That one ended. Robert Lewandowski, Kingsley Coman, and of course, Leroy Sané, who came in as a substitute, the goal scorers. Borussia Mönchengladbach beat Shakhtar Donetsk 4-0. And Inter Milan at home at the Giuseppe Meazza, they lost to Real Madrid Goals from Eden Hazard, who scored from the penalty spot, and former Real Madrid man Ashraf Hakimi. Okay. Olympiacos lost to Manchester City by 1-0. The lone goal in that game coming in from Phil Foden in the 36th minute. Ajax beat Midtjylland, as I told you, 3-1. Liverpool lost to Atalanta 2-0 at home. They were beaten at home, and it really opens up a lot in that group. And Josip Ilicic is back, and he's back with a bang. He's strong now, fit after the issues. But he scored the opening goal before Robin Gosens in just 4 minutes. They got those 2 goals. And what does the group look like for Liverpool? Well, 9 points for Liverpool, 7 for Ajax, 7 for Atalanta. Midtjylland are the weeping boys of that group. They've got 0 points. Well, tonight we'll be having the UEFA Europa League. Let me just run through the fixtures. Then we'll get to talk about things and get to hear from you. CSK Sofia will be up against Young Boys in Group A. CFR Cluj would also take up Roma. Group B will see Molde come up against Arsenal. That game comes up by 6:55 Nigerian time. Dundalk will be up against Rapid Vienna. Bayer Leverkusen will take on Hapoel Beersheva. Nice will be up against Slavia Prague. Rangers will take on Benfica. Standard Liège will be up against Lech Poznan. And in Group E, Granada will take on Omonia Nicosia. PSV and Eindhoven will be up against PAOK Thessaloniki. AZ Alkmaar will take on Real Sociedad. SSC Napoli will take on Rijeka. It's unclear if Osimhen would even be part of the squad for that one. Talk more of playing. IK Athens will take on Zoria. SC Braga will take on Leicester City in Group G. In Group H, we'll see Lille come up against AC Milan. Sparta Prague will take on Celtic. Maccabi Tel Aviv will take on Villarreal with Samuel Chukwueze. The coach is saying he's still playing for us, Omo. We are not thinking about him leaving. That's the most important thing right now. Karabag will take on Sivasspor. Group J will see Lask come up against Royal Antwerp. Tottenham Hotspur will be up against Ludogorets Razgrad. CSK Moscow will be up against Feyenoord. Wolfsberger will take on Dinamo Zagreb. Ghent will be up against Venus Vesda in Group L. And Slovan Liberec will take on Hoffenheim. I spent time ruling out all those fixtures so that it won't be like I left one for the other. I did not show them some respect. But of course, the Champions League did take place yesterday. As I told you, Inter Real Madrid was like the biggest game of the night. Real Madrid did beat Inter at home successfully, 2-0. The Los Blancos are smiling at the end of the day. That group is still not yet closed at all. It's still open at the moment. Borussia Mönchengladbach are on top with 8 points. Real Madrid are second with 7 points. Shakhtar Donetsk are third with 4 points. Inter Milan are fourth with 2 points. That is the group, man. That's the group where fire might fall towards the last day of the games. 0817 0000951 0810 951 951. For the text message portal is 0701 9339 962. We've talked about the Champions League and, of course, the UEFA Europa League. Today's Sports Live, good afternoon.
Hello, Superman.
Eto, welcome.
Thank you. I normally pity Arsenal. I don't know the reason why. Because when these big boys they fall back, it's Arsenal they will use it as a whipping boys in Europa. I normally pity them. I pray for them to come out where big boys are so that they will not become a whipping boys.
Papa, your prayer has been answered. You are the anointed prophet. Okay, we lost that one. Do keep your calls coming through. 0817 00951 0810 Well, this message says Maradona was a man among men in the entire world. That any smart motion, action, or cruel behavior was named Maradona. Thus, he has his nature. We knew he wouldn't last, but he was a genius. I am Madison from Thai. Madison, thank you for this beautiful message. Any smart motion, action, or cruel behavior was named Maradona. He was an incredible man, really. A genius, really. But we'll definitely delve more into the character of the man in the coming days. Phone lines acting up a bit, but of course, keep your calls coming through. 0817 0000951 0810 951 0951. From the... Okay, before I get to the WhatsApp portal, let me return to the phone lines. Today's Sports Live.
listen, I think Albert.
Quickly, Albert, quickly, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I'm so delighted with the performance of Atlanta, you understand? And, the average side, I think they have a better coach who has to do and will continue and make them useful. You see where they are. I think a great coach. He has done very well with the side. I think they will qualify in that group.
Okay.
Second.
We would see. Thank you so much, Albert, for your thoughts. And we move to the text message portal. This one says, good afternoon, guys. May the soul of Diego Maradona rest in peace. May we get footballers that will exceed his achievements, but devoid of his controversies. Uche Donaldson from Port Harcourt. Let's return to the phone lines. Today's Sports Life. Hello. Okay. Well, we lost that one again. Let's get back to the WhatsApp portal. This one says, good afternoon, Wisdom. For me, the Diego Maradona moment that stood out has to be that hand of God goal scored against England. It beats my imagination how the ref missed that. His name should probably go down in legends too. Diego Maradona is definitely the best player to have ever played for Argentina. Henry from George, arguably and probably, you said. To the phone lines now. Today's Sports Life. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Wisdom.
Good afternoon. Your name and where you're calling us from?
Yes, this is Chief Crown calling from
Chief Crown, quickly, let's hear you.
Yes, the Tottenham Hotspur will beat the opponents 2-0 this evening.
Are you a Tottenham fan?
And also Arsenal will beat the opponents 1-0.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you Thank you so much for your thoughts. Says Arsenal and Tottenham will come out victorious in tonight's games. Still on the WhatsApp portal, this one says RIP Maradona, the football greatest. It was so sad. God knows the best. Sachima from Roma Holu. This one says, good evening, guys. The game of football has lost an idol. May God grant the families and loved ones the fortitude to bear the loss. He was an amazing footballer except for the drug issues and thereabouts. RIP Diego Armando Maradona. By the way, you guys are doing a great job. Keep it up. Thank you so much, Anderson from Rukwoku. We appreciate that. Back to the phone lines, if they would allow us this time. Okay. I'm afraid the phone line's not even allowing us get your thoughts. But we'll see if we can squeeze in one more call. Okay. Let's leave it at that. Phone line's acting up a bit, but that's where we draw the curtains on today's edition of Today's Sports Life. Thank you so much for joining me and for your time. The Sports Crew will be back at exactly 3 p.m. tomorrow for another edition of Today's Sports Life. And the big question tomorrow would be this. If you were to pick 3 greatest players of all time, who would you go for? Would you put Ronaldo, Messi, Maradona, Pelé, Rivaldo, Luis Figo, Zidane, putting all these guys in the same bracket? Which 3 players would you go for in your top 3 greatest of all time? Join me tomorrow for that one, 3 p.m. But before that, we have Sports Attack that comes up by 7:30 a.m. in the morning. Until then, stay safe.
FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good afternoon. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Wealth Wilson. River State Governor Nyesom Wike has said President Muhammadu Buhari has an opportunity to address the demands of people or put the country on fire. Governor Wike's comment comes 2 days after the federal government met with leaders of the South-South region. At the meeting, the South-South leaders demanded the restructuring of Nigeria in line with the principle of true federalism. The governor also said President Buhari should show leadership by listening to the people.
Having the political will to implement what the people want is very serious. Take, for example, if you have an opportunity like President Buhari has an opportunity today, the Nigerians have said, look, these are the things we want. These are the things we think that will move this country forward. And he had to show leadership. By showing the leadership, okay, I've listened to you. And I think, yes, these are these comparing things. I think these are the things we can implement. It may not necessarily implement everything that people are talking about, what the people may want. But let people see the concrete that okay, under President Buhari, he has been able to implement 1, 2, 3, 4 demands by the people. It's key. But if he does not take this opportunity now and not implement some of these requests, then it will put Nigeria on fire. I don't think it will be very good for Nigeria.
He further urged the South-South leaders to learn to separate politics from governance by being united irrespective of party affiliation to solve issues affecting the Niger Delta.
I don't want to talk about the issue of trust or not trust in God. The problem is that we play politics in everything. Unfortunately, you have the South-South zone where you have PDP governors. It's unfortunate. Now, as I speak to you, I have a minister. He has never one day said, look, what do we do for the state? See what I'm thinking that we should do for the people of the states. These are these other states. So that opportunity has not been there. So we are playing politics that look, these governors are not members of my party. And so I don't need to talk with them. And that's the problem we have always had. And we have said that is not correct. Politics has come and gone. We're talking about governance. What affects the people of Niger Delta?
The Federal High Court in Abuja has fixed Friday for ruling on the bail application filed by Borno South Senator Ali Nduma, who has been detained in prison since Monday over his suretyship for Abdulrasheed Maina, believed to have jumped bail. Justice Okona Bang adjourned for ruling after Ndume's lawyer, Marcel Oru, argued the bail application, which was opposed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission's lawyer, Mohammed Abubakar. Abdulrasheed Maina, a former chairman of the Deferred Pension Reform Tax, is being prosecuted by the EFCC on charges of money laundering involving 2 billion naira. Justice Abang revoked the bail granted him on November 18, 2020, and ordered his arrest, directing that his trial would proceed in absentia. The judge also on Monday remanded Ndume in prison until he produced Maina or paid a sum of 500 million naira bail bond to the Federation account. Back home, the legal officer representing the Rivers State Police Command will on Tuesday next week cross-examine the family of final year student of University of Port Harcourt, Solomon Yellow, who was allegedly murdered by operatives of the Defense Special Anti-Robbery Squad before the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into alleged brutality and fundamental rights of citizens in the state. The chairman of the panel, Justice Chukweneye Uriri, gave the adjourned date after sister to the victim narrated to the members of the panel how their family paid 50,000 naira to track 12 mobile phone numbers amounting to 600,000 naira and the payment of 300,000 naira for autopsy in the name of investigating the death of their brother. Anna West, who spoke from the witness box in defense of the petition by her father, Diamond West, said they paid for the flight accommodation and logistics for 4 police officers who were supposed to arrive Port Harcourt for further investigation on the killing of their brother on alleged directives of the IGP. Anna West told the panel that they saw their brother last when he left the house to make withdrawals from the ATM, only to discover that he was deposited at the UPTH mortuary by an operative of SARS with his team. She, however, asked the panel to ensure justice is served in respect to the murder of her brother, demanding 1 billion naira as compensation. The wife of the newspaper vendor shot and killed by one of the Department of State Services operative attached to the Speaker of House of Representatives, Femi Bajabiamila, has disowned her husband's family over their demand for 500 million naira compensation. Josephine Okereke made her position known at a press conference in Abuja. The family of the late Ifeanyi Chukwu Okereke had written to Bajabiamila demanding the sum of 500 million naira. Lawyer to the Okereke family, Mike Ehekwom, who is also a senior advocate of Nigeria, in a letter dated November 23, 2020, said he was given the mandate to write the letter by the father of the deceased, Okereke, and the younger brother of the deceased, Destiny Okereke. The widow, however, said she was not aware of the pre-litigation process, urging the speaker to ignore the family and fulfill his promises to her and her 2 children. The DSS had last week arrested the operative Abdullahi Hassan, who shot Okereke. On the foreign scene, Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed says he is launching the final phase of the army's operation in the northern region of Tigray after weeks of fighting. He said the military would try not to harm civilians in the regional capital Mekelle, a city of 500,000 people, as he urged residents to stay at home. The TPLF party, which controls Mekelle, has vowed to keep fighting. The United Nations warns of possible war crimes if the Ethiopian army attacks Mekelle. Abiy's announcement comes after a deadline he gave for Tigray fighters to surrender passed on Wednesday. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget to take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap on the running water. Avoid touching your face in high contact surfaces to prevent coronavirus. Once again, good afternoon. I am Wealth Wilson and thank you for listening. Do stay tuned as a platform on radio comes up next.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
You know what? Come on, put that down now. I go match on that. Oh yeah, give me that thing. Come on, give me the phone. Give me that thing. Oh yeah, shoot that police. Go.
Insecurity has become a common factor in our general language within the Nigerian space, no doubt. Not only has it become a threat, it has begun taking diverse dimension we cannot ignore. A solution we seek. A desire to stop the trend is imminent.
Wait up, 2 seconds.
God, hey, Jesus. Straight bullet, though, what kind of country is this? Hey boy, I just said to go and buy something, what kind of thing is straight bullet from where? I'm finished though.
Directly or indirectly, we all have lost people, friends, family, or acquaintances as a result of insecurity. But is security only the job of the government? No, security is not one man's job alone. Every individual in the society has a role to play in order to achieve a secure society. We urge citizens and indigents to adhere and respect the laws of the state, report irregular activities to the authorities, and we implore security agencies to carry out their duties as stipulated by the Constitution and not infringe on the rights of citizens. If we work together, we can build the Nigeria of our dreams. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves all the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. Every weekday at 4 p.m. Get on the platform on radio and be served.
All stand, greet.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. You're welcome to Jagbajantis High School. My name is Sound Sultan, your new mathematics teacher. By the way, do you understand Pidgin English?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now what we go use henceforth? Okay, carry your paper. Them for my class. People of this world, them plenty. Sins of this people, many, so many. Many times plenty, multiplier. Many times plenty, multiplier. multiply am the answer you get now waiting they make poor man they cry. The answer you get now waiting they make rich man they mess and leaders they lie. The answer you get now waiting they make young boys and girls join party gang. Answer you get now waiting they make innocent man rot inside the jail. Get it, and then agree to grant and bail. Get it, oh. Everybody, oh yeah, join Jamba Jantis, make we solve mathematics. We did about our continent, so you both say about mass, we go use take solve mathematics. So follow Jamba Jantis, so ya carry by be for brotherhood.
Love your neighbor as yourself,
Oh, for objectivity.
Be objective, generally.
D for democracy.
No matter how bad it is, in our military.
Now M for modification
of our behavior, let's stand to the Savior.
A, accountability.
If you've been a chop money, I beg you take them easy.
S for solidarity.
United we stand, divided, oh my shell.
We enter new millennium. Nigerians like 120 million. One population of 6 billion.
6 billion.
Divide that 1 by 120 million all together. Oh yeah.
All together.
The answer you get now waiting they make people they jar. Come on for Niger. Answer you get now waiting they make people want travel. By hook or by crook. The answer you get now waiting they make people they sleep for embassy for visa. Answer you get now waiting they make people they sell them property for ticket. Get it. Then they travel see. Get it. Oh, hey. Everybody, oh yeah,
join Jamba Jantis, we solve mathematics.
We did about our continent, so you both say about us. We go use take
solve mathematics. So follow Jamba Jantis.
So ya carry by be for brotherhood.
Love your neighbor as yourself,
Oh, for objectivity.
Be objective, gentleman, lady.
Be for democracy.
No matter how bad it is, in our military.
M for modification
of our behavior, let's stand to the Savior.
A, accountability.
If you've been a chop money, I beg you take them easy.
S for solidarity. United we stand and divided.
Oh my shell.
You just the HSCity.
Shut it go.
And there's the VG City.
Shut it go.
Right go level for HSCity. Richmond corner be VG City. You try at AJ and VG City all together. Oh yeah,
all together.
The answer you get now waiting they make Richmond oppress and then suppress. The answer you get now waiting they make poor man depress. But then aggress. The answer you get now waiting they make poor man they try to keep up with the Joneses. Answer you get now waiting they make poor man begin. They try to prove a limit. Get it. Not to get money then they finish. Get it. Oh, yeah. Everybody, oh yeah,
join Jamba Jantis, solve mathematics.
We did about our continent, so you both say about mass. We go use take solve mathematics. So follow Jamba Jantis. So ya carry by
situation in this nation, disposition, our condition, unexplainable pain in our hearts, not to mention brothers killing brothers, full of patience, salvation. Resolutions are made, but always made with lack of vision. Imperfection is the order as we keep seeking solutions. Only God can solve this mathematical equation.
Thanks for your contribution. Now, any more questions?
It all begins with breaking news.
Now, make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt every weekday at 4 p.m. Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Having the political will to implement what the people want is very serious. Take, for example, if you have an opportunity like President Buhari has an opportunity today, the Nigerians have said, look, these are the things we want. These are the things we think that will move this country forward. And he had to show leadership. By showing that he was okay, I listened to you. And I think, yes, these are these comparing things. I think these are the things we can implement. He may not necessarily implement everything that people are talking about or the people may want, but let people see the concrete and go, okay, under President Buhari, he has been able to implement 1, 2, 3, 4 demands by the people. It's key. But if he does not take this opportunity now and not implement some of these requests, then it will put him on fire. I don't think it will be very good for Nigeria.
All right, that was the voice of the Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike speaking on the need for the president to address issues facing the people. Well, time check, it is 18 minutes gone past 4 o'clock, and I officially welcome you to another edition of the platform on radio on your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM. I am Wealth Wilson, and together on the show, I shall be giving you insights into some of the news reports making the rounds. Now, the platform on radio, for those persons who do not know, is a program where we come to slice up trending issues with correspondent reports. Now, our correspondents are out there sourcing for reports from the field, and on the show, we take their reports and have them give us some more information, and perhaps we get to hear what is not entirely in the news. So without much ado, as I would say, let's dash straight into what we have for you on the menu today. We have here Governor Nyesom Wike calls on President Muhammadu Buhari to address demands of Nigerians. Petitioners asked for 1 billion naira compensation over unnecessary expenses spent seeking justice for their dead brother. So the legal officer representing the Rivers State Police Command will on Tuesday next week cross-examine the family of final year student of University of Port Harcourt, Solomon Yellow, who was allegedly murdered by operatives of the different Special Anti-Robbery Squad before the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into alleged brutality and violation of fundamental rights of citizens in the state. Now, chairman of the panel, Justice Chukwuneye Uriri, gave the adjourned date after a sister of the victim narrated to the member of the panel how the family paid 50,000 naira to track 12 mobile phone numbers amounting to 600,000 naira and 300,000 naira for autopsy while investigating the death of their brother. Anna West, who spoke from the witness box in defense of the petition by her father, Diamond West, said that they had paid for the flight, accommodation, and logistics for 4 police officers who were supposed to arrive Port Harcourt for further investigation on the killing of their brother. Anna West told the panel that they saw their brother last when he left the house to make withdrawal from an ATM, only to discover that he was deposited at the UPTH mortuary by an operative of SARS with his team. Now, she asked the panel to ensure justice is served in respect to the murder of her brother, demanding for 1 billion naira compensation. Now, it is not news that people fund the police to help them carry out investigations. that they are employed and paid to do normally by the federal government. All right, sorry, we had to rectify some things there. But back to the matter. We're talking about the people who are sending petition about their son who died together with the sister of the deceased. Now, we're asking the question that, of course, we know that people fund the police to help them carry out investigations, that which, of course, they are employed and paid to do by, obligation and responsibility. But now, do you think that it is possible for the police to pay the sum of 1 billion naira as compensation? I don't know. I would let you decide if you think the amount is outrageous or you think that it is worth it. Because in the end of the day, they had spent a lot of money trying to find out what really happened and transpired with their brother. I mean, transportation, logistics for the officers, which they supposedly had called or to investigate the cause of the death son and sibling. So do you think that the police would be able to pay the 1 billion naira compensation to these particular petitioners who had come out to talk about their brother and son who was killed when he went to withdraw some money? And then what do you make of all of this? Again, yesterday when we talked about this and we mentioned a couple other persons who had come up with their petition, we asked the question, would they be able to get justice, and would they be able to at least prove their case, prove it enough to the point where the panel of inquiry does not have any other option but allow the persons who are found culpable to dance to the tune of justice? So do you think, once again, that this particular petitioner would be able to get the compensation of 1 billion naira from the police, bearing in mind that the reason for this money is that they want to get from the police is because they have spent money for the logistics, accommodation, transportation, everything put together of the officers that they had employed for them to carry out investigation on the death of the young man? Let me get to hear from you about this particular situation and your thoughts on it. 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510 951. All right, keep your calls coming in there, and also sending your text messages to the number 0701 9339 962 95.1 FM.
Hello, good afternoon. Good evening.
Good afternoon. You're welcome. What's your name?
I'm Yona. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
You're welcome.
I think they will not give them that compensation, no? Even though the compensation is 10 million. They have had similar cases before, and the police and the military. They are fond of not paying compensation because at the end of the day, there is nothing you can do them, and you cannot meet anybody and you cannot hold anybody ransom. That is it. I don't think they'll pay that money.
Oh, you don't think they will pay the money? But do you think that they would not pay? They would not be able to pay the money because of the amount, the sum being called or demanded?
No, it's not the amount. It's not the amount.
1 billion naira.
It's not the amount. Even though it is, I'm telling you now, even though it is 50 million naira, they will not pay.
Okay.
It will take time. I don't know. We have had similar cases before now.
All right.
They will not pay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's listen to the next person. 95.1 FM.
Hello. Wells, Lady Wells, greetings.
You're welcome, Lawson.
Yes, well done. Lots of energy dissipated. Well done. Seriously, even yesterday, listening to your show, I was hearing some people say, no, the panel is even illegal, this is illegal, that is illegal. A lot of people don't
I think that was the lawyer.
Understand.
That was the lawyer talking about
The lawyer, I expected him to understand, to know better. This is a panel that is set up by the police, not by the governor, state governors, not by the president or no, but by the police, by the inspector general.
But on directives, yes, directives of the federal government set up by the inspector general of
and
police.
the essence of this very panel is to see how, if you can prove your case, and yes, you have been treated unfairly, police will not compensate you. You understand? That's the essence of this whole thing, to compensate you. That is all. Please underline that. That is the reason why all of this is set up. It's not as if they are going to take that white paper at the end of the day that will be produced and then go to court and then try to know.
So now that we're talking about compensation, do you think that this particular family demanding the compensation of 1 billion naira, do you think the police will be able to do that?
Yes. Now, ordinarily, when you are asking for, well, there was a time when I was in Port Harcourt, I was involved in compensation business. Now, when you are asking for compensation, even sometimes you know that it is maybe 5 million, 10 million, you raise the amount. Yes, you raise it because at the end of the day, they themselves, even the court, what you are asking for, court will look at Kogi State Deputy Governor, look at what he asked for. Then look at what the court say the government should pay. So you raise the amount, but it's not that, it does not mean that they are going to give you that amount, that maybe that 1 billion.
Okay.
But you are going to get something maybe from the neighborhood of maybe 10 million, 20 million, you understand, or even 30 million.
Okay.
But you get, that is how they do it. So the essence is to compensate people. So if they prove their case, they will be compensated. I don't know why people are saying nothing will come out of it.
All right.
If nothing will come out of it, the police will not waste its time setting it up.
Okay,
so,
but we would see how it ends anyway.
No, I'm telling you, don't worry. So long as you're on the show, you yourself will talk about it.
All right,
you understand? So far as to prove your case, so if you can come up with evidence, and it's not to go there when you say this, and you can't prove it, then you are not going to get anything. But if you prove it beyond all reasonable doubt, you are definitely going to get compensation, but it will not be 1 billion.
All right. Thank you very much, Lawson. Let's listen to another person. What is your take on the demands of the family of the deceased? And they're seeking for a compensation of 1 billion naira. Do you think that the police will be able to, pay that sum? 95.1 FM.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Your name and where you're calling from?
I'm Celawes from Port Harcourt.
You're welcome, Celawes. Please go on.
That young man, my yellow, my uncle's son. So that 1 billion.
You said it's your uncle's son.
Exactly. My mother's senior brother. So that 1 billion cannot bring back Solo back.
True.
It cannot. So the way they killed that young man, somebody who is in a final year for them, it's unjust. So that 1 billion is so little, very, very little.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Now, from what we hear that they had, paid some policemen to carry out investigations and find out what exactly caused the death of the young man, right? Now, were they able to draw any reasonable conclusion from the investigation? Was anything deduced so far from it that they have enough evidence and facts, followed by the officers that were used to investigate? Were they able to find out anything that they can prove and show to the panel of inquiry?
A lot of evidence is on ground.
Okay.
Understand? Because I know my uncle and the daughter, we are going to Abuja. In fact, they petitioned the Inspector General of Police, and they were frequenting Abuja before even this panel was set up.
Okay, so this matter was already underway with the police?
Yes.
Okay.
And a lot of money has gone on that because flight ticket, logistic and everything, accommodation, So, and in fact, what I'm after is the way they killed that young guy. It's a brutal murder. The guy is not a criminal. You didn't caught him in any criminal act, You just sniff away the guy's life like that. So that 1 billion is so little. They should pay that 1 billion because it's not going to bring back Solo. They should pay that money.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. 95.1 FM.
Good evening.
Yes, you're welcome. What's your name and where you're calling from?
Anthony speaking.
Anthony. Please go on, Anthony.
You see, like what the last caller said, there's no amount of money that is commensurate to the life of a person.
Of course.
But the truth is that the Nigerian police should be frank when they are dealing with people. Sometimes the truth heals. But when they want us to prove the already go down and thinking of how to compensate, that is where it hurts. They just go about killing people.
But you know, the truth is, yes, everybody has complaints or experiences about, you know, brutality and inhumane treatment coming from these agencies, right? But then you have to be able to prove your case, because any and everybody can come out and say they've been brutalized or victimized.
The one that they saw, that they heard the policemen, like the one that happened in Lagos, about one young man that went out to worship, but that they shot him right there in front of the police station. What have they done to the policeman that did that gently act?
That is why we have panels set up like this, so that we address all of those issues.
Before now, all these things happen and the policemen go scot-free. Nothing happens. So for me, I'm still saying it that I just have my thought about this part of it. At the end of the whole day, nothing will just happen. They are not able to.
No, let's not be pessimistic about it. But anyway, thank you very much. Yeah.
Wait, excuse me. The kind of the country that we find ourselves, a country that does not believe in truth and fairness. What do you expect from it? The country that does not believe in the rule of law. What do you expect? What is the rule for the common man?
Well, let's see.
We will try to cover up.
All right, thank you very much. I don't know how to convince you otherwise. There, 95.1 FM.
Good evening, Emeka from Owerri.
You are welcome, Emeka.
You see, the last and second to last caller has said it all. I don't know how much you can compare with it. I used to buy human life. Honestly. You know, some time ago, this is why I get annoyed with some of our people in authority. They were counting, look at the call you are receiving now, look at this is the one we had. There are some secret ones that happened and nobody heard about them. The family just forget it and go to sleep. Million and one. The other thing, in Olo here in Imo State, a young boy was shot by a policeman to death because of trespass. I don't know whether you saw it on social media. It happened in Amiseke, in Olo.
You see, that's the beautiful thing about this investigation. It would deter a lot of them from continuing in that line.
We praise too, but the area I'm going is the other day, our people in authority are not even an issue. They were counting to us and was killed, how many police was killed, which is not good. But I have taken one day to count how many people were unjustly murdered by this security agency.
All right.
Have they given us a number?
All right. So on this particular case now, do you think that the 1 billion naira compensation would be given the family?
If the family demand for 1 billion, they're even fair. They're even lenient. They are tough. Because even if you give them 200 billion, they cannot bring back the look at the other caller said they have been going to Abuja, flight, hotel and everything.
Okay.
Pushing this case with their own pocket money.
Okay.
How much can you give that can give human life?
All right.
How much? If they demand for 1 billion, I think they are being fair.
Right. Thank you very much. You know, to point out one thing, the family did not hire a private investigator. They went to meet the police. The police is supposed to take up this case, isn't it? But then how come it's the family that is spending money in taking care of the persons who are not private investigators? Mind you, I mean, you're carrying out your job as a policeman, and the family that you are trying to secure justice for is paying for your logistics, paying for your everything that you need to help him or her resolve a case. I mean, is that supposed to happen? Please, is it that I am backwards or what? Is this supposed to happen? Is that supposed to be the case anyway? Because I'm thinking that this family shouldn't have spent that much money on an investigation that should be their core duty.
Well, good evening.
Yeah, you're welcome. What's your name and where you calling from?
Eto call from Roma Hollis.
You're welcome, Eto. Please go on.
Thank you. I know the amount those people are calling is outrageous. That amount is outrageous.
So you don't think it's something the police will be able to pay?
I don't think so. I know it's negotiable. The way they call that amount, they want them to price. It's something whereby they just call so that they will be able to price 200 million, 500 million and the rest. I don't think that police, despite the money they have been making from individuals, the police, they are number one agency that makes so much money from Nigerians in this country. They make so much money, but for them to release it and pay in this kind of situation, he had them. I don't think that they will be able to pay it. Highest is 500. If 400 or 300, I don't even think that they can close eye and pay one particular case 500 million.
Okay.
They will try to pay like 200 or 100. That 100 is not by fire, by force.
All right,
so as for me, I believe they should do the needful and not by cutting some people. They will bring their complaint. Police will, their lawyer will encounter it and turn it upside down, and their case will be lost. No, they should do something. Nobody will file the complaint without the right, without police have not been brutalized or anything. They should do something to them.
Okay.
They should pay them.
Okay.
I beg.
All right,
They are
thank
doing
you.
so much harm for us, more than good.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ethel. Well, the truth is, as I would always say, not all of them are like that, okay? If not, we probably wouldn't have any of us left anymore, because not all of them are high-handed. I've encountered some very good security operatives that understand how to carry out their duty. But I think we should move on now. And somebody just sent a text asking for me to read the number for the text message and WhatsApp message slowly. 0701 9339 962. That's the number you can send your SMS and your WhatsApp messages to. And then if you want to call and get in the conversation, 0817 000951 or 08109510 All right, let's move on now and talk about the Rivers State Governor, Nyesom Wike. The Rivers State Governor has said that President Muhammadu Buhari has an opportunity to address the demands of the people or put the country on fire. Now, Governor Wike's comment comes 2 days after the federal government had met with the leaders of the South-South region, if you remember. Now, at the meeting, the South-South leaders demanded the restructuring of Nigeria in line with the principle of true federalism. Now, the governor also said that President Muhammadu Buhari should show leadership by listening to the people.
Having the political will to implement what the people want is very serious. Take, for example, if you have an opportunity like President Buhari has an opportunity today, the Nigerians have said, look, these are the things we want. These are the things we think that will move this country forward. And he has to show leadership. By showing the leadership, okay, I've listened to you. And I think, yes, these are these comparing things. I think these are the things we can implement. It may not necessarily implement everything that people are talking about, what people may want, but let people see the concrete and look, okay, under President Buhari, he has been able to implement 1, 2, 3, 4 demands by the people. It's key. But if he does not take this opportunity now and not implement some of these requests, then it will put Nigeria on fire. I don't think it will be very good for Nigeria.
Now, he didn't just stop there. He urged the South-South leaders to learn to separate politics from governance by being united irrespective of party affiliation to solve issues affecting the Niger Delta. Let's listen to the governor once more.
I don't want to talk about the issue of the trust or not trust. The problem is that we play politics in everything. Unfortunately, you have the South zone where you have PDP governors. It's unfortunate. Now, as I speak to you, I have a minister. He has never one day said, look, what do we do for the state? See what I'm thinking that we should do for the people of the state. These are these other states. So that opportunity has not been there. So we are playing politics that, look, these governors are not members of my party. And so I don't need to talk with them. And that's the problem we have always had. And we have said that is not correct. Politics has come and gone. We're talking about governance. What affects the people of Niger Delta?
You see, even though I understand what the governor is saying, which of course is has been one of the things that I advocate. After elections, let's forget about political parties and work on building Nigeria or the state as a whole. But then he mentioning that they have a minister who, hasn't said anything about the development of the state. And then you ask yourself the question, seeing that he understand that it shouldn't be now politicking, but good governance that should be put into, consideration. Don't you think that he too has a role to play in terms of getting the attention of whether the minister or the president of the country to talk about what he can do and what they can do together collaboratively to see how they can grow the country and Rivers State as a whole? But then that's not all the talking points I have with regards to this particular one. What do you make of his statement as to politics and governance? That should be separated, as he mentioned, and as well as the position of the governor generally as to what should happen with the president's undivided attention to the South. He's saying that the president should at least endeavor to do something and also address the demands of the people so as not to put the country on fire. Now, do you think that he too could actually take a pinch of his own advice in terms of River State as well? A lot of persons call in and tell you that we need the River State government to listen to us. What the projects embarked on or embarked upon by the government is not what we need. I mean, some sort of attention, just as much as he's demanding attention from the federal to projects that would affect and benefit all. Basically, what I'm asking is, what do you make of the governor's position? That's all. Now, let me get to hear from you. 0817-00000951 or 0810-951-0951. Send in your text messages or WhatsApp messages to the number 0701-933-962. 95.1 FM. You're welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Yes,
madam.
Your name and where you're calling from.
My name is Uncle Tom. I'm calling from Ahoda.
You're welcome, Tom.
Yes, I want to react to Governor Mute's speech concerning the president. I want to ask him, has he considered himself first before asking president? What has he done in River State? What has he done? Do we need those flyovers that he's building? Our youth are unemployed. No factories, no roads, nothing. People are very hungry. Civil servants have not received their minimum wage. No payment of pensioners. And he's talking that the president is going to do this. Has he done anything in River State?
Okay. All right. Then.
He's using River State money to build flyover. Do we need flyovers?
All right. So you're not sharing his sentiment. Fine. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much. He said bye-bye. 95.1 FM.
Hello, West. This is Hart calling from Ahoda West.
You're welcome, Hart. Please go on.
What the governor of the River State is saying is truth. Federal government, they should look into the request, the list, and do according to the list. So that, because, see, all the millionaires you have in this country, even in the north, come from south. And that we are suffering. Look at the way they do us in this administration. They close border on our side and open border for north.
No. Now, here is the thing. Here is the thing, right? I want to ask the question. The closure of the border, right? Is it not just to make sure that people do not carry contraband and, various goods that we would be able to produce within the country? And now, talking about the governor in entirety, don't you think that the governor as well, if he understands what he's saying about leaving politics behind and working on good governance, would have had a very good relationship with the federal government as well? I mean, so that what we see is that after the elections, they no longer mind whether they are APC or not, but then they work to collaborate on getting projects and, yeah, I'm listening to you.
Well, this what governor is saying is true. This administration, they should stop treating Nigeria the way they treat us, especially South. They treat us badly. This is very, very long sentiment. This discrimination.
Okay, Hart.
It's not proper.
Okay.
We need good governance. We need all these things to be done in our side so that things will get our people will live better life. Poor families, they will have hope in life.
All right, thank you.
So the governor is saying the truth.
He's saying the truth.
He's saying the truth.
Okay.
So we need good governance. They should use these 2 years, remaining 2 years, to do something, to do according to the list.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me move on there. 95.1 FM.
My sister, once again, Emeka from Owerri. Good evening.
You're welcome, Emeka.
Yeah, you see, I think I go with my own with question. Even as much as we have been clamoring for the son of Nigeria. But I want to ask, we cannot just ask him Wike. I want to ask Pandit. I want to ask Haneze. I want to ask Afenifere. I want to ask all these people that this issue of restructuring has been going on for a very long time. If I'm asking them now, if the condition they gave to President now, if he's defiant to the condition they gave him, what will be the next line of action? this talk of restructuring, and then for Hanesden, every day by day, pages of newspaper. What are they going to do? Assuming that these people decide not to even listen to them, what will they do? Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Now, here's the thing, right? The governor, together with the South leaders, had a meeting, and then in my head, what I thought was, should we not also see progressive meetings like this between governors of this region? Because I'm thinking that if there's going to be any region that should be seeing some sort of growth and development, giant strides of growth and development, it should be the South. With all of its resources, I mean, an extra 13% derivative fund, federal allocation, and what are they doing as governors together with every other commission set up for this particular region? What are they doing to help grow this region? Is there any collaborative projects that they're working on? Are they planning on opening a fishery or agriculture, or opening ways for the agricultural sector? I mean, I'm thinking that if there's going to be any region that would be very keen on diversifying, at least into agriculture, it should also be the Niger Delta region. Because of its soil, the topography, everything works for this region. So what are we seeing the government do at this point in time for that region as well? And then again, talking about politicizing and good governance, are we not also seeing that play out within the state? Do we not see issues of the one party or the one body not wanting to talk to the other one, or collaborate with the other one, or finish projects of the other person because that was an APC project or this is a PDP project, we will not continue? Are we not seeing the same thing play out within the state? So do you think that, once again, the governor should also take a pinch of his own advice? And what do you expect of the Niger Delta governors? Do you think that they too should do some more, think some more, and, invest some more in the region? 95.1 FM. Okay. 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Okay. Lost both calls. All right, keep the calls coming in. The phone lines are still very much open. I'm going to be reading some messages now. This one says, good afternoon to you, lady presenter. I am Ibere enjoying from PH. Let the truth be told, no amount of money compares to human life. Let the police reason with the people they offend. Okay. This one says, it is quite unfortunate that the personnel who is supposed to protect life and property are the ones killing people, so let them pay. And that's coming from JP. This one says, good evening, Wealth. Wale from Rumonduru says, thumbs up to Governor Wike for the courage and boldness to advise Mr. President on pressing matters on the citizens. Concerning the panel set up on police brutality, I pray they bring succor to the bereaved and aggrieved persons. Above all, let real justice prevail at the end. Thank you very much. This one says, good evening, Wealth. What is the governor saying? The president should show leadership by giving the demands of the people. What has he done to other parts of the state except Obiako and Port Harcourt? He should not even talk about this matter anymore. And that's coming from Nelson Iyaye from Ogun. And this one says, until we ourselves see ourselves as brothers, things will not go well in this country. Divide and rule will not continue. Okay, we'll continue to destroy the South and Southeast. Okay, thank you very much for that one. 95.1 FM.
Hello.
Hello.
Wait, good evening. Good evening.
Yes, your name and where you're calling from. Good evening.
Yeah, my name is Engineer Joseph. I'm calling you from Port Harcourt here.
You're welcome.
Yes, when we are addressing our matters, most times you people bring in some kind of controversial issues. I don't understand the issue of Wike himself. Is he also listening to what they are telling him? Okay, look at this analogy now. Now, because Wike is not listening to what they are telling him, the Buhari should not listen to the whole South region. Sometimes we feel as if we are doing Governor Wike. It's comfortable and it's comfortable.
Now, here's the thing. When people call in and ask the same question back at the person who had made this statement, it doesn't simply refute the fact that the person that it was initially addressed to should not adhere to it. Right?
No, yeah, I understand what you're saying. But what I'm telling you is that we should address the matter as it is. We shouldn't be bringing in some different conjectures here and there, that will begin to derail from the real issue.
All right.
The real issue is that South region is being marginalized.
All right. So you stand by the governor.
Can't you understand? Can't you understand? We are suffering here. I mean, how can the whole IOC relocate to Lagos? How can the whole IOC? You are getting the oil here, getting everything here, and then you go to Lagos and say, yes, we're blowing you there. People here where you're extracting this oil from are suffering. And then you tell me that the president should not listen because Wike is not listening to who? I don't understand.
All right, then.
Look, I mean, we are suffering here. Go to the hinterland, to the river areas. No road, nothing. The people are marginalized. The people are neglected completely.
All right,
nothing is happening.
All right,
I don't understand.
Thank you very much. Easy does it. You've made your point. Let's listen to another person. Okay, lost that one. .1 FM.
Hello, greetings.
You're welcome back, Lawson.
Yes, the way some people are talking, I'm confused.
Can you people leave some people and tell me what you think?
All right, fine. No problem. Niger Delta, we have the NGDC. We have the Amnesty Office. We have a 13% derivation.
Of course.
We have what is it called? Niger Delta Ministry. All to cater for the Niger Delta. Look at the amount of money when they were invited from the minister and some of the people. Look at the amount of money, billions that entered into the Niger Delta. Look at what they said it was used for. And yet, nobody is talking about the Niger Delta. They keep saying, they are suffering. Niger Delta, it was from a Niger Delta man Buhari took over. Jonathan was president. He was in the presidency for 8 years. He was vice president, and later he was president. And yet, people talk about marginalization. What have you done with all the money that have entered the Niger Delta? Even the River State governor that is talking. Do you know that River State and Bayelsa, they had a political solution to the Soku oil well? Do you know he's talking about unity? He went behind without even joining Bayelsa State to go to High Court, you understand, and took that oil well. You understand? With all the arrangement, the way Rivers and Bayelsa is, that oil well was under dispute and all that. He just imagine, without even joining Bayelsa State, he went to court, to High Court, and today now, that oil well has gone to River State. So, which unity is he talking about? It's just like what you have been saying. You understand? I know flesh and blood has not revealed this to you. This is wisdom from God to you. What have they done to collaborate among themselves? You understand? Away from oil. What have they done to help the Niger Delta people? They have done nothing. The president, the current president, is even the one now trying to make sure the Niger Delta money don't go into private pockets. And then somebody is coming up and you are accusing the president. Honestly, I don't know what the Niger Delta people want. The way I see it, well, even if you give the Niger Delta state, take a country, create a country for them, I can tell you the Niger Delta money will still go to private pockets. Nobody is interested in the Niger Delta. Everybody just come, Niger Delta. None of them have interest. They just want to get money, make money out of the Niger Delta, and that's just, it's unfortunate.
Okay, Lawson, thank you very much for your position there. Let's listen to the next person. Oh, I'm having a difficult time here trying to take the calls, so bear with me. Okay, we're going to be reading the text messages until we are able to figure out what to do with the phone lines at this point in time. This one says PMB is for 36 states and the ABJ, that's Abuja. Wike is for 23 local government areas in Rivers State. How has Wike treated all local government, even the ones that lay more golden eggs? Is it not the one I'm thinking that you want to say? Is it not the one that lays the golden egg that attracts the 13% he's always talking about? And that's coming from Stan. Let's see if we've been able to get the phone lines working now. 95.1 FM. Are you there? Oh boy. 95.1 FM.
Well.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening.
Good evening, you're welcome.
Gift from Yenagoa.
You are welcome, Gift.
I hope we are not talking about Wiki for now, but we're talking about President Buhari looking to the Niger Delta matter or South.
We're looking at all of those. All of it. His statement and his position. That's what we're looking at. Okay, lost you there. 95.1 FM?
Hello.
Yes. Good evening.
Well, Twissing, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Okwando Obinna is my name.
You're welcome.
Yes, you see, my sister, sometimes I used to wonder if the way the governor presents issues, how hypocritical he has been on so many issues.
No. We cannot say the governor is hypocritical, all right?
Okay, look at the other day, the governor said that the federal government should implement true federalism so that they will be controlling their affairs.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the federal government was magnanimous the other day. They tell us that the judiciary, the local government should be independent, which is one of the steps towards a complete federalism.
Mm-hmm.
But the governor and his mates are against the independence of the judiciary and the local government. Now he is telling us that a certain minister has not consulted him on how to bring the state forward. We have forgotten when he was the minister for education here in Nigeria, and this man he's saying that his minister now was a governor, and his antecedents there. I think that is height of hypocrisy, my sister. The governor is not telling the truth, and I don't agree with what he said.
Okay, then.
You understand what I'm saying? That is hypocrisy in the highest order. Thank you.
All right, let's listen to some other person. 95.1 FM.
Hello, world.
Yeah, good evening.
Congo from Abuja.
You are welcome, Congo.
Let me tell you one thing. What you cannot do, you will not expect another person to do it.
Okay. Please turn down the volume of your radio. You seem to be echoing.
Are you hearing me now?
Oh, much better.
Okay. What I'm saying is this. It's same matter holding the president. So I said the matter holding the government. Like what the other man said now. Look at local government council, where the federal government said this, that they should be autonomous. And still, this government, okay, and now he's talking of Buhari do this, federal government should do this. What has he done here to show an example? At times in the classroom, where the teacher is a teacher, at times the teacher makes mistakes. The student will do one thing to correct the teacher, because the teacher is also learning. What has he done?
All right, Congo.
To help the federal government. I don't like the way he speaks at times. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your contributions there. I think because we have just 1 minute on the clock, we should quickly take messages. This one says, please, Wealth, is Governor Wike? Okay, it's double the message. It says, this issue of police brutality is a very big issue, and honestly speaking, I don't see a lot being achieved with all this panel. How do you prove a case against policemen who operate with mufti without name tags or marked vehicles and nothing to identify and single them out? Police will simply come out and deny that the crime wasn't committed by their personnel and the case is gone. The police has become a business center and are open for the highest bidder, and that's sad. That's coming from Emmanuel, and still goes on to say, please, Wealth, is Governor Wike the chairman of the PDP or his spokesperson? Is he also the chairman of the South Governors Forum? Why always Governor Wike? He himself plays politics on every issue and is criticizing and throwing indirect jabs at the Minister of Transportation. Governor Wike made the minister unwelcomed in the state and yet wants the man to come down here where he will be booed and embarrassed. Governor Wike should practice what he preaches. He himself should learn to separate his personal life from the office he occupies. And that's coming from Emmanuel. Quickly, this one says, good evening, Wealth. Governor Wike is not correct. We will remember President Buhari for some things like Insecurity everywhere like never before. We have become fanatically corrupt. Fantastically corrupt, rather. Nigeria has become poorer because Buhari is a friend of... Okay. All right, Omorege, thank you very much for all your contributions put together. I do hope that in the end of the day, we can actually take the advice of the governor, because it's correct. Every single one of them take the advice of the governor. And the platform has been a production of our news department, put together by Ifunaya Obemindukwe. Do not forget to take responsibility, wash your hands frequently with soap and running water, avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent coronavirus. I am Wealth Wilson, and I will be with you same time again by Monday. Tomorrow, High Prep on Radio comes up next by this time. But for now, do stay tuned as the Vivian Douglas Show comes up right after.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Government tell us say police now our friend. I remember what my papa tell me. He say make I mind who I dey call my friend.
Young lady, you're under arrest.
Oga, for waiting now. What can I do?
When you get to the station, you'll find out.
Hey.
Don't show, everybody don't jump out.
I say I know they follow you go anywhere.
Hey, you know they go anywhere. Go and ask about Officer Mark. You see, if I deal with you, nothing will happen. Nobody will question me. I will deal with you.
Oga, leave my clothes now. Waiting. You won't naked me. Oga.
Do you have 200,000?
200,000 for what now? Waiting I do where you want collect 200,000.
If you get to the station, you pay more than that.
200K for waiting. I don't get that kind of money. I don't get that kind of money. Oga, remember, you were once like us before you got into force. You have brothers and sisters like us in this society. The law says protect lives and properties, but what do we see today?
This life don't last forever.
Please remember, we have just one life. Why can't we live for one another?
Things will get better if you just hold my hand.
This message is brought to you from Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Yeah, it's live now. Wow.
Why you dey cry now?
This corona don't make them come on my husband for work. Nah, no job. No money to even open business. Rents don't expire. Now school don't even open. To chop na even wahala. What I go do?
My sister, make I tell you about one ogbonge company wey don waka come Port Harcourt. They go help you settle all your basic needs quick. Their name na Next Gen Synergy. Them don't come to help people to pay rent, start new business, pay school fees, even plan wedding.
Thank God.
Wetin you need? Wetin be that your project? We go help you reduce the cost of your project by 25% in 3 months, 50% in 6 months, 75% in 1 year.
How much it do?
For more information, green their telephone for 0703 354 3174, 0703 354 3174, or 0901 064 2536. Waka enter their office for number 3 Agudama Street, T-Line, Port Harcourt. Now Next Gen Media and Infotech power am.
We're glad to have Ambassador Nefo from the Vision Business Hub here with us in the studio. Ambassador Nefo, you're welcome.
Thank you, and good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to be here today.
Ambassador, a lot of people will want to know, what is the Business Growth Assistance Program of the Vision Business Hub all about? We notice it is rapidly expanding all over the country. So what is the program all about?
Thank you. The Business Growth Assistance Program is an international partnership program of the Vision Business Hub. We help partners to raise capital for their businesses or projects. You see, the key word is raise. Raise the funds you need for your businesses or projects over a period of time without borrowing money from anybody. Since 2016, the Business Growth Assistance Program have helped over 2,000 partners raise business capital. Here's the fact. That you have capital to start a business does not mean your business or investment will be successful. Therefore, the Business Growth Assistance Program will also provide you with mentorship program, where a team of mastermind mentors and business experts will work with you, advise you, mentor you for a full 6 months to ensure your business is successful. But listen, this mentorship will be rendered to you completely free of charge.
I believe this is a good program for such a time as this in Nigeria. But how does the Vision Business Hub make money?
Good question. We have international affiliate partners that support our program and make sure that those who need the mentorship will get it for free. We have been diligent for the past 4 years and our results are speaking.
So what are the categories of people that can benefit, and how can they contact the Vision Business Hub?
You will be contacted if you meet up with the categories I will mention as follows. Do you need to raise money to start a business? Do you need to expand an existing business? Do you want to start another investment to support your current income? Do you have the project or a project that requires money to execute? If your answer is yes to any of these categories, then send yes to the number I will call shortly. The Vision Business Hub has a functional working plan to teach partners how to raise the funds they need in a period of 3 to 6 months. To top it up, because we understand that the secret to any business success is mentorship, we have committed to providing free mentorship to the first 30 people that send yes to us from this program. So if you are not among the first 30 people to send yes to us, you have to pay a consultation fee of 50,000 naira. Yes, 50,000 naira. But if you are amongst the first 30 people to text yes, our consultants will talk to you completely free of charge right at our summit. Now, for every awareness we make, we select only 30 people. That means the first 30 people from this program that send yes to the number I will call will be selected. Remember, the great Pablo Picasso said that action is the foundational key to all success. Do not hope for change. Create the change you want through action. So if you want to take action and you need help to raise funds for your business or project, then pick up your phone now and send yes to this number.
0816-208-0579.
Do not sit back and explain away what you do not understand. If you really need financial help to start a business or project, this is the time. Don't sit back and hope that life will get better. Dr. Steve Marboley once said, life will not give you what you want. It will only give you what you demand with action. The time for action, I believe, is now. So pick up your phone and send yes to this number.
0816-208-0579.
I will call it again, but if you're one of the first 30 people to respond, you will talk to our consultants to benefit from the Business Development Assistance Program. So if you'd like to understand how we can help you to raise these funds that you need for your business or project, quickly send yes, Y-E-S, to this number.
0816-208-0579. 0816-208-0579.
Our representatives will give you a call and schedule a meeting for you with one of our consultants who will guide you on how you can create the capital you desire. And then you will also get free 12 months mentorship to make sure you succeed in your venture. Albert Einstein said, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is defined as insanity. So do not continue with the mistakes of last year. Make sure you do something different this year. Make sure you get mentorship this year. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again and God bless you.
Thank you, Ambassador Nefo, for sharing this business opportunity with us.
This is the Vivian Douglas Show. It is an avenue for paradigm shift.
We bring you a platform where your voice counts on issues of social reform in our society, from governance to education,
Domestic abuse, health, environment, relationship, religion, lifestyle, entertainment, and much more.
Most importantly, here on the Vivian Douglas Show, we speak to impact on all fronts. Join us on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt every Thursday, 5 to 6 p.m.
On the Vivian Douglas Show to interact, and on the Just So You Know segment on Today 95.1 FM, and on our social media platforms at the Vivian Douglas Show.
Let's keep it real and locked down every Thursday. All right, good to have you on the Vivian Douglas Show today. I hope you've been having a beautiful evening so far. It's another beautiful Thursday, and of course, you know how we do it on the Vivian Douglas Show. Look, discussing issues that affect you, and every one of us, we've seen how we can get relevant solution to that. So, hoping you've been having a beautiful day, no matter how hectic it is. Just smile through it, and of course, keep going. Hopefully the evening will be better. And if you've been having a great day too, that's still awesome. So today let's talk about something that affects us, or something that we are involved with one way or the other, and that is social media outbursts. What do I mean by social media outbursts? When people come to social media to settle their scores, when people come to social media to tear down someone else. I have done something like that, something close to that some years ago, but it wasn't even with the intention to destroy the person. I was just angry and I was lashing out. Now, some friends called me and they're like, you need to talk with this person. I said, I've talked with this person has refused to pay me. I did a job for them. I said, I was just complaining. I was very angry, So some friends called me and they're like, don't worry. If he doesn't want to pay, just let it go. Don't make it look like, you're the bad person. They advised me and I just, got myself out of that mood. That's been years ago. Now, when we talk about social media outbursts, a lot of people live in isolation. They stay in places where, they don't really have people they can talk to easily, or they don't have people, maybe they live with people they're not comfortable having conversation with. So it's understandable that sometimes when something bothers them, when they are worried about something, they come to social media and, they share their feelings, they express themselves, they say, this is what is going on in my life, get people, and sometimes people come to you, they talk to you, and you're able to deal with that situation. But what I don't understand is when it comes to social media outbursts, what I don't understand is when people go out of the way to do something to hurt another person. Like, I don't understand it. Okay, let's say someone makes a mistake, okay? Someone did something wrong, and everyone calls this person out like, this, what you did was wrong, you shouldn't have done this and all that. The question, what I don't understand, the aspect of it I don't, which is okay, and the person apologizes for what he or she did. Why do we have the need to take it a notch further? This person did something wrong, came out, apologized for it, took responsibility, accepted their responsibility. We will keep hammering on this, shouting, writing all sorts, calling this person out.
What exactly is behind that? Are we doing that with the intention to hurt this person? Is it jealousy? What exactly makes us do that? Someone did something wrong, they have apologized for it. And we go out of our way we keep insisting, we tag their company, we tag, whoever is responsible for what. We just keep dragging and dragging and dragging until they lose their job. In some cases, people commit suicide. In some cases, like they get into deep depression. Sometimes that messes the rest of their life. So what exactly is behind, like when you see when something happens, okay, and then you see the story on social media, remember that's another human being. We may be typing through our keyboards, but that is another human being that you're talking about. That is a human with flesh and blood. That person who made that mistake is a human with flesh and blood, like you and I, because we all can make mistakes at any point in time. So what exactly would make you keep hitting on it, keep dragging? What goes on inside of us that would make you continue until you destroy that person? What is it that would make you say, when would you say, oh, it's okay? So now there's a story on this aspect of it when someone makes a mistake. Remember we're talking about social media outbursts. When someone makes a mistake and apologizes for it. There's a story that is making the rounds right now about a young woman, and it is so sad. It is so sad because with now the absence of a one-on-one relationship that we no longer have as much as we used to have in those days before now. That social media now created this distance relationship thing. Now we now make it feel like because we're speaking through devices, cell phones and tabs and computers and all what have you, because we're using these things now to communicate, to write, to tweet, to post and all that, we seem to have forgotten that we're all dealing with that. The people, we are still dealing with humans. Robots don't just... I don't know if there's any robot that can just log onto social media and begin to open an account and start using. I mean, to the best of my knowledge, it's still humans who use these accounts. They are still communicating with human beings. So we'll get to talk about that as we make progress in the show. Another aspect of this is also the issue of the Nollywood actor, Williams Uchemba. Yeah? Now, Williams got married. I think his white wedding was last weekend. Just after the wedding, his ex came out and she's saying, that he's a gamer, he has a lot of tricks, that his wife, that the marriage is not going to last, something. Like, why do you do that? You said you dumped him. He got married to someone else. Now, as a blog, you publish this story. Why do you publish this story? What exactly is your intention? So that people can begin to spread negative energy on someone who just got married. Okay, as if that was not enough, a certain Kosi Ugo on social media, I think he's on Facebook, made a post talking about how his sexual orientation is different from, I don't know if I'm allowed to use the word, all that online on air right now. So basically talking about how he's into men and women and all that. So the question is, why are you doing that? This guy just got married. You knew all this, why he's been announcing he's getting married and all that. As a matter of fact, that is his body, that is his life. Why is that a problem for you? Why do you want to push in? I really do not understand this outburst. The guy began to talk about how his marriage is not going to work, how this is not going to... What exactly is inside of us that makes us go push to the extreme to the point that we actually end up ruining people's life? When would forgiveness be enough? When would people say, I'm sorry, and you actually understand that they mean what they say? Anyway, we'll just take a short break and we'll come back. We're going to have this conversation with Wealth. Hopefully David gets to join us. Let's have this conversation. Maybe it's just in my head. I'm thinking all these things, or maybe not, but stay with us. We'll be right back. Very good to have you back. We're still in the Vivian Douglas show. I just had to take a break so I can welcome Dave and Welts to the show. All right, guys, good to have you on the Vivian Douglas show.
Thank you.
Good evening. It's been a while, and thank God we're here again.
Oh, please. Now, when I was introducing you, I talked about, let's look at the social media outbursts.
Okay.
The things we do to ourselves on social media. When I was introducing, I had this issue with someone, a big name. One time, I did a job for the person refused to pay. Like, why you know? I was so angry. Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, I came on Facebook. Then I was more active on Facebook, and I was like, "You have to pay." Just shouting. I was angry. I was screaming.
Okay.
So some friends now called me. To me, I was blinded with that anger, that rage. Like, what are you talking about? How could you do this? So if some friends now called me, some older friends now called, like, "Hey, you need to put this back. Social media is not the place." A lot of people could misconstrue this. Basically, they spoke sense into my head, and I just stopped. Okay. It hurts. It still hurts. There's no doubt about that. But hey, you got to move on at some point for your own sake. Now, what we do, what is it that makes us go so much to the extreme, to the point that even when people's life are being ruined, we don't bother. We just want to keep going. For instance, the Motora, I think she's a lady, Motora story, the girl who made the video. I don't know, do you have idea how that story started? I mean, I just found out when it escalated. I don't really know what exactly the situation is.
Well, I think she had tweeted about a story of her mom. You know, her mom still struggling, her mom hawking, hawking to see them through, and still currently hawking, to make ends meet and all of that. Although the Motora girl already is, trying to get headway, she's just doing okay for herself. Yeah, she's doing okay. I think she had won, I don't know, I can't remember the program she featured in, and she came out second place or something like that. And then things were starting to look up for her. And then she shared that story. And not too long after, somebody had extracted a video that she posted on her WhatsApp status and, shared on Twitter and said, this is the person who is coming to get your sympathy. And this is what she has done to some other person. My God. Apparently, she was, catching crews, as you would say.
So the person was on her contact list.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So the person was trying to prove that the person who is getting all of your sympathy is actually doing this same thing to somebody that is quite or closely related to what her mom is doing.
Dave, did you see that video?
I didn't, because...
Okay, let me just give a brief... I don't know. I had to search for the video. I really didn't know how this was. So this is what happened. She was drinking, she was driving, she was drinking Fearless. This Fearless bottle drink. So there's this pretty girl. Was that girl a big... Well, I don't know, but this... I think maybe these are beggars, but she's well dressed, wearing a pretty colorful native, little girl. So you know how you are in the car and they are trying to ask you for something. So she was not like using the drinks like long throats kind of, and she was laughing. So the girl was following, she was driving and the girl was following her. So later I heard she now said, "Don't worry, I gave her." Later she shared the video. Maybe so the person next to her was driving, was making she didn't make the video. I'm sure the person sitting next to her made the video because she was driving and drinking. So maybe she put it on her WhatsApp status. It was, I won't lie to you. Looking at it from an unbiased perspective, it was funny, you understand? Because she even said later, "Okay, don't worry, I'm not that bad," or something. I later gave her money. It was cruise. I think that's the best way to put it. So now, when I saw you know how social media was even on Twitter that I saw, everybody was like, she did it. I had to go check for trends or something.
The video.
Like, why is this so bad? Like, what? Like, literally, I don't understand. So that's what happens. I don't know what you think about that. Like, what makes it so bad?
For people to do stuff and then other people just get angry for what they do.
Yeah, no, the decision is she shared about her mom still hawking and all that. So,
well, I think people were being too affective about it. Not really being too. People were, quite affective about it. The whole idea of before now, I also noticed that some persons were coming up with the whole thing that for somebody who has a broke background, she always has a way of talking down on people. I mean, calling guys broke, you're too broke for me, and this, like, you don't have money.
Because she grew up broke. She doesn't want someone to be who. Yes.
I think she was, according to them, broke shaming.
But I'm not saying that is right. But I'm just saying that could be the perspective. Like, that I don't get money or I don't want to deal with somebody who doesn't have money. You
I feel like the social media space is just another place where everybody feels like they could hide from the world, they could hide from reality, and then put up an impression. Now, whatever impression everybody wants to put out, literally, we still put out impressions. I mean, I don't know how much you have in your account.
I don't get to.
And then you dress, and then we go for, maybe occasions, and everybody's just sitting, looking all dressed up and nice, smelling nice, probably in church or somewhere. And I never know what's happening
and
with you.
And if you 1K perfume,
probably the person has nothing, and so.
I mean, I've even had borrowed it.
The whole attire, and then we tend to do this to ourselves. We give you the impression, this is how I look, this is how I want you to see me, this is how I feel I should be represented.
Yeah.
And it's sort of clashing with reality. In terms of reality right now, this is not what you are.
Yep.
So on social media, it's just taking the normal way of life, the normal paradigm we have, trying to... Some people go to the extent of borrowing, like you said, hiring clothes, cars, just to show off. On social media, nobody's really there to monitor you and
no, I think it's
trace
more
back.
on social media where people are there to monitor you. I think the idea here, right, is that social media is like a mirror of societal standard and values. So everybody wants to meet up that standard and value and that level.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be represented good. If they go to check my bio, they have to know that I'm somebody in quotes, and that's what we're all trying to do. Everybody's trying to be an adjudicator or a judge on everybody's life, right?
Sorry.
So that's what happened to Motara.
Yeah, so let's take it. Okay, she apologized. This is even where I'm worried about the whole situation. She apologized. She didn't come out to post that video. She talked about herself. Someone who felt she had the right to bust her, like, because if you're not on her contact list, you wouldn't have that access. You won't have access to her WhatsApp status. Now you have access to her WhatsApp status, and then you're now using it against her. Where did it become a crime? So okay, this thing you said, you understand, but you actually did this to someone. I'm just saying, assuming that was her intention, that happened, and then she apologized. They were still picking her apart. Oh, this apology didn't come out well. She didn't put it right, and so many other things. Before long, she lost the PRO job she had. The organization came out and disowned her. So we don't want to have anything to do with person who did this, who did that. There was no proper investigation to actually know, okay, I'm the one who did this, and I said I'm sorry. That wasn't my intention. Someone just brought that up to like a witch hunt to say, you guys are pitying this person, but this is what this person did to someone else. That's on one side. So she has apologized. Even BBC broken pidgin English carried the story today. So what exactly should we just kill her? What is the intention of this when we keep pushing?
I think, like you said, sorry to cut you, like you said, everybody wants to be an adjudicator right now. Everybody feels like they have the right to condemn. Say this is morality, this goes against moral standards, and this goes against moral setting. For me, I don't care. You live your life the way you want to live your life. Like, let God be the judge. I mean, she did something. She has apologized. She has come out and say, okay, it was a mistake.
Yes,
and
this wasn't what I intended.
This wasn't the video I personally recorded. Someone did the video, was recording because she was driving, I guess. And then another person took the video because I wouldn't have put the video out. Another person took the video and then posted it.
No, she saw the video. Someone said maybe she had never got the video of whoever was recording. Now put it on her WhatsApp. It was curious. Like, to me, it was even funny. The way she was playful. That, honestly speaking, to me, it was playful because I don't have any bias in my mind. I didn't even know the girls. I saw it as a neutral person, so it was playful. Then she now said on her own WhatsApp status where the person got this video, she now said, I later gave her money, It wasn't like I just wickedly drove off. You know how they are playing with you when you're on the road, they play with you play with them. That's actually what I saw. So for you now to not bring that her WhatsApp status to where people were talking to her, understanding her plight in life, how her mom is still begging and all that, and still hawking and all that, and now begin to use so that people can now begin to blast, and that's how this whole thing turned and became the white fire that it is right now.
Well, first of all, if it were someone who had, just gotten her video to post up just to spite her or anything like that, I think that friend should have probably gone to her personally.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with, okay, your friend posts this video and you're not very comfortable.
Yes.
Like, you don't really understand the approach.
You shouldn't put this out.
Yeah. You would have said, okay, I know you didn't mean it this way, but this is what my head is. Like, after watching your video, this is what my head tells me.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you could either explain that, other than, I as I said, the social media is like a societal mirror. Everybody wants to look like the good guy.
Yeah.
And if you're not, you want to make some other person the scapegoat, I think.
Just before you come in quickly, I need to open the phone line. You see, this is the irony of it all. What she did, a lot of us do. I used to have this small friend, at that Rumola bus stop.
Oh, okay.
When I'm going to Chobas, reading ports then, I liked her. We play a lot, you understand? You could have seen us play that way. I'll just like, go, you're not my friend again. They're no longer there, but she's a very smart girl. So there was this particular day, I saw her. She just kept disturbing. I knew I would look forward to seeing her, and I was going to give her money. So while I was seated in the vehicle, I came like, I'm hungry. Oh no, I think that's how we became friends. We just talk in part before then. So she was like, when she came to me that particular day, I'm like, I'm hungry. Oh, she was begging me money. I'm like, me too, I'm hungry. I've not eaten since morning. Just see me like this. I'm like, I'll buy me gala and drink, She was like, are you hungry? I said, yes, okay. Don't worry. She checked her pocket. She didn't have, just like, don't worry, wait, I'm coming. She just started loading the taxi, calling passengers. So she finished, she had some small 10 naira and all that. So she collected all the money from the passengers. They gave her money. This girl went and she had 110 naira. I can't forget that experience.
Okay.
10 naira. She gathered all the money and gave me. It's not much, but just buy water and gala, yeah?
Wow.
That got me to my knees. I did not expect. She's a beggar. You understand? I didn't know. So you could have seen that. You could have
scenario.
Took a video of that and I said, isn't all this person that is saying this to me? You get what I'm trying to
Yeah.
say? You wouldn't even know what has transpired between me and that person before the point where she's giving me money. So this is another aspect of what we do. Something is happening here. You took a video from this
angle.
Someone else who wasn't in the scene, nobody will give you opportunity to explain your parts. You just put it on social media and then the narrative begins to go. So Dave, at what point do we stop? While you're still on this, remember William Zuchamber, who just got married?
Yeah,
he's been accused of being
issue.
Bisexual. He's been accused.
Yes.
He's been accused of being bisexual. An ex is coming out. What is wrong with us?
That question, I was telling you, that question. See, what we are having now is a ripple effect of things that have been happening over time. We just met it. We grew up in the generation where we are sort of aware and conscious of the things that have been happening. I mean, people do everything they can to spite other people.
Yeah.
They do everything they can to drag other people's name to the mud. So it's not new. Like, it has happened from time past, like our ancestors till now. So what I feel is if you have an issue and someone does something to you, especially on social media, take it up. If you know you're very correct, you know you have a very proper standing, take that matter up so that kind of thing wouldn't. I mean, look at the case of this young lady. She has lost her endorsement. And then the person who
Motara.
Yes,
the person
she's
who lost her job and who knows what else.
The person who tweeted that is somewhere having the time of his life.
Oh my God!
It was just data, maybe 150 MB, and then you've wrecked
less than that.
You've wrecked someone else's life. I mean, these are the loopholes that make people like Desmond Elliott to say, okay, we want social media regulation.
Yes. I'm beginning to agree. No, but on a serious note, because we are destroying humans. Because are you saying you don't make mistakes? Are you like who are these are some of the people who are doing the same people who joined their mom to punish their house help in the house and do all kinds of wicked things. So because someone has taken a video of that and bring it to social media, you're suddenly acting like you're a saint.
I would even blame the companies who are endorsing them. Like, this person's antecedents. Like, this person wouldn't do something.
The truth is that with companies, right, they're working with their reputation. The same people who have come out now to talk about this particular person can also go about spreading news that wouldn't help the growth of the company as well. So companies do not want to be caught up in those kind of drama.
Yeah, that's very understandable. Let me quickly open the phone line. So we're looking at social media outbursts and of course how we react to things when it comes to the life of other people. When will it be enough? At what point do we say we shouldn't go this far? And of course, if you're parents, are you even checking your children and do like my dad is my friend on Facebook anyway, but he doesn't my Twitter account. So when I write some things, he just comes inbox and says,
why is he always like that? The narrative is always if my parents on Facebook know I'm not there. I might even have a ghost account so that they don't trace. Oh, it's funny.
Let me quickly take this call and then we'll take it from there. Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Good to have you on the Vivian Douglas show. What's your name and where are you calling from?
I'm Ekine calling from Rumekine.
Oh, Ekine from Rumekine. That's good. So what's your take on social media outbursts and the rage at which will ruin other people's lives?
Oh, that's okay. I'm on radio. I feel a word. That's very, very bad, actually. So, whether even I myself, jokingly within me and my friends, we've done something to each other. But someone else who doesn't know what we're actually doing took it personal. And since then, I took it to myself, anything that will make the next person see it in a different way, I don't do it. To me, it's very, very bad. It's bad because what you're posting out there, thousands of people have seen it, and a lot of people will put different meanings into it. So we should be careful on what that lady did. The moment I watched it, I dislike it. I didn't say anything about it because it's none of my business, but I dislike it.
All right, thank you very much. All right, the phone lines are now open. You can call to be part of the show 070810951095 08. You can also send an SMS to 0701 933 9962.
0817 0000951 or 0810 951 0951.
Thank you very much, Dave. So feel free to call to be part of the conversation. Now, there's something that Ekine said. You saw this narrative. He didn't like it. So he just gently removed himself from there and moved on. Now, what if he had decided to react based on how he felt? He would have been one of those voices that are saying, "Bring Motara head. Let's cut it off.
See,
let's roast
this thing is just a replica of what happened in the Bible. Okay, let me just draw a scenario. When the lady caught in adultery came before Jesus, and then everybody wanted to stone, and it's like, okay, if you have not done any of these things, be the first to cast a stone. We wait. People are patiently waiting. Like you're doing your thing, and people are patiently waiting for the day you make a mistake.
Yeah.
So that they capitalize on that mistake.
Yeah.
And they show it to the world that they are so perfect.
Yeah.
And then you're not.
Yeah. You know the irony of this whole narrative is that whoever posted that video whoever it is took from her WhatsApp status did that with the intention to ruin her. Now we are here. We don't know the person who shared the video or his or her reasons for sharing the video. We don't know who Motara is. I didn't know who she was until this whole thing unfolded. So now, just because I have access to social media, and I think I have an opinion, because this lady had he or she had posted this WhatsApp status to counter the fact that she's here. You guys are here pitying her. Because she said her mom still hugs and all that, yet this is what she's doing to another person. The person was coming from a perspective that with the view that you where your mama they hawk. Now
What have you done to help?
do this kind of a thing?
Yeah.
So in trying to see that, let me pull her down.
And then probably not knowing how to best put it before people has ended up spoiling every other thing.
I think it was intentionally pushed out there.
I think in the end of the day, right, one should be able to tell that there's so many persons waiting for you to just make a mistake so that they could capitalize on it. There's so many persons who want to, use you as a scapegoat to make themselves look better in front of other persons. So one should be very careful.
How do you know? Like, okay, for instance, Montara made a post, okay? Montara made a post, and then maybe I made a post, and then Dave just came in because Dave have access or something to me. Unknown to you that I may have a fight with Dave. Unknown to you that Dave may have an agenda to pull me down because he's jealous or he doesn't like me or something. Unknown to you that's why Dave is putting up that video. And then you now comes up to say
something different.
Yeah, you wouldn't know that's Dave's intention for putting that just because he wants to ruin me. You understand? It wasn't even because I actually deserve it at that point, because there are so many ways we could have corrected someone, and then immediately you push it in and the hell breaks loose. So everybody will be coming at me, let's kill her, let's pull her, unknown to you that I had an ulterior motive. So I've pushed in a narrative
which is already in the minds of people. This same thing happened to the young man who committed suicide when the whole rape. The one who committed suicide.
Yes, the one that was accused of rape.
Okay.
And he kept saying already he had a depression. He's been suicidal, and you didn't know.
He has been assaulted.
Yes.
He has so many records of telling people that I'm innocent. These things people are telling me isn't true. And
nobody listened.
Nobody wants to listen.
Or no, you never asked yourself, the person who made that list and put his name, what was the person's intention? Because this is one critical thing we need to begin to ask ourselves. When someone posts something, we need to begin to take a step back before we tweet, before we post, before we react.
This is you just saying.
That's why we're having this conversation.
The truth is,
we are also talking about William now, right now. He just got married. Why are you suddenly coming to tell us that he's gay?
That's because you are the one who is in the best position to understand that there is logical conclusions before you say something.
People also do these things because they feel slighted or they feel offended by the persons involved. Now, it's just like what you said about the one time you had the outburst, right? It was because you were offended.
Yes.
Now, so somebody acted that way because of maybe some sort of offense that they've harbored in their head or something like that. Sometimes it might just be out of an offended place.
Sometimes it might just be a stunt, like to get attention.
Yeah, like William's own. He was saying he has replied to the person and said the person is cloud chasing. I don't know if it's cloud chasing or not, but you're beginning to put an image in people's minds.
That's very wrong.
Sometimes
I had to go through William's post. I'm like, okay, let me. Oh no, okay, I think he's okay.
But a lot of these things that happen on social media could just be stunt. I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow somebody tells me that they paid someone to slide on them on social media so that people would, they would get people's attention. People do that a lot. Half the time we've seen that happen.
Yeah,
like the rape thing we're talking about. The lady would come out and tell you that, she just did it. She was just catching cruise.
She was catching cruise. And the young man was busy complaining, telling people, this is not true. I mean, how do you feel? It's just like saying...
Yeah, I just
look at you and just lie content. Someone just walks up to you and tells you, wealth, I need to date you. And you say, no, for some reason. And then the next thing is they put up something on social media and they start seeing things that aren't true, forgetting that you're creating an impression, an indelible impression to the minds of other people, and everyone's like, okay, even the way she sounds, I'm sure she might be that kind of person. Giving people the reason to justify your fake news.
Yeah, for instance, now someone talking about Motara saying broke shaming guys. What if she's just speaking from a place because she knows what she has been through in life and saying, me, I don't work broke guys. So if you're broke, please don't come near. I don't know if you understand. That could just be her way of saying, I don't have I need to marry a man who is rich. You get what I'm trying? I don't know. I'm just saying that that subconsciousness could make someone speak in that light. It's not because I'm actually saying, you don't get money, so you're a lesser person. It could just be from the perspective of saying, if they see me like this, I don't suffer. I don't want anything we go drag me back.
Do you know what I feel? Do you know what I feel?
Because this one is coming through. Let me see if I can take now. Okay. Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. Good to have you on the Vivian Douglas show. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Okay. It's the show still on again. This is Kine calling from making.
Oh, okay. Good to have you back. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, there's something I didn't make a comment on about, and she's saying that she cannot date a guy who is broke.
Okay.
Like that. Yeah, in that fact, seriously, I'm also in support of her. Even if I'm a guy, I'm also in support. I didn't suffer. Once I suffered anyway, my siblings did all the suffering for me with my mom.
Okay.
So, but
lucky.
as I am, luckily, as a guy like me, believe me, I want to date a girl who doesn't know how to hustle. If you don't know how to make money for yourself, you want to depend everything on my own also. Both of us, we are not a goal.
Okay.
Say your day, make I get my day.
Mr. Kene, can I ask you something?
Okay.
Do you know there are different levels of being broke?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Probably she's saying it from the angle of if you don't have a certain amount of money in your bank, you're considered as broke. Or if you don't drive a certain car, you're considered as broke.
So sorry, as me, the moment I get below 50,000 in my account, I see myself to be broke.
You see?
It's me. So even if she is saying if you don't have up to 500,000 in your account, you're broke. She don't want to go back to suffer what her mom have done.
But do you know she might influence other people who might just want to just have a relationship and not attach materialism to the relationship? Don't you think she might want to influence people?
To my own point of view, you want to be influenced, not she. She is speaking based on her own opinion. She has entitled her own opinion.
Okay, all right.
Don't she?
I totally agree with you. I stand with you. The phone lines is still open 08170000. That's 40951 or 0810951091. Hello.
Yeah, this is Zion. Good evening to you all.
All right, good to have you, Mr. Zion. So,
I felt that if she should be saying her opinion, take note.
Okay.
There are ingredients that builds up opinion. And when opinion is being put into the public, it's no longer an opinion.
Okay.
It's no longer an opinion.
Okay.
It's now a norm. Oh, my daughter, don't marry a poor man. No. I don't want yours to suffer. Marry a rich man. I guess this comment was one mother that told her daughter. And today, it's like rampant everywhere. I believe... Okay, go on.
Well, you see, there's something we are trying to buttress here. If you were broke, if you suffered, if you had to go through a lot because you didn't have money, your mindset would definitely be different from the mindset of someone who grew up with money. Your views about money will be different from that person's own. And I think this is fair. So when the person comes up to say, we don't know this girl personally, but we're just trying to find a balance, so that other people in the same situation can also learn and move on.
Incidents and what the story being told, it shows that this is a girl that from a broke home.
Yes.
And to narrow and don't want to go back to poverty, let's look for someone that has money. That is the same mentality a lot of politicians of today have in Nigeria. I'm telling you, because they come from a very broke home. And the moment they came to political office, what do you see? Grab them. When you step down, you don't go see them again. They have the problems.
All right.
And the quicker we stop it, the better for us. There are ladies who, no matter how a guy is, they still get married to that guy. And look, there is one thing I believe. That's the word of God. He says that he who findeth a wife, findeth a good thing and obtaineth favor. There is one guy that got married to my sister.
Sorry, can you try to call? We don't have
Yes,
all
let
the
me
time.
round up. There's no
Please.
time. You know, in all the scripture, this is the scripture you quote for you. What we are laying that no matter the point you meet someone, if it is being geared towards marriage, leave the rest for the prophecy to fulfill itself.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I agree with Mr. Zion, but there's this thing. I don't know. I'm not trying to make a case for her.
Okay.
But I think we also need to respect the fact that people are coming from different places in their life. So their views, you understand, will also reflect their experience in life will also reflect. Let me see if I can just take this one before I get to you. Well, hello.
Hello, Mrs. Vivian and Co. Good evening.
Good to have you. What's your name, please, and where are you calling from?
I'm Mr. Kinsley. I'm calling from Umuokoro.
Mr. Kinsley, good to have you here. So,
although I'm just coming back from work, I just listened a little bit of what you are saying. But I just grab some little things there. But what I'm saying is that you should not try anybody to influence you. Whether anybody posts anything on social media, that person is, like we always say, the person is entitled to his or her opinion.
Yeah.
But if you know what you are doing, don't allow that opinion of his or his or her to influence you. That is the person I am. That is what I'm doing today. That is how I am. No matter what you post on social media, I look and just get out. You understand?
Yeah.
So some people will not post something, try to make. It's just people will post something. Go to somebody's car and snap picture. I don't buy car. I don't buy car. I don't even look at that. I don't even look at this. I just get out because it's none of my business. So you shouldn't allow anybody's opinion to influence you. That is all I want to say.
Thank you, and that's very timely considering where we are today. So, well, please go ahead.
You know, the thing with social media is that some persons have been able to make their mark. Yeah, some persons have been able to put themselves.
So we have the blue tick.
Yeah, they've become influencers and brands, you know, that people want to reckon with and all of that.
Because they have
and if that's
huge
the
followers,
case, if that's the case, then you have to be extra careful because people are just out there trying to prey on you. So if you don't want that to happen, then you should be careful the kind of things you put.
And it's so
that
sad.
nobody...
I heard she had lost her account.
So
Twitter,
she has?
Yeah, Twitter has taken down her account.
Wow.
You see, I totally agree with you. Well, it's so sad that.
Can this get any worse? Like, who is that person who did that? Who is that village person that did that kind of thing to her?
No, the truth is, whether we like it or not,
that person is from our village. That person has been dancing around pots on her behalf. No, I'm serious.
And whether we like it or not, that person's opinion now has indirectly metamorphosed into something this big. A lot of people have bought into that opinion.
Yes, but that's why I feel that we need to be careful. When people come up with stories and issues, we really need to
before we jump in to make conclusions.
Yes. Imagine if you find out tomorrow that this girl wasn't actually a bad person. That was an honest mistake. You understand?
Which
and that
could be.
Yes, and we have all contributed in ruining her life. So to say, as it is right now, she has lost the job or the endorsement, and then of course, the account that she used to make much more money for herself.
Do you know the funny thing? Probably something happens to her.
Being poor or broke, everything is happening to push her back to that place now.
Probably something happens to her next time.
And we all contributed to it.
Yeah, something happens to her next time, or she gets. I'm not praying for that kind of thing. Something negative happens, and it gets to the point where we need to solicit with her again and still on the same social media space, people start saying, that very nice lady. You people were the ones that took her to that place.
And it always happens. It always happens.
We try to do the whole medicine after death kind of thing.
And it's such, why are we hurting ourselves so much? There's a lot already happening to us as the people in this country across the world. Why don't we just take a deep breath? You know, when you see, sometimes read something and you're very angry. It happens to me too. You're very angry, like
read it again.
Yeah, let me just take this last so we can wrap up. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, good to have you on the Vivian Douglas show. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Please don't think I'm the last person. Okay, this is Ekene.
I know, I recognize the voice.
Okay, you're very persistent.
Okay, you're the last person and you got him 3 times today. Lucky you, so.
Okay, technically, we shouldn't even be talking about what she did. We should talk about what the person did. Because if my friend did what she did, I won't go back to our high school or our university time to post what he or she have done. I will walk down to the person, call the person, WhatsApp the person with Facebook. Any way I will get to the person. I'm like, hey guy, what's up? That thing you did, you should put it down. I try to talk sense into my friend.
Yeah.
He's my friend. But if I'm not trying to, make a bad picture of that my friend, then I will go as far as posting what the person did.
Yeah.
What she did was bad, but what the friend or whoever who posted it is worse than what she has done.
I think that's where we'll wrap it up today. Thank you so much, Ekene, for being part of the Vivian Douglas show. I think this is okay. Let me just quickly see if I can take some 1 or 2 SMS. So I think this is actually one of the things we need to look at as a people. We look at one person's action, and while we're looking at that person's action, we seem to forget that the action that led to that is even worse than what the other person did. Like Ekene, let me quickly take at least just one SMS and then we go. Okay, this one said, Vivian, those people around you has come up again with their roadside army, but their lives have nothing to do with where I'm going. Okay, I don't know what this is about. I don't know what this is about. Okay,
we're talking of the same thing. Like we just talked of something.
Yeah. We don't have all this.
And someone is interpreting something else. Wow.
Well,
right. Yeah. Exactly. So okay. So let's start from you.
Well, I think that a lot of things that we do are subject to interpretation of a lot of people, and we all have to be very careful. Seeing that social media is here and it's here to stay. There's little or nothing we will say now that will stop anybody from giving any contrary opinion from what we've posited. Yes. Yeah. So one has to be very careful enough to understand that some persons can misconstrue whatever you want to say. You say it meaning this way, hoping that the meaning hits the right thing, but then somebody interprets it, because whatever we say is subject to different interpretation depending on personality.
So basically we need to be very careful.
Yeah.
All right, Dave.
Simply put your shoes in the yourself in the shoes of others before you make conclusions. It's as simple as that.
Exactly. For me, I'm just going to say, when we see these things, it happens to me all the time. I see something, I'm so angry, I'm so pissed off, I want to go at it, I want to start, but I've also learned to pull myself back. You'll be shocked that I'm saying from this, they're saying this from experience, you'll be shocked that that's few seconds you took to pull back to think through it, you suddenly have a very different perspective of that same issue. So that's why sometimes you need to delete that tweet, you need to react differently. We are all not perfect, we are all imperfect beings, but we must also try our very best to see that whatever we do, that we make sure that when you are reacting to anything on social media, never forget that you're talking to another human being. And if you don't if you don't want to be treated the way you're treating, if you don't want to be spoken to the way you're speaking to that person, let's be careful with what we post and what we write. God bless you. Do have yourself a beautiful evening, and of course, enjoy the rest of the day. I'll be back here next week, and thank you for everyone who was able to reach us today. Bye.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the every day, every hour. When the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good evening, this is the World News on a Premium Talk Radio Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Wisdom Obina in the headlines. Senate Committee on INEC screens Professor Mahmoud Yakubu for reappointment as chairman of INEC. Governor Nyesom Wike calls on President Muhammadu Buhari to address demands of Nigerians. Petitioner asks for 1 billion naira compensation over expenses spent seeking for justice for deceased brother. On the foreign scene, Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed says he's launching final phase of army's operation in northern region of Tigray. Now, the details. Former chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, has appealed to the National Assembly to pass the Electoral Act Amendment Bill, latest by the first quarter of 2021. Professor Yakubu made the appeal when he appeared before the Senate Committee on INEC at the National Assembly Complex in Abuja. The former INEC boss appeared for his screening by the lawmakers following his reappointment as INEC chairman by President Muhammadu Buhari. He said that passing the bill within the time frame recommended was critical for the success of the 2023 general elections. Professor Yakubu informed the lawmakers that the electoral body had submitted several areas for amendments in the Electoral Act, adding that it is necessary for the electoral legal framework to be finalized in due time, as INEC cannot conduct elections under uncertainty. Professor Yakubu stated that INEC would continue to deepen the use of technology for elections and explore other ways in which the electoral process could benefit from technology. He also disclosed that INEC was working to ensure electoral materials are procured ahead of time. The governor of Kaduna State, Nasser El-Rufai, has again criticized the idea of zoning of political positions. Speaking at the Nigerian Economic Summit in Abuja, El-Rufai insisted that no country progresses with such an arrangement. The governor said equal opportunity should be given to every qualified person for political positions. Ahead of the 2023 election, there have been calls for the presidency to return to the south, but El-Rufai argues that leaders should not be selected by zones. In the meantime, Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has said President Muhammadu Buhari has an opportunity to address the demands of the people or put the country on fire. Governor Wike's comment comes 2 days after the federal government met with leaders of the South-South zone. At the meeting, the South-South leaders demanded the restructuring of Nigeria in line with the principle of true federalism. The governor also said President Buhari should show leadership by listening to the people.
Having the political will to implement what the people want is very serious. Take, for example, if you have an opportunity like President Buhari has an opportunity today, the Nigerians have said, look, these are the things we want. These are the things we think that will move this country forward. And he has to show leadership. By showing the leadership, okay, I've listened to you. And I think, yes, these are these comparing things. I think these are the things we can implement. It may not necessarily implement everything that people are talking about, what the people may want. But let people see the concrete. Okay, under President Buhari, he has been able to implement 1, 2, 3, 4 demands by the people. It's key. But if he does not take this opportunity now and not implement some of these requests, then it will put Nigeria on fire. I don't think it will be very good for Nigeria.
He further urged the South-South leaders to learn to separate politics from governance by being united irrespective of party affiliations to solve issues affecting the Niger Delta.
I don't want to talk about the issue of the trust or not trust. The problem is that we play politics in everything. Unfortunately, you have the South zone where you have PDP governors. It's unfortunate. Now, as I speak to you, I have a minister. He has never one day said, look, what do we do for the state? See what I'm thinking that we should do for the people of the state. These are these other states. So that opportunity has not been there. So we are playing politics that, look, these governors are not members of my party. And so I don't need to talk with them. And that's the problem we have always had. And we have said that is not correct. Politics has come and gone. We're talking about governance. What affects the people of Niger Delta?
The president of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, has said in a tweet that former Nigerian head of state Yakubu Gowon is a man of integrity. Adesina tweeted this after a British lawmaker, Tom Tungenat, accused Gowon of stealing half of Nigeria's central bank. Adesina warned against misinformation as he described the integrity of Gowon as impeccable. Tungenat spoke on Monday during a parliamentary debate on a petition seeking that the United Kingdom government impose sanctions on Nigerian officials involved in the alleged excessive use of force on peaceful protesters during the #EndSARS protest. Gowon has, however, denied the accusation, describing it as rubbish. Meanwhile, former Nigerian head of state Yakubu Gowon has denied allegations that he took to the United Kingdom half of the Central Bank of Nigeria. A member of the UK Parliament, Tom Tungenat, had accused the ex-military head of state during a debate on the Lekki tollgate shootings of protesters. Gowon, in an interview with the BBC, described the allegations as rubbish. Gowon was Nigeria's head of state from 1966 to 1975. The wife of the newspaper vendor shot and killed by one of the Department of State Services operatives attached to the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, has disowned her husband's family over their demand for 500 million naira compensation. Josephine Okereke made her position known at a press conference in Abuja. The family of the late Ifeanyi Chukwu Okereke had written to Gbajabiamila demanding the sum of 500 million naira. Lawyer to the Okereke family, Mike Ozekome, who is also a senior advocate of Nigeria, SAN, in a letter dated November 23rd, 2020, said he was given the mandate to write the letter by the father of the deceased, Okori Okereke, and the younger brother to deceased, Destiny Okereke. The widow, however, said she was not aware of the pre-litigation process, urging the speaker to ignore the family and fulfill his promises to her children. To her and her two children, the DSS had last week arrested the operative, Abdullahi Hassan, who shot Okereke. The Federal High Court in Abuja has fixed the Friday for ruling on the bail application filed by Borno South Senator Ali Ndume, who has been detained in prison since Monday over his suretyship for Abdurrashid Maina, believed to have jumped bail. Justice Okona Bang adjourned for ruling after Ndume's lawyer, Marcel Oru, argued the bail application, which was opposed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission's lawyer, Mohammed Abubakar. Abdurrashid Maina, a former chairman of the defunct Pension Reform Task Force, is being prosecuted by the EFCC on charges of money laundering involving 2 billion naira. Justice Abang revoked the bail granted him on November 18th, 2020, and ordered his arrest, directing that his trial would proceed in absentia. The judge also on Monday remanded Ndume in prison until he produced Maina or pay the sum of 500 million naira bail bond to the Federation's account. The trial in absentia of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, at the Federal High Court has been delayed due to the late service of hearing notice. Lawyer to the federal government, Nnemeka Ejiofor, informed the court that the defense counsel, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, who was supposed to appear for the IPOB leader, received the hearing notice of the trial on November 24th, making it impossible for him to meet up with the trial. The trial of 4 others who are also awaiting trial alongside Nnamdi Kanu was also stalled following the late service of hearing notices on the defendants who were absent in court. A hearing notice from the court scheduled the case for November 26th, during which 5 prosecution witnesses were listed to testify against Kanu. Justice Binta Nyako adjourned the 2 cases to January 27th, 2021 for hearing, warning that the court would not entertain insubstantial excuses on the next adjourned date. Kanu is standing trial for charges bordering on alleged treasonable felony filed against him in response to years of the campaign for the Independent Republic of Biafra through IPOB. The legal officer representing the Rivers State Police Command will on Tuesday next week cross-examine the family of final year student of University of Port Harcourt, Solomon Yellow, who was allegedly murdered by operatives of the defunct Special Anti-Robbery Squad before the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into alleged brutality and fundamental right of citizens in the state. The chairman of the panel, Justice Chukwunenye Oriri, gave the adjourned date after sister to the victim narrated to the members of the panel how her family paid 50,000 naira to track 12 mobile phone numbers, amounting to 600,000 naira and 300,000 naira for autopsy name of investigating the death of their brother. Anna West, who spoke from the witness box in defense of the petition by her father, Diamond West, said they paid for the flight, accommodation and logistics for 4 police officers who were supposed to arrive Port Harcourt for further investigation on the killing of their brother on alleged directives of the IGP. Anna West told the panel that they saw their brother last when he left the house to make withdrawal from the ATM, only to discover that he was deposited at the UPTH mortuary by an operative of SARS with his team. She, however, asked the panel to ensure justice is served in respect to the murder of her brother, demanding for 1 billion naira as compensation.
For this loss, but the right to life of my brother was taken away for no just cause. We want justice. We want justice in its full form for what has happened to my family. It's an irreparable loss. We are demanding that the men who killed my brother be prosecuted and damages be paid, damages in the form of 1 billion naira be paid, and the men who killed my brother to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. You're still listening to the World News on your premium news talk and sports radio station Today 95.1 FM. It's 12 minutes past the hour of 6. The people of Rumualogo in Akpo Kingdom in Obiakpo local government area of Rivers State have decried the lack of employment by organizations they pay host to. In an interview with correspondent Sandra Kenneth, the Inyenwele Rumualogo Eze Ignatius Ogumbada has accused the management of the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital for not attending to employment needs of their people, as he said the institution is located within the vicinity of Mbuato community, which includes Rumualogo. Eze Ogumbada, however, stated that his people have been unemployed after graduating, adding that people from other areas are being employed, but the host communities, which are Lakaya, Rumualogo and Chuba, are being ignored.
The UPTH is located within the vicinity of Mbuato community, which comprises Rumualogo, Alakahia, and Choba. Despite this important fact, the indigents of Rumualogo have suffered the scourge of non-employment by the medical institution, owing largely to the non-challenge displayed by the institution. Taking statistics of those employed in UPTH from Mbuato communities, one will hardly spot out 1% of employees for Rumualogo. This is an act of gross injustice. For about 2 years now, the UPTH has been offering employment to individuals without due recognition to people of Rumualogo.
He also stressed the need for necessary agencies to intervene, as he said for over 2 years, there's been untold sufferings amongst youths, especially graduates in the medical profession in the area. He finally said the act by administrative bodies of the institution is an act of gross injustice, which he said must be looked into to avoid escalation. In the meantime, the Divisional Police Headquarters in Mile 1 Dio, Port Harcourt, Rivers State, has evacuated the corpse of a day-old baby boy dumped in a waste bin at the median of Ikwere Road opposite Egede Street in Mile 2 Dio. Some residents of the area told our correspondents that they discovered the baby when they came to dispose their waste, adding that the alarm raised by the first set of persons who visited the dump site attracted a large crowd, resulting to heavy traffic in the area. The respondents, however, condemned the action of the unknown mother, describing the act as evil and barbaric. A correspondent who visited the scene reports that there were sachets of injection beside the dead baby.
I came here to throw dustbin. I saw the baby. They covered it with a wrapper. So some groups of boys removed the wrapper. So we removed the pampers. We now see that it was a baby boy. Before we now call the crowd now gather. Anybody who call this will send the person to prison. But the government will never spare the person. Anyone who call this, let the government don't spare the person.
I come to throw the thing. So I see crowd there plenty. So I ask. They say na pikin where them throw it. So I ask whether the pikin die alive. Then say no. Say the pikin don't die. So I come say this fine baby. Now they say, now so they say. So for me, I go say, if the pikin die alive, now she is the hand killer, control 1 year. You know, we'll see better.
It would interest you to know that a motor mechanic at National Ilichi Street in Diob area had also discovered the decomposing body of an infant at a waste bin site 3 weeks ago. Members of Diob Vigilante, in a joint operation with officers of 1 Eagle Crack Unit of Rivers State Police Command, have apprehended over 15 suspected cultists terrorizing Diob axis of Port Harcourt. Some of the suspects apprehended in the area last night's operations were within Diob area are Igoni, Thank God, Ichie, Wisdom, Nengia, Ifani, and Justice. A leader of the Diob Vigilante group, Prince Amatari, who confirmed the development to our correspondent, said they received series of distress calls last night that different cult groups in their numbers were having a cult clash and in the process robbing some of their victims. Amatari warned that the era where people commit crime and go free in Diob is over with the help of intelligence gathering, just as he urged residents of Diob to be security conscious and give useful information that will lead to reduction of crime and criminality.
At about 7 p.m., we received series of distress calls from residents of Diob, and those calls were reliably informed that different cult groups are carrying different kind of weapons, moving from street to street, fighting themselves. And such cult groups include Whitestone, Castro men, History men, and Pupas men. And they did not only fight themselves, they deviated from fighting themselves and started robbing residents of Diob. And we swing into action and apprehended about 15 of them. And such that apprehended include Wisdom Samuel, Negi Daniel, Ifeanyi Sunday, Thank God Shinedu, Joshua Bob Manuel, and Just Gold. And funny enough, Wisdom Samuel, Nengi Daniel, and Justice Gold are in our black house. A few days ago, they collected a phone that does not belong to them and were using such phone to transfer money to their account. And lucky enough, we also apprehended them in today's activity. Youths that are perpetrating this crime are less than 20, some are 20, less than 20. And we want to warn that the era where criminal perpetrate crime and go free is over.
The suspects arrested are in detention at the Mile 1 Eagle Crack Unit of the State Command. 3 Nigerians have been arrested, the International Police, Interpol, for involving in a fraud scheme that defrauded over 50,000 persons in 150 countries. The suspects are alleged to be members of a wider organized crime group responsible for distributing malware, carrying out phishing campaigns and extensive business email compromise scams. Other members of the group are still at large. The operation that led to the arrest was made possible by a year-long investigation carried out between Interpol, global security company, Group IB, and the Nigerian Police Force. Group IB's participation in the operation came under Project Gateway, a framework which enables Interpol to cooperate with private partners and receive threat data directly. On the foreign scene, Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed says he's launching the final phase of the army's operation in the northern region of Tigray after weeks of fighting. He said the military would try not to harm civilians in the regional capital, Mekelle, a city of 500,000 people, as he urged residents to stay at home. The TPLF party, which controls Mekelle, has vowed to keep fighting. The United Nations warns of possible war crimes if the Ethiopian army attacks Mekelle Abiy's announcement comes after a deadline he gave for Tigray fighters to surrender past on Wednesday. A court in Turkey has given life sentences to dozens of defendants in one of the biggest trials linked to the 2016 coup attempt. Air Force pilots and army commanders were among the nearly 500 defendants accused of trying to overthrow President Recep Erdogan. They allegedly directed the plot from the Akinci Air Base near Ankara. Erdogan says US-based Muslim cleric Fethullah Gulen masterminded the plot, which led to mass arrests. Gulen has denied any involvement in the attempted coup in July 2016 that killed 251 people and injured more than 2,000. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The Senate Committee on INEC has screened Professor Mahmoud Yakubu for the reappointment as the chairman of INEC. We told you that Governor Nyesom Wike has called on President Muhammadu Buhari to address the demands of Nigerians. You also heard that a petitioner has asked for 1 billion naira compensation over the expenses spent seeking for justice for her deceased brother. On the foreign scene, Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has said he's launching a final phase of army's operation in the northern region of Tigray. That was the news as edited by Ifunanya Ubemendukwe. For comments and inquiries, please call 0815341-8657 or 08144343502 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Do not forget, take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap on the running water. Avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent coronavirus. I am Wisdom Obina. Good evening and thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Madam Tessie. How you there today now?
You're right, so how far now?
I still say you there on your way out, though. I beg, you dey go antenatal care?
No, I get prayer meeting today and I every other day of the week.
That one too follow. But when be your antenatal clinic day?
Antenatal waiting. I no need go hospital at all. With the kind of faith where I get, I go born like Igbo women either for my house or for prayer house.
This woman. Anyway, Sha, I admire your faith, but Madam Tessie, you know how many women we get belle they die every year because of something where they're supposed to prevent for antenatal care. You supposed enroll yourself for antenatal care for any government hospital where the doctors them and the nurses go take care of you wella before your baby them come. And when labor even start safe, make sure say now for hospital you born them.
Abigail, this one way you talk, you good though, but not get money for medical care now.
Make you now worry yourself. Government healthcare facilities they render very, very, very cheap and quality services there. See, you fit trust all the nurses and doctors to take care of you during your pregnancy and even when you born safe.
I beg my run go hospital sharply. I go join you now for closing prayer.
Madam Tessie, come back. Make you not forget COVID-19 still there out there now. Make you carry your face mask and make you use your hand sanitizer too.
This message now from Saving 1 Million Lives program for Resort, Rivers State Ministry of Health.
Please listen to the following announcement. A reputable global multinational company in Nigeria is open for massive business opportunity and empowerment. It is duly certified by CAC. You can earn every 10 days and be free from poverty and recession without recruiting. No compulsory selling of products. Attend our seminar to know more on Saturday, 28th November 2020 by 11 a.m. The venue is at Georgetown Office, 21 Woji Road, opposite Genesis Fast Food, Woji, before Ekanka Artillery Axis. For participation, text yes to 0701 991 9571. 0701 991 9571. Again, 0701 991 9571.
Feel the magic in the air. Levez les mains en l'air. Allez, allez, allez. Feel magic in the air. Aye, level in my ole, ale.
Feel the magic in the air. Magic system, Rêve One, Shawty.
Very good evening and welcome to Soccer Nation. This is the best 15 minutes of football you can get anywhere on radio. I am your favorite Melanin sports presenter. My name is Victor Oriahi, and in the next quarter of an hour, I'll be taking you through the biggest football stories making the round. Let's start off from the country where the Nigeria Women Football League has disqualified 5 teams, that is Sunshine Stars, Dream Stars, Ibom Angels, Adamawa Queens, and Heartland Queens from taking part in the forthcoming 2020-2021 season. All 5 teams have also been relegated to the second-tier division of the NWFL League after they failed to meet the deadline for player licensing and registration for the new season. Chief Operating Officer of the NWFL, Faith Ben Anuge, said following the closure of the registration of the 2020-2021 NWFL Premiership season, we hereby write to inform you of clubs licensed and eligible to participate in the upcoming NWFL 2020-2021 Premiership season. Consequently, clubs not listed, that is Sunshine Queens, Dream Stars FC, Ibom Angels, Adamawa Queens, and Heartland Queens, are automatically disqualified and relegated to participate in the NWFL Championship season. That is a really sad one, I tell you. But then, what can we say? It seems like when it comes to Nigeria, or everywhere you want to say, women's football is given less attention compared to the male counterparts. Well, let's go talk about clubs that will be plying their trade, that will be doing their business in the continent. Particularly Plateau United, as the governor of the state, Solomon Lalong, has promised Plateau United a brand new bus while attending their training session at the Zaria Road Stadium in Jos, the state capital. The governor, who visited the Nigerian champions ahead of their CAF Champions League clash against Tanzania Simba SC in Jos on Sunday, also inspected renovation work at the stadium. While addressing the players and technical crew, the governor said he was at the stadium to ascertain their level of preparations and also encourage them to put in their best against the visitors. He said, "I'm here to congratulate you for winning the Nigerian Premier League for the second time," well, which they didn't, which qualifies you to represent Nigeria at the CAF Champions League. I have no doubts that you will bring home the trophy, having learned from the mistakes of the past and made improvements. Well, we wait to see how that one pans out for Plateau United. Spoke with the coach of the side, Abdume Kaba, some weeks back, and he said his team is just 40% ready. I mean, he lamented, talking about how they've not had adequate preparation. But then, let's see what they will be able to do when they take on Simba SC on Saturday. Still talking about Nigerian football, the Nigerian Football Federation seem to be considering new options for Raw's assistant role. Well, sequel to the recent uninspiring performance of the Super Eagles that led to the home and away draws with their Sierra Leonean counterparts in the 2022 African Cup of Nations qualifiers, the leadership of the Nigerian Football Federation are set to take measures to check the slide. Consequently, the NFF is tinkering with the idea of contracting either Emmanuel Amunike or Salisu Yusuf to assist Super Eagles coach Gernot Raw, adding to Joseph Yobo's assistant capacity. An official of the NFF said, having seen the technical report from the coach and taking into consideration the observation from the minute with the sports minister, we shall open talks with either Emmanuel Amunike or Salisu Yusuf to support Gernot Raw. We have to look at the possibility of getting either of the two experienced coaches to join the technical crew. We shall contact them first to know if they are interested in joining the team, and if they are, we will discuss terms with them and pick the one who fits into our plans. The Super Eagles will also get a psychologist, a physical trainer, and video analyst as part of the backroom staff. The decisions to boost the Super Eagles technically stems from the way the team collapsed after leading Sierra Leone 4-0 after 30 minutes, only for the game to end 4-4, and the return leg ended goalless. We hope the additions to the technical crew will help the team greatly. Well, we also do hope that when this is done, it will as well help the team greatly. Before we go to the international scene, let's talk about some Nigerian players who plied their trade in Europe making the news. Villarreal manager Unai Emery has ruled out a January exit for Samuel Chukwueze, but reckons the Nigerian could move in the future. This 21-year-old has been linked with a move to Manchester United in January, with the Red Devils willing to activate the release clause of £71 million for the Nigerian international, according to La Razón. Real Madrid, Chelsea, Everton, Leicester City, Liverpool and Wolves are also eager to bolster their squad with Chukwueze, who has netted 1 goal and provided 3 assists in 7 starts for Villarreal in the current La Liga campaign. According to Emery, he said at a pre-match conference ahead of Villarreal's Europa League game against Maccabi Tel Aviv today, "We're very happy with Chukwueze. He's growing up here with us in this group, and his performance is getting better little by little. But above all, we want to achieve with his good. Above all, we want to achieve with him good performances with his skill and also with his capacity. He's very young and has an exciting future. But first, he's with us and trying to get better with his performance for us and also for the national team. In the future, he can go to another league to develop more, but I think he's very happy with us, and every match he plays, he tries to give the best performance." That is according to the coach of the Yellow Submarines, Unai Emery. Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta says he wants Folarin Balogun to remain at the club. Well, Balogun has impressed at academy level, and Arteta is keen for the teenage striker to commit his future to the club. He says he's a player that I want to stay at the club. I love working with young players. You can see the talent is there, the ambition is there, and he can fit with our structure and progress in the future. He's part of the DNA, and myself and the club are working to try to extend his contract. We're trying to change the situation that we are in at the moment with him and trying to convince him that this is the right place for him. The young talent and top talent that we produce at the academy is with the final aim to put them in the first team. When I signed for this club, it was one of the things that excited me the most because I love to work with them, and it's part of our DNA and the history of the club. When we have them, let's keep them, and we really think they are players that can take us to the next level. Well, he is a man with a little bit of Nigerian descent, Folarin Balogun. Hopefully, he will be able to make the Arsenal's first 11 or the first team you want to say. Well, the tributes are still pouring in for Diego Maradona. According to The Mirror, his final words before he died were, "I don't feel well." Well, the Argentina legend went back to bed after having breakfast and telling nephew Johnny Esposito he didn't feel well and was going to lie down again. A nurse who was looking after Maradona following his release from hospital after his brain scan phoned for an ambulance, and several responded. But it was already too late, and the retired footballer was already dead by the time help arrived. The last hours of the former Napoli and Barcelona star live were played out in Argentina media on Wednesday night as an autopsy expected to show he had died from a massive heart attack got underway. One described how he had awoken in the morning looking pale and complaining of feeling cold. Says he went back to bed after a quick breakfast where he said to have pronounced his last word, "Me siento mal," which means I don't feel well. Well, emergency responders made an unsuccessful attempt to revive him after they arrived at the rented house in the gated residential estate of San Andres, north of Buenos Aires, in which he had moved to after leaving the hospital following his surgery on the 11th of November. Well, Napoli, the club in which Maradona played for at the point in time in his career, gave them 2 Serie A titles, the only 2 in their history. Well, they are considering renaming their stadium in memory of the man, Diego Armando Maradona. Maradona linked up with Napoli from Spanish giants Barcelona and inspired the Blues to 2 Serie A titles in 1987 and 1990, along with the Coppa Italia and UEFA Cup. Napoli president confirmed following Maradona's death that the club will discuss renaming their stadium in his honor, combining its current title with his full iconic name. He says, "We can't consider the idea of calling our stadium San Paolo Diego Armando Maradona." Well, Naples mayor Luigi supported the proposal that the city's San Paolo Stadium be renamed for Maradona, who scored 81 goals in 188 appearances for the club. He said, "We are already putting it together this morning, taking the first steps to dedicate Naples Stadium to Maradona. It's a process, but will be a quick process because when there is a strong desire, there's nothing that will hold us up." Meanwhile, a certain man, Andre Villaboa, well, for a coach, is suggesting to FIFA that they retire the number 10 jersey for all teams permanently in honor of the man Diego Armando Maradona. Well, a lot of persons don't agree with that, as some speculations, but let's see how it goes. And hopefully, like we said yesterday, may the soul of the man continue to rest in peace. Well, let's go talk about club football, as Zaidu Sanusi scored his first goal for FC Porto as they beat Marseille 2-0 to boost their chances of progressing to the last 16 of the Champions League. Well, the 23-year-old left back opened scoring for the visitors in the 39th minute, and Sergio Oliveira added the second for the visitors in the second half. Elsewhere, Super Eagles midfielder Frank Onyeka was on for the entire 90 minutes as FC Midtjylland remained without a win in the Champions League after they were thrashed 3-1 at Ajax in Group D. The debutants held the hosts to a goalless first half, but conceded thrice after the break, Ryan Gravenberg and David Neres giving Ajax a 3-0 lead. Midtjylland reduced the deficit after Awa Mabil scored a penalty to record just their second goal in the competition. Well, the much-needed win keeps Ajax in second place on 7 points, level with Atalanta, who shocked the leaders Liverpool at Anfield in the group's other game. Let's give you a rundown of games played yesterday in the UEFA Champions League, the most competitive club football there is, club football competition there is. Well, Atletico Madrid played out a goalless draw with Lokomotiv Moscow, while Bayern Munich continued their blazing performance into the season. 4 wins out of 4, and they are through to the round of 16 as they saw of their opponent RB Salzburg 3-1. In Group B, Borussia Mönchengladbach were 4-0 better than Shakhtar Donetsk, while Inter Milan had a man sent off. That is Arturo Vidal. Got a red card in that game as they lost at home to Real Madrid 2-0, with Eden Hazard registering a goal in that game. Olympiacos were defeated by Manchester City by a lone goal to nothing, courtesy of Phil Foden. Yes, Phil Foden, the man got to go, and the assist was provided by Raheem Sterling. Marseille lost to FC Porto 2-0, and Atalanta defeated Liverpool 2-0, with Josip Ilicic and Robin Gomez getting the goals for Atalanta, while Ajax were 3-1 better than FC Midtjylland. Before leaving the studio, let's give you a rundown of Europa League games to expect this evening. Well, CSK Sofia will take on Young Boys in just 15 minutes time thereabout. CFR Cluj will be up against Roma. Molde will face Arsenal as Mikel Arteta has named up pretty impressive starting 11. Alexandre Lacazette and Eddie Nketiah will be leading the attack for Arsenal. Rhys Nelson, Granit Xhaka, Joe Willock, Nicolas Pepe, Maitland Niles, Skrodan Mustafi, David Luiz and Cedric Suarez would be the men getting the job done for Arsenal, while goalkeeping position would be Alex Runarsson. Well, they will be up against Molde, while in the other group game it will be Dundalk versus Rapid Vienna. Bayer Leverkusen will face Apoel Beersheva. Nice will do battle with Slavia Prague. Rangers will be up against Benfica, while Grenada would face Omonia Nicosia by 9 p.m. At the same time, PSV Eindhoven will be up against PAOK FC. AZ Alkmaar would lock horns with Real Sociedad, while SSC Napoli would be up against Rijeka. AEK Athens will face Zoria SC Braga versus Leicester City. That game kicks off by 6:55 p.m. with Kelechi Iheanacho leading the lines for Leicester City. Lille would face AC Milan at the same time, 6:55, and Sparta Prague will be up against Celtic. Maccabi Tel Aviv versus Villarreal. Let's confirm if Samuel Chukwueze, yes, he will be starting that game alongside Takefusa Kubo, while Karabakh FK will be up against Sivasspor. LASK would face Royal Antwerp. Tottenham Hotspur will be up against Ludogorets Razgrad by 9 p.m. CSKA Moscow versus Feyenoord. Wolfsberger versus Dynamo Zagreb. Gent versus Red Star Belgrade, and Slovan Liberec up against Offenham. Well, this is where we draw the curtains on today's edition of Soca Nation. It is the best 15 minutes of football you can get anywhere on radio. My name remains Victor Oriahi. I am your favorite Melanin sports presenter, urging you to keep staying safe and keep enjoying the best of football. The show makes a return, same time, same frequency, tomorrow. Until then, bye-bye.
Magic System. Toujours nous. Ah, ça change pas. Ah ouais. Ah, Shawky avec Red One. Est-ce que ça marche? Ça va pas.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
And
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the name is the one who made the public know about
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your Premium Talk Radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
Well, good evening. This is still your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. My name is Victor Oriahi, and right now it is time to talk about money. Well, yes, someone heard me and his ears just stood up a little bit. Well, you should pay attention to this, as we will be talking about how you can possibly start to make more of it, especially online. I have a guest in the studio, a gentleman, and together we'll be talking about a financial fitness seminar. But then we'll go into the details shortly. But first of all, let me introduce our guest today, Mr. Petrus Okebu. Good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening. Thanks for having me. Good evening, Port Harcourt.
It's great to have you here, I tell you.
Thank you so much.
Well, Mr. Petrus is a financial market analyst. He's an e-trader. He's an investor. He's a trader. He's a financial fitness coach. Well, only him is all of these. And I tell you, you see these titles. You can hear the way the titles sound. Well, that's how the money comes in for Mr. Petrus. He's also a member of the Chartered Market Technician Association, and he holds a level 5 diploma from the London School of Trading in the United Kingdom. Once again, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me, brother.
Well, let's go straight into what we have today. First of all, can you tell us more about the Financial Fitness Seminar and when it's going to be taking place?
All right, thank you so much once again, and good evening. The Financial Fitness Seminar is a program put together, financial enlightenment program put together by FXTM. Now, FXTM is an online financial brokerage firm. We've been in existence to 2011, and we have offices here in Nigeria, Lagos, Port Harcourt, and Abuja. Now, what we're trying to do is at FSTM is to create an enabling platform where people can look for a way, can connect to the global world in the financial market, and try to create alternative ways they can make money. Now, this seminar is coming at the right time, especially we had this seminar here in Port Harcourt last 2 weeks ago, and people called us back. They called us to come back to have another one. This is going to be the last edition of this kind of seminar. Now, people say, why financial fitness seminar? Now, it is coming at the right time. At least we just came out from lockdown. We spent a couple of months, and all throughout the lockdown, most emphasis we are laid on trying to make sure you are physically fit, try to make sure you're healthy fit.
True.
So little was done on trying to make sure that people manage their finances. Because a lot of people were hit by financial crisis. Definitely. But we had more people that were hit by financial crisis more than the so-called health issues.
Yeah.
Now, what people should know is the need for them to make sure, and every day as they make sure to try to be physically fit, that's what they should do to try to make sure their finances stay fit. Now, financial staying fit means you have access, to funds when you need it, as in to take care of things but you that immediate need.
Yeah, I was just about to get into that. We know what it's well to be physically fit, to be emotionally fit. Now we're talking about being financially fit.
Definitely.
Your pockets having six packs.
Yeah, that's the thing. You have to have 6 packs. So, but we're trying to make people understand that, listen, you need to start to make sure your finances are fit. Now, recession, we are now in recession. I told I saw some people last week that, listen, during this period, government is not going to give out palliatives. I don't think they have the capabilities to do that. Now, what you should be doing is look for a way to create another way of making money for yourself. In fact, the best time to do that is to create additional source of income. That's the way you can take care of yourself with these finances. At least if nothing has taught us something, last recession with the COVID-19, all those people that have had one single source of income, at least most of them lost their jobs and are now begged for palliatives. This time around, we're trying to teach you at this seminar. The seminar is free, taking place tomorrow and next tomorrow, how you can learn to make sure your finances are fit before the year runs out. Now, the race for 2021 has already begun. So people who have started planning, you need to plan on time so you can achieve success on time. So you come and attend this free seminar, understand the places, how to make possible investment. Now, one way to stay financially fit is having this habit of constant habit of savings. Now, one is a good thing to save money in a bank, and is also another thing to invest. If you allow your money in the bank, is good, but inflation, the way inflation is going in Nigeria, is going to affect your money. So the good thing is about looking for possible ways you can invest this money that will yield money for you, so you can take care of yourself. So there are multiple. At this seminar, we'll be teaching people how to stay fit and possible investment areas they can think of to make sure they stay financially fit.
Well, Mr. Precious, you talked a little about investment as an investment consultant, because while reading out your portfolio, that was part of one of the things that you are a master of. Are there still investment opportunities that are available to create good income for someone just before the end of the year? We are in the last week of November. Someone is wondering, my New Year resolutions and all my goals for the year has been hit hard. Do you think there's still something that can be done for someone to make good income before the end of the year?
Definitely. The year is not yet over. We still have a month to go.
True.
So anything can happen with the month. Now, there are numerous opportunities, but the one I like most is the one opportunities that you can see online. Now, at least I've always told people that COVID-19 is supposed to be a lesson. Most companies, most businesses that didn't have online interface collapsed throughout this COVID-19. They're locked up. Most of us have not resumed. Now,
very true.
People that made money, we are people that have online interface. So everything has gone online. Any business you're doing now doesn't have online interface. Is wrong. So when you talk about online, during that COVID-19, a lot of people made money selling content, blogging. A lot of people made money, being doing active in social media.
Yeah.
But the most important thing,
designers.
a lot of people are making money from what they call e-trading business. Now, e-trading business is an online trading of financial assets. That means in a financial market, there's something they call financial assets, where you can possibly connect to the global market. You can trade gold, you can trade currencies, you can trade crude oil. Now, the beauty thing about e-trading is that you don't need to have all those items physical before you could trade them. You can stay in your house, connect with FSTM platform, connect to the global market, where there are endless buyers and endless sellers, where you can identify which asset you think you can trade. People made money. I'm telling you, people made money during this lockdown trading currencies. People made money during this lockdown trading crude oils,
That's
gold.
for sure.
So they made money without leaving their homes, without even stopping their work from home. During their break period, they log in using their platform. So what we're trying to tell people are, listen, there are opportunities there to make money. You have to look inward. What resources do I have? And thank God the internet is there. Most everybody have a smartphone. But the question is, with this smartphone, what do you do? Do you spend your time trying to ensure that you are doing safety? Safety is good. Do safety is good, but try to create way. In fact, I always tell people that the way Nigeria is structured, the way economy is structured, individually, if you're doing anything that doesn't have economic value, you should stop it, because everything you do must have economic value. The white man that built this social media platform didn't build it for jokes. They built it for money-making ventures. In fact, they made so much money from it because you are populating their site for them. You're creating this database. Also, you that say you don't have money, you make it before the year runs out. You have the tools.
Okay.
All you require is the knowledge about the e-trading to understand what to do, how to go about it. That's what is the key thing to understand e-trading. And that is why we are organizing this seminar, this free seminar coming up tomorrow, 27th of November, and also on 28th November on Saturday, so that you can learn. There's opportunity for you to learn. So before next year, you can start making money before next year.
Well, before we get to the formula, to the seminar that will be taking place, I have one question. Now, I'm being selfish. I'm asking this for myself. But I feel like persons listening would most definitely benefit from it as well. You talked about e-trading.
Yes.
What do you think are the major factors that determine the success in the business of e-trading?
It's simple. Knowledge. Knowledge is a solution. Any business you want to go, you have to acquire knowledge. I receive a lot of calls from Port Harcourt indigenes. They tell me, Mr. Petrus, listen, we'd have loved to go to this e-trading business to learn how to trade in the financial market, but we've been scammed. We had our brothers we are scammed. And all that. I understand. Because you lack knowledge. Now, that is why we are putting this over the past 5 years. We've been trying to go around Nigeria doing this kind of seminars, telling people that these things work. But what it requires, we need to grab the knowledge. Now, this knowledge, I don't need you to be a PhD holder or to read, maybe being a financial guru before you do this. You can do this. All that is required is the basic knowledge. What is this market? What platform do we use trading in this market? What is the asset I'm supposed to buy? The one that's supposed to be profitable? When am I going to sell? These are things you can do yourself. But people pay attention to other things. When they say, no, they're waiting for their uncles to send money. My brother, things are not working that way again. You have to look inward. That phone you're using, even if you don't have a phone, you need to acquire this knowledge. You can get a phone at any time, but acquire this free knowledge. This is the most important thing that will turn your financials. The year is not yet over. See, your financial aspirations, you can start now to still rebuild it. COVID-19 came and hit it. Yes, hit everybody, but you can still rebuild your financial aspirations. That is why we are calling people to attend this free financial fitness seminar. It's a free event holding tomorrow at River State ICT Center, opposite Pleasure Park. It's a free event. Then on Saturday, it's going to hold at 8687 Oluobasanjo Road, opposite FCMB Bank. That's where we have an office. So you should attend this free seminar. Time for the both days at 10 o'clock. So I don't know how you've been trying. And one thing to about the seminar is for everybody. Now, as long as from 18 years and above, is for you. As long as you understand the economic, what we're going through financially is for you. As long as you cannot, your income, your 9 to 5 job salary, the expenses are piling up, your salary is still static. You need alternative way to make money. Ask yourself, rich men, do we have any rich men that has a single source of income? No. Why are the rich men thinking to more diversify and you are just static being that place? So this is an opportunity for you not to leave your job, but within your job, use your phone and create another way of making money. And it's simple. Now, whether you're a corporate worker, a media guru, a banker, an oil merchant, retiree, corp member, this is for you. The economy of the country is shrinking. You need to try to create wealth for yourself. Listen, government is trying to provide power. You bust generator for yourself to help yourself. Government trying to work on the water for you. Do you still have dog borehole for yourself? Now, the government is trying to do the finances. You need to use your own resources to create funds for yourself. It is simple as that. Don't over rely on the government. Do something for yourself. Wake up. Stop. Use that phone, that iPad, that tablet, that iPhone you have. Turn it to money making machine. Don't rely on the cursing government. Stop blaming people. The time is now.
Wow, the time is indeed now. I was about to ask who could attend the seminar, but you have already answered that. People, regardless of your education, as long as you're 18 years and above, you should be a part of this seminar holding tomorrow. But Mr. Petrus, are there any requirements to participate? Are there anything that people should come with, or just any details?
Okay. To participate in a seminar, first of all, we don't have any requirement, but you need to reserve your spot. All right. Now, to reserve your spot, you have to choose a day that's most convenient, because we want everybody to get seat to make sure you have a space. Now, you need to, if it's for Friday, you type PH1, P Port Harcourt 1, PH1, and send us an SMS to this number 080 955 32211. Now, if you want to attend tomorrow's event, the event is free. Type PH1 and send us an SMS to 080 955 32211. Then, if you want to attend the Saturday because of engagement you're going to have tomorrow, type PH2 and send an SMS to the same number 080 955 32211. Now, listen to me, because this program is not all about enlightenment. It's also not empowerment. Now, listen to me. The first 50 people to text PH1 or PH2 to 080 955 32211 and be among the first 50 I'm going to see in the hall. I will be giving them free $10 trading voucher.
Wow.
Free $10 trading
Amazing.
voucher. So I'm not just going to teach you about how to stay financially fit. I'm not going to teach you how to make money in e-trading. I also empower the first 50 people to make money from e-trading.
Okay.
So it is free event. Now, the first 50 people to send PH1 or PH2 to 080 955 32211. I will be giving them free $10 trading voucher. Somebody called me and told me, Mr. Petrus, I would have loved to do this business. I don't have a smartphone. Not having a smartphone shouldn't be a barrier. Come on that day to acquire the knowledge. You can always get a smartphone. And however, on Friday, one lucky participant is going to go home with a brand new Galaxy Samsung phone. Brand new. And also on Saturday,
I'm going to be there. Don't worry.
Lucky
I'm going to be
participant is
there.
going to win so on Friday and Saturday, somebody's going to go home with a brand new Samsung Galaxy phone. So this is a total bonanza. You have a free lecture to learn how to stay financially fit. Some of you could be going to be empowered to have with $10
US trading voucher
to test this market, to see how this market is. Also, somebody's going to go home in a lucky draw Samsung brand with a brand new Galaxy phone. So what are you waiting for?
What are you waiting for?
Light refreshment of the day. So what are you waiting for? Don't blame anybody. You have an opportunity to learn this thing free. Now, even if you have been trading this e-trading business and you don't have a better strategy, please come to that day, meet me at the hall. We will teach you a better strategy to be successful. That's what we're trying to do. Start 2021 on a very high note. Acquire the knowledge and start practicing next year. I bet your finances shall stay financially fit.
Thank you so much, Mr. Petrus. I tell you, I am enlightened, goosebumps all over from just hearing him speak. If nothing drew your attention, I think that Samsung Galaxy should draw your attention. And of course, the $10 free trading voucher. Not to also forget, he said there's going to be item 7. I mean, it's a total package. But of course, for you to participate in this seminar that we will be having on Friday as well as on Saturday, you could just send a text to the number 080 955 3211. Your text should be PH1 if you are attending on Friday, that is tomorrow. Send PH1 to the number 080 955 32211. Or if you will be attending on Saturday, you could just send a text PH2, that is PH2 to 080 955 3211. Not to forget, the first 50 lucky participants to register and attend will win the free $10 trading voucher. And also, one lucky winner could go home with a Samsung Galaxy smartphone. Thank you so much, Mr. Petrus.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you here.
Thank you.
You are still listening to your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. Don't go anywhere.
Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the name is the one who made the public know about
Well,
it.
good afternoon and welcome to the world news on your premium talk radio.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
You know what? Put that down now. I go match on that. Oh yeah, give me that thing. Come on, give me the phone. Give me that thing. Oh yeah, shoot that police. They go over.
Insecurity has become a common factor in our general language within the Nigerian space, no doubt. Not only has it become a threat, it has begun taking diverse dimension we cannot ignore. A solution we seek. A desire to stop the trend is imminent.
Wait up. 2 seconds.
God, hey, Jesus. Straight bullet, though, what kind of country is this? A boy, I just said to go and buy something, what kind of thing is straight bullet from where? I'm finished, though.
Directly or indirectly, we all have lost people, friends, family, or acquaintances as a result of insecurity. But is security only the job of the government? No, security is not one man's job alone. Every individual in the society has a role to play in order to achieve a secure society. We urge citizens and indigents to adhere and respect the laws of the state, report irregular activities to the authorities, and we implore security agencies to carry out their duties as stipulated by the Constitution and not infringe on the rights of citizens. If we work together, we can build the Nigeria of our dreams. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the name is the one who made the public know about
Well, good
it.
afternoon and welcome to the world news on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
You know what? Put that down now. I go match on that. Oh yeah, give me that thing. Come on, give me the phone. Give me that thing. Oh yeah, shoot that police. They go over.
Insecurity has become a common factor in our general language within the Nigerian space, no doubt. Not only has it become a threat, it has begun taking diverse dimension we cannot ignore. A solution we seek. A desire to stop the trend is imminent.
Wait up. 2 seconds.
God, hey, Jesus. Straight bullet, oh, what kind of country is this? A boy I just said to go and buy something, what kind of thing is straight bullet from well? I'm finished, oh.
Directly or indirectly, we all have lost people, friends, family, or acquaintances as a result of insecurity. But is security only the job of the government? No. Security is not one man's job alone. Every individual in the society has a role to play in order to achieve a secure society. We urge citizens and indigents to adhere and respect the laws of the state, report irregular activities to the authorities, and we implore security agencies to carry out their duties as stipulated by the Constitution and not infringe on the rights of citizens. If we work together, we can build the Nigeria of our dreams. This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What is happening in your community? Does your community feel government presence? Do you think your community's voice isn't heard by anyone that matters?
Join us on Area Talk, the platform that zones in on happenings in, out, and around your local communities. We focus on the problem and take eyewitness accounts to help us get a better picture on any issue. Every Tuesdays to Thursdays by 7 p.m. on Today's Connect, only on Today 95.1 FM.
I fit with you anywhere you day, brother man, you day.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
You had a beautiful day. My name is Buchira Fwa, and I have a beautiful co-host with me here. Should I call you beautiful or cute or handsome?
Don't call me beautiful. People are taking things for granted right now. Like if you put out something, someone on social media might just go and misinterpret it. So let's just stick with Dave.
All right. I have Dave here with me in the studio. Dave, good evening.
The final edition for the program for the week. I don't know why I look forward to it, because it's like a new culture for me right now. And I know it's a weekend and I'm just going to go home and just relax myself. But anyways, thank God we are here again. Another wonderful edition of Area Talk, that show where you get to call us up and be part of what the conversation is. Tell us about what is happening in your environment, your community, your family. Yesterday we had some people telling us about things happening in their families, and that's nice. And basically, it's that time where you just be the reporter for us and we get to interact.
Of course, you be the reporter for each and every one of us. So without further ado, the River State Governor, Governor Nyesom Wike, he said that President Muhammadu Buhari has an opportunity to address the demands of the people or put the country on fire. So he made this comment. It's actually coming 2 days after the federal government met with leaders of the South-South region. At the meeting, like you all are aware, the South-South leaders demanded the restructuring of Nigeria in line with the principle of true federalism. And the governor also said President Muhammadu Buhari should show leadership by listening to the people. I would love you to take a listen to what Governor Nyesom Wike had to say.
Having the political will to implement what the people want is very serious. Take, for example, if you have an opportunity like President Buhari has an opportunity today, the Nigerians are saying, look, these are the things we want. These are the things we think that will move this country forward. And he has to show leadership. By showing the leadership, okay, I've listened to you. And I think, yes, these are these comparing things. I think these are the things we can implement. It may not necessarily implement everything that people are talking about, what the people may want, but let people see the concrete and look, okay, under President Buhari, he has been able to implement 1, 2, 3, 4 demands by the people. It's key. But if he does not take this opportunity now and not implement some of these requests, then it will put Nigeria on fire. I don't think it will be very good for Nigeria. I don't want to talk about the issue of the trust or no trust. The problem is that we play politics in everything. Unfortunately, you have the South zone where you have PDP governors. It's unfortunate. Now, as I speak to you, I have a minister. He has never one day said, look, what do we do for the state? See what I'm thinking that we should do for the people of the state. These are these other states. So that opportunity has not been there. So we are playing politics that, look, these governors are not members of my party. And so I don't need to talk with them. And that's the problem we have always had. And we have said that is not correct. Politics has come and gone. We're talking about governance. What affects the people of Niger Delta?
All right, like we asked yesterday, exactly what is the difference between how the federal government are acting in some ways and how state governors are also acting in certain ways. And some persons called in yesterday to say, Buchi, well, for the federal level, we want the restructuring, let power be given to all states, and then we know that, okay, it's our state governments that we are tackling and fighting for whatever is due to us. But like I said, exactly what's the difference between federal government and state government? It's been complained that power is being hijacked. But in the state level, regards local governments and state governments, some persons are alleging that they are also pleas of power hijacked by state governments. So I still ask exactly what's the difference between how federal government operates in certain areas and how state government operates in certain areas. But away from that particular one, I came across a really sad story today. This is barely
it's not coming from Delta.
It's from your place. So it's barely some weeks after youth across the country took to the streets to protest against police brutality. Another bizarre show of brutality has triggered unrest in Yenagua, a metropolis, capital of Bayelsa State, when some policemen opened fire at a crowded market, leaving 4 women critically injured as at on Tuesday evening. This is according to The Guardian. They reported that eyewitness said the policemen in a white Hilux SUV with registration number Terrapol NFF 8643C, they opened fire on the market women, inflicting life-threatening injuries on a 17-year-old trader and 3 others for allegedly causing traffic that delayed their van from passing through the popular Tumbia market. The Tumbia roundabout is home to a bustling market and motor park. An eyewitness told The Guardian that the policemen, numbered 6, started shooting into the air for traders and pedestrians to leave the roadside and make way for their vehicles to pass. He said when the traders hesitated to leave, one of the policemen opened fire on the traders, causing pandemonium. Miss Joy Roberts, who was with her foster mother when the incident happened, said, and I quote, "While we were walking down the Tombia Bridge, I saw policemen shouting at market women to clear the road for their vehicle to pass. Before we knew what was happening, the policeman started pointing his gun. The policeman, rather, started pointing his gun at the women, ordering them to move out of their way. The women were still dazed by the cops' action, and while they hesitated to move, he began shooting on the ground. I thought I had been shot, but I heard my mom screaming that she could not move her legs. It was at that point I realized that she had been shot on her leg. Some persons came to our rescue after the police van had left the scene, driving towards Amosoma, but I was able to write the number of the van. If they line up the policemen, I can recognize them," she said. "All I want is justice for my foster mother. As we speak, the hospital is already saying that if we don't pay an advance fee, they would discharge her from the hospital." A pastor with one of his branches of Christ Embassy in Yenagua, Mr. Onoja Majadu, whose wife was a victim, said he is traumatized by the incident. I quote his words now. "I was somewhere to congratulate a friend whose wife gave birth to a baby girl when I called my wife to go to Tombia Market to get some foodstuff to prepare food for the woman who was just delivered of a baby. Not quite some minutes later, I got a call that my wife was shot by the police. At that point, my temperature increased, but I managed to ask where she was and was told she had been rushed to a nearby hospital. In fact, I saw my wife. I couldn't believe my eyes. She was badly brutalized. As we speak, the bone between her ankle and knee is badly damaged. The hospital is asking me to provide 100,000 naira before they would commence major treatment on her leg." Now, several others narrated their story, narrated their ordeal, regards their loved ones and the rest of it. But when contacted, the Commissioner of Police, Bayelsa Command CP Mike Okoli, he said, and I quote his words now, "We have the particulars of the vehicle as Terupol NPF 8643C White Hilux. Be informed that the vehicle and the policemen involved in this unprovoked attack on innocent women have been apprehended and now in custody. I want to assure you that they are already facing severe disciplinary measures, the outcome of which you will be informed. I thank you for your cooperation and concern, especially those who made the particulars of the vehicle readily available." The unfortunate incident occurred at the popular Tombia Etegwe roundabout on November 24 around 7:45 p.m. when the patrol team was stuck in traffic and one of the police officers, in a bid to clear the gridlock, accidentally fired a shot. We are shooting on the ground. I don't know how accidental that is. And it's not something that hit one person. It didn't just hit two persons. There are several persons that were injured, and you still call it accident. The victims are responding to treatment at the Glory Land Hospital, Yenagua. The Commissioner of Police in Bayelsa, CP Mike Okoli, said. Now, I know recently we're all talking about hashtag NTAS has trended. CNN are giving their own reports every day. They are going deeper and deeper into the situation. Like Mohammed is still saying what he's saying. We are still believing whatever it is we're believing. And at a point, we didn't see security personnel, and most persons were calling for their presence. I don't know if you missed them at that point in time, or you actually didn't want them to turn up. But fortunately, they turned up and they are here again. Barely how many weeks? Some certain persons are still shooting. These are not SARS operatives. They are policemen shooting at people, and it's been tagged accidental discharge.
Accidental discharge on the ground, apparently.
I don't know. At this juncture, you wonder exactly what the problem is. Because a normal human being, outside the fact that you're a police officer, you are normal and you're thinking straight. There's nothing wrong with your brain. You see women crowded and you decided to start shooting. Even if you're not pointing it at anybody, you were shooting at the ground. Who does that? Or you don't know bullets can fly anywhere? Who does that? What exactly is the problem with our security system? Because you might say, okay, the structure and all of it, but do you think they are mentally sound? Because structure is one thing, system is another thing. But those persons being recruited, are they mentally sound? Are they mentally okay? I'm sure I've met several police officers, and I know not all of them are like that. Some are very intelligent, smart, and professional. But right now, I'm beginning to wonder exactly what is the problem. Why? Just one singular reason why he opened fire. Even if it was said that he was shooting at the ground. One reason why he did that. After all that happened during #NSAS movement, now we're seeing something fresh and new. Does that make sense?
And not just one case. I think we saw another video at I think Abuja, where those military men were beating up a young man, and then the brother was by the side saying that person who was being bitten is a sickle cell has the sickle cell issue and everything. We know the truth, and we choose not to.
Right now, I don't even know what the truth. What is the truth?
We know
exactly?
the truth. The truth is, if you do what you're doing right now, it's bad. All right. If you take out that gun, if you cock your gun, and if you even threaten to shoot at an armed personality, it's bad. But you choose not to.
A civilian, a market woman.
You choose not to. So the question right now is, like you rightly asked, is there any other motivating factor that makes you want to act in the certain way you act every single time?
I'm trying to come up with excuses in my head why he opened fire. You might want to say they are not supposed to trade around that area close
it's
to
really
the street.
A busy area if you
they
know that
should
place
move
very
out.
well.
Yeah, they should move out and clear the road. And this is in no way to justify what he did, because there's no way you can justify what he did. But I'm using this one as a warning to all those that actually trod along the streets. Now, you're not at risk of being injured by police personnel. You're also at risk of being hit by an oncoming vehicle. Yeah. So you can see that you just have to play safe and leave the road. You don't need to wait for what they call them, task force on street trading to push you out, to chase you out for your safety. But back to the issue, no matter where they were trading, no matter what happened, there are professional ways to do things. And if just coming out to clear the road, it means that when there is traffic, you just come out and shoot all the drivers now and get out of the road so they can pass, so you can pass. It doesn't make sense.
And
if guys were there, some persons might want to say, oh, maybe these guys were trying to attack the police. Oh, hoodlums hijacked the market movement. Hoodlums knows how to hijack things very well in this country that we are in.
Is a trend.
Hoodlums hijacked the market trading and they were trying to attack. We were trying to tell them move, maybe we even gave them pure water ourselves so they can move and clear the road so we can pass. But they refused. Then maybe it was actually blank ammunition. I don't know. But the bottom line is, what these guys did, there is nothing that you can bring up to say this is why they did it, or that is why they did it. There is no justifiable reason for what happened there.
I mean, we keep chasing our tails every time in Nigeria. We keep running in circles.
And I'm sorry, but that word accidental.
Why do we keep using that?
What's an accident there?
When it's deliberate?
Because if an excuse is being made for this particular officer that opened fire, another person would not mind doing something like this, or might not mind doing something like this, because it will be called accidental discharge.
So what happens if every other person
who just shoots and they will tag it accidental discharge, and then tomorrow they will just tell us that they've punished him? They are how do they talk that thing again?
They're looking into it, and then they have been court-martialed or something like that. But this is what
apprehended
I feel.
And in custody.
Apprehended, that's the word. This is what I feel. If we are sometimes it's funny, it's funny how we are so.
What if somebody
blind
died?
To the truth?
What if someone had died in that process?
It's funny how we are so blind to the truth. I mean, if your wife was trading there as a policeman, if your wife was trading there in that market, would you do what you did? if your child was standing in front of you, even if your child was doing the wrong thing, and let's break this thing even right now. Some people are really obstinate and stubborn. Okay? We never know the approach that prompted the use of weapons before that time.
See, no matter the approach, if there was an issue, I think the Commissioner of Police would have said something in his statement. But all he said was that accidental discharge, unprovoked shooting. And they've been apprehended. We can be rest assured
nobody would tell you
and
you
in
try
custody.
to pacify them and tell them shift back or clear the road.
No, during the narration they said something like
My
that.
own issue is, why would it be that it's when you want to pass, you feel it's necessary to clear the road? Isn't it your job, your responsibility to be there and control traffic? I mean, there are traffic wardens being represented by the police.
That's another structure problem. It's this problem of the system. You cannot assign police, just like what we're having here in River State, where there's lots of traffic everywhere, and there are no police security personnel in some strategic points to control traffic. Everybody do whatever they want to do. Now, if I don't know how their structure system work. If they can at least just assign some persons in this strategic point to control traffic and clear the road, it's something. Imagine something like that happened here.
Yeah.
There are some persons in those points, especially
Who
that
are
market
given
where
that responsibility.
exactly, to stay with the traffic wardens so they can manage traffic there.
But you take your mind back to when you were growing up as a child. When you see the policeman coming, there's this aura about him. You respect him for his word, his command. And then as kids, they will tell you, if he brings out his koboko, you better run for your life. Because we knew that these people are law-abiding citizens and we shouldn't break the law, so they don't do what they're expected to do. And now, I don't know when it became a trend for us to start, even like you said, even if it's blank ammunitions, since when did it become a trend? To have this
accidental discharge. Why is your gun cocked already?
I mean, in countries like the UAE, you move around, you have policemen there, and their guns are not with them, and yet they handle their jobs efficiently. So why is it different for us to incorporate?
It's not like I don't know where you guys were going to or what was happening, but this really doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. We're trying to quell the fire for the hashtag #EndSARS protest and try to sort out some things in the country and address certain situation. And somebody is just trying to make the situation more difficult than it should be. It doesn't make sense. Some police officers were killed during the hashtag #EndSARS protest, according to reports. Some were killed. Citizens were killed. People died for little issues that could have been avoided.
I mean, you were seeing,
and now you're trying to trigger
the level of
else.
disrespect on the NPF, and you saw policemen, you saw IG of police stations being beaten up.
See how the army are trying to see all that is going on. People trying to defend. CNN pumping in their own investigation, giving all they can, like hitting it hard.
For
like Mohammed is saying what he's saying, and you are still there. We're trying to settle one. You're bringing up another one. Oh, girl. Still on the issue of police, in Delta State.
Oh,
guy gets out. I'm not sharing this
like
report again.
The week can't go without something coming from Delta State.
I ain't sharing that report anymore. I'll just quickly move to Akwa Ibom State. It's still on police.
Really?
So 500 retired police officers, they petitioned the Akwa Ibom panel of inquiry. The judicial panel of inquiry investigating incidences of police brutality, that's the one sitting at Uyo, over non-payment of their contributory pension over the years. They get mine, cha. The retirees, okay. I thought they were still. The retirees who were represented by their counsel, Sunday Njoku, said that the action of the management of the police pension scheme, usually perpetrated by bad eggs in the police forces, was embarrassing. Let me quote his word now. The helpless situation of serving and retired officers have been one of the major causes of the despicable action of officers who would want to make it before they retire from service. Non-payment of our pensions is even more embarrassing because after saving for 35 years, we get a little or nothing after retirement, they said. Njoku said his clients were in the panel of to contribute their quota to propose police reform that would be a long way to help members of the public. And the panel has actually frowned on the attitude of police officers who were invited to the sit-in, saying it would not hesitate to order the arrest of serving or retired officers who would fail to appear before it. But that's what's currently happening at Akwa Ibom. Whether Dave likes it or not, I'll still share that Delta State report. I don't care.
Amen.
So the Delta State Police Command, as on Wednesday, they invited and interrogated a Delta State-based activist, that's Israel Jewel, who participated in the #EndSARS protest over his alleged role during the protest. And in his statement, after his 2-hour session with the police, he said he was grilled by operatives of the Special Intelligence Bureau, SIB, and was released based on self-recognition. He also disclosed that a file containing his personal information, such as bank account details, was also presented before him while being interrogated on issues bordering on #EndSARS protest. And while speaking to the Vanguard on his response to the police, he said, and I quote, "We, that's protesters, had told them that the federal government has not met our 5-5 demands, though they have disbanded SARS. We also articulated our fresh demand to the police, which entails zoning of every position of vice, deputies and assistants to youth 20 to 45 years old in 2023 political arrangements of all political parties. I was also questioned about the 7 December #EndSARS protest, which excluded Delta State. We had intentionally excluded Delta State from the protest, not because our demands have been met, but because we do not want to record any casualties occasioned by secret court clashes taking advantage of the #EndSARS protest." He had more to say. Well, I'm just sort of keeping you updated on what's happening in different South states regards police issues and anything related to the #EndSARS protest that took place some weeks back. But meanwhile, while all this is still going on at those states, I don't know what's up with you guys. So there's just been several reports of court clash, kidnapping, thieves. What's up? What's happening? What's going on over there? All right, I'll share some reports with you from Edo State, but I'll have to put up the phone lines at this juncture so we can hear from you. That's the most important part of the program, to hear from you, to know what's happening in your community, what's happening in your area, things you got to witness during the course of your day that you believe are newsworthy. You please call in and share with us. You can join us via the phone lines, or you can send messages, text message or a WhatsApp message. For messages, you send it to the number 0701 933 9962. And then to call in, you call the number 0817 0000 951 or 0810 9510 951. Good evening to you and welcome.
Good evening, Gucci.
Good evening. Welcome.
Yes, good evening, there.
Good evening. Good evening.
Yes, my name is Olo Lucky, and I'm calling you from Ba in Eche.
Welcome, Lucky. Go ahead, please.
Yes, let me just start with the one our governor is talking to President Muhammad Buhari. You know, there's a portion in the Bible that says, before you remove something from somebody's eye, first remove the one that is in your eye. Now, we the people of Eche, we are shouting that the governor should give us attention. I mean, he should come and fix our road. The road of Eche is bad. He has never even do as if the people of Eche is talking. I'm aware that the people, our brothers who is in America, who based in America, sent him a positive visit, telling him how bad the Eche road is, but nothing is happening. Instead, they are busy building a flyover in Obiapo. And when we are saying, people say, "Oh, why are you saying building flyover?" We are not saying it's bad. I'm not saying building flyover in Obiapo is a bad thing. And I've never seen any investor that invest because they are building flyover or because of flyover. I've never seen anything like that. Come to Eche. Eche people are part of River State. There is no any garden city without Eche. Eche people are contributing massively I'm talking about the oil production. I mean, oil that.
Are you there?
Hello.
Are you there?
Hello?
Yeah, quickly wrap up, please.
Now, with AJ is also part of this. So I don't know why the governor, before you tell President Buhari what to do, come and fix the AJ road. AJ people are part of River State. Before you correct President Buhari, please come and see what you can do to the people of AJ.
All right.
The roads are bad.
All right.
And we have to travel. We have to travel this December, and we can't look past. It's bad, Buchi.
All right. Thank you so much for calling in and sharing your thoughts. But yesterday, I think this point was raised, and someone said, well, there are level to things, and some feel that the issue with the federal government is way bigger than the issue with state government. So maybe we should tackle the bigger issue, and then before we look at the less cumbersome ones, yeah? All right, still numbers is 00817 0000951 or 0810 text message, WhatsApp message to the number 0701 933 9962. 95.1 FM, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Uchi.
Good evening to you.
Yes, good evening as well. That's Congo, calling from Akukari in the chair.
Welcome, Congo. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. See, Buchi, I want to tell you my experience at Rumokoro today.
Wow, what happened, please?
Thank you. The police there, I'm also appealing to them. I know police these days, they are trigger happy. The way they were carrying their gun today, they are gone. Saying by force. I became afraid. I then remember the protest. Because police, when they kill, they say accidental discharge. And the dead is gone. And they leave. So if I thought they discharge, and they will also be discharged, I don't think they will be having accidental discharge all the time on people. So what I'm trying to say is that the way they were carrying their guns today, they told people as if people are ghosts. Just because our governor came to see what was going on at the flyover there. And even the governor, I know too well, will not even ask them to stop people from passing. You see, they will ask people to follow the other way. When you go here, they say, the other ones, they say, go there. The other ones, they say, go there. Carry them here and there. But if you see the kind of police I fear today because of what happened during the protest. So I'm appealing to them that they should try to know how to handle their guns. And they should not as well this time be trigger happy again. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for calling in and sharing your eyewitness report on the program. Okay. The numbers is 00827 0000951 or 0810 951 951. And like I said, if you can reach us via the phone lines, please send a message to the number 0701 933 9962. You can send an SMS or a WhatsApp message to that line. Meanwhile, the people of Ruma Logo in Akbo Kingdom here in Obiakbo local government area of River State, they've decried the lack of employment by organizations they pay host to. In an interview with correspondent Sandra Kenneth, the Inyeweli Ruma Logo is a Ignatius Obumbada. He's accused the management of the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital for not attending to employment needs of their people. As he said, the institution is located within the vicinity of Umboato community, which includes Ruma Logo. Well, Israel Bumbada, however, stated that his people have been unemployed after graduating, and he added that people from other areas are being employed, but the host communities, which are Lakahia, Rumalogo, and Choba, are being ignored. Take a listen.
The UPTH is located within the vicinity of Mbuato community, which comprises Rumalog, Alakahia, and Choba. Despite these important facts, the indigenes of Rumalog have suffered the scourge of non-employment by the medical institution, owing largely to the challenge displayed by the institution. Taking statistics of those employed in UPTH from Mbuato communities, one will hardly spot out 1% of employees for Romalo. This is an act of gross injustice. For about 2 years now, the UPTH has been offering employment to individuals without due recognition to people of Romalo.
Well, he also stressed the need for necessary agencies to intervene. As I said, for over 2 years, there's been untold suffering amongst youth, especially graduates and medical professions in that area. And he finally said that the act by administrative body of the institution is an act of gross injustice, which he said must be looked into to avoid escalation. We'll go on a short commercial right now. We will be right back. You're still on to Today 95.1 FM and it's Area Talk. My name is Buchi Rafwa. Just stay with us.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about.
Good afternoon and welcome to the world news on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Welcome back from that really short commercial. You're still on to Airy Talk on your premium talk news for radio station, Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Now, it was reported by Linda Ikeje's blog that what Governor Nyesom Wike actually said. So, Governor Nyesom Wike described the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, as a corrupt commission, according to LIB. The River State governor, who said this in an interview on Channels Television, averred the NDDC is the most corrupt commission he has ever seen, and also alleged that they cash cows for politicians. Wike also recalled how he confronted the commission's MD after the agency claimed a road project he awarded. Well, just putting it out there so you know, and wondering if you completely agree with Governor Nyesom Wike. NDDC is the most corrupt commission. Have you seen, well, there's been lots of allegations within the system, but we're still yet to see meaningful things come out of that investigation going on. But in your view, do you agree with the governor? Is NDDC one of the most corrupt commissions we have in Nigeria? 95.1 FM. Good evening. Good evening to you and welcome. Good evening. Welcome, Vincent. Go ahead, please.
Yes, so I still want to remember our Echo governor about the promise he made.
Okay.
Concerning their road. So I know that it's a mistake.
Oh boy, the line's breaking. Yeah, I don't know if you mind calling us back, please, if you can. And we lost this particular one. Do also call in. It's 0817-000-951 or 0810-951-0951. Text message, WhatsApp message to the number 0701-933-9962. Before we head back to the phone line, let's take some messages. This one says, please, my name is Bernard Le Moha, residing at Port Harcourt. Yes, I want to submit my own. Okay, I think this is not for us on Area Talk. This one says, Buchi, good evening. I'm Coach Weme from Ndele. The part of the country known as the Niger Delta, which includes Cross River, Akwa Ibom, River State, Bayelsa, Delta, Edo, and part of Ondo State, has been at the center of petroleum development in the country. Occasionally, these oil-producing communities have caused to complain about the adverse effect of oil exploration and drilling activities in their areas. These complaints often result in conflict and confrontations, especially when nothing is done to alleviate their suffering. All right, Chief Coach Weme, thank you so for sharing. Dear presenter, police are the problems in the country. Since enters protests, police are troubled the citizenry. That's coming from OJ from LMA. Thank you, OJ. This one says, Buchi, good evening. Please, there is no light in some part of School Road in Oyibo for the past 2 years. Interesting. I have said it before, people should avoid police problem. Most of them, I think, find it difficult to apply professional skills in carrying out their duties. What stopped the women from vacating the road? Probably 15 minutes and avert the ugly incident. That's coming from AZ from Port Harcourt. AZ, like I said, it's just like you're in traffic and a police van wants to pass, and the usual madness that comes with drivers on the road. Everywhere is blocked. Does that mean that when you're saying, oh, everybody move, and everybody are still trying to meander their way so they can also pass and they won't be stuck in traffic while they are clearing the road? Does that mean you should start firing the tires of the car, even if you don't even shoot at them? That you should avoid police problem? Is that making sense? Should police have a problem, in your words? Should they have a problem in the first place? Because we mostly rely on them for security, for safety. I rely on them. I'm sure all of us do in the country. So how can I be relying on someone that is showing me that they are unreliable, so to say, in this scenario? If you cannot be professional, if you cannot just push women, oh yeah, move, clear road, you can't open fire. Then hashtag enters protest. What happened at Lekki? Do you want to think twice about some statements? Just on the road, you cannot just clear them. Only women, oh. This one, no hoodlums. You cannot say, yeah, move, let's pass. You started shooting accidentally. Please tell Governor Wike that if Nigeria is scattering, that he's among the governors that cursed it. If he had used Rivers State allocation for 23 local government areas in the state, that Rivers youth wouldn't join the protesters. Instead, he used it against his people by inviting... All right, Joe, this thing you're saying is not confirmed at all. This one says, until we are host to truth, I guess, host to ourselves, things will not go well in this country. Divide and rule will not continue to destroy the South, and Southeast. All right, let's head back to the phone lines and hear from you. Good evening to you and welcome.
Hello, Buchi, good evening.
Good evening, welcome.
Thank you. Gostan from Aba.
All right, Gostan, go ahead.
Thank you. You see, I just want to talk about this police issue. The problem with police, people are no longer respecting police and army. That's number one problem. These people, first of all, try to respect police and army first. Before any other thing, that's the major problem. People know they even regard police and army as anything. That's the problem we have with my sister. You see, there was a day, a place I went to go and look for a house. The landlady looked at me, said, no, I should go, that the policeman have his house, that I should go.
Gostan, you're a policeman.
I am telling you, I
don't wonder. Gostan, I don't suspect you since. No matter how the discussion they go, you go just find way to exonerate these people. Well, I'm glad we have people like you in the system. Go ahead.
That's what I'm telling you. Now, if you go to Proverbs chapter 15, verse 1.
Okay.
If you read that, you go see what God said there. A soft word, A soft word, turn away wrath. Then a grievous word, stir up anger. Proverbs chapter 15, verse 1.
So why didn't the security personnel, the one that just happened, the reports by Guardian, why didn't they use soft word on the people?
That's what I'm telling you now. People should first of all play their roles, so they should first of all respect army and police first.
All right.
Give them their own respect first.
Okay.
Before any other thing.
All right, Gostan. Thank you so much. Gostein feels that we no longer respect security personnel in the country. So you should give them respect. Respect is reciprocal. You give them respect, they'll give you respect. If you don't give them respect, he didn't say anything about that. I don't know. But I don't know, whatever you see, you take. So that's Gostein's opinion, though. This one says, good evening, Buchi. Could you imagine that an Igbo man asking an Ogoni man to pay 500 naira before accessing Aka Street in Rumekini at Obiak local government area because of the free hands day? Saturday Dinkpa. You see, things like this is what caused tribal war. And all this Igbo, Ikwere, Yoruba, Hausa, it used to be more of the north and the south. You know how you guys usually say it, but which is completely wrong. And now you're trying to bring up the little ones, Ikwere, Igbo, Bayelsa, this one. What's the problem? The problem we have is not enough. People want to add more. Any little thing that happens, say, oh, it's because it's this tribe. Any little thing, oh, it's because it's this tribe. Haba. There's so much problem in the country already, wo. This one says, those of you still insisting and calling Lai Mohammed names about Lekki, those who alleged are yet to prove. At Bayelsa Market Square, you heard what AK-47 can do, and those shots are there for eyes to see. They are relatives and not ghosts or mirage. That's coming from Stan. All right, Stan. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you and welcome.
Okay, this is Mr. Jaja from Ozoba.
Welcome, Jaja.
Okay. Sometimes the way you present this issue of police and the ordinary man, it's like people are always in support of the masses.
Okay.
Policemen are human beings and they work with law and order.
Okay.
Sometimes people should try and begin to inculcate the spirit of discipline and obedience. So,
are you a policeman?
I'm not a policeman.
Okay.
But like the picture you painted in Bayelsa, what happened in Yeneguel? Why can a reasonable somebody that has family and children, trade on the center of the road?
Yeah, and if you were listening clearly, we pointed that out. But as much as that is an issue, is that a justifiable reason to open
if you do
fire?
Not trade on the road, will the policeman harass you or shoot?
For goodness, for heaven's sake.
People running one way, like the issue of this Ikoku or whatever. If that man did not run one way, will he be apprehended in the first instance? He committed an offense.
After being apprehended, is that how you treat them? Is that how you carry out investigation? If they had apprehended him, hold on. If they had apprehended him and went through due process and are professional about what they did, do you think anybody will be talking today?
That is what we are talking about. If you don't disobey the law, you will not be caught.
No, I think maybe what you should say is that you will not be shot at or you will not be killed. That is what you should say.
The issue is that for selling, like sometimes ago, about 3 years ago, in oil mill market, people were selling it on the road. And the trailer fell and crossed over 16 persons. Didn't you hear about that? If they were not there, would they have been crossed? So if policeman came now to drive them away and incidentally he releases the people will begin to talk about the policeman. Sometimes you people should balance it.
The young boy that
discipline to us, to we the civilians, citizens.
I completely understand where you're coming from, but I don't know why you're saying it, because on this program, Time Without Number, we say it from all angles. We don't just stick to one person. We're not in support of the people. We're not in support of the police. We're just stating it clearly from different perspectives, and you pick whoever you're in support of. But there are some things that are glaringly wrong. You cannot tell me that because they are on the market, you started shooting at them. How does that make sense? I already condemned the fact that they were trading on the road and talked about it and used it as an example for all those that are waiting for task force to come and push them out of the road. But no matter what happened or no matter what they do or what they did, aren't you supposed to be a professional? Why are you wearing that uniform if you are carrying your family problem along? You think I don't have personal problem and then I'll come on air and start insulting everybody because I have personal problems? Does that make sense? Because people are disrespecting police, then open fire at them and shoot them. Where on earth is that coming from? 95.1 FM, good evening. Hello, good evening to you. Welcome.
How you doing?
Very well. Go ahead, please.
To be honest, I'm so disappointed when people come out and make some kind of comments. Once you are professional, if the road is being occupied, are you not supposed to come down and make way for the road for police to pass? You know, that's like the case. Now we have a little problem in the country, and then we are talking about something to balance the problem. And some people are making more problem for us. You understand? You come down, you make you can assign the road, but you clear it and you go in. Not shoot the road.
Let's hear your own thoughts, please. Forget about what any other person said. What's your thoughts or your eyewitness report?
Every the panel that is going on, a little person that are talking about they should give their own billion, 500 million. They should pay this money to those people. And you stop the deterrent to them. The right is not given to them because kill those people. What kind of message is that? Somebody will not talk. And now they're talking about to arrange the case. When you kill those people, are you not supposed to go out and protect the citizens? Why would you go out and kill people with your rifle? Is that to do security job? When the system is faulty, you got people who are cultists, who are criminals in the system.
All right.
You come and take our work to the society. Is that like I said, are we going to live?
Even if I'm not getting everything you're saying, but thank you so much for calling in. You sound really upset, though. I don't know why. Let's take some messages before we head back to the phone lines. This one says, Buchi, how are you doing? I'm good, thank you. Glad to hear your voice again. I've missed your presenter. MJ, thank you so much. It's been a while since I saw a message from you, MJ. This one says, good evening. Please help me tell Governor that Ibo Eche Road has rendered many children fatherless. Every criminal are taking advantage of the bad road to kidnap and kill. Last week, Friday, someone was killed. Yesterday, someone was kidnapped. My name is Godwin from Ibo Eche. Thank you so much, Godwin, for sending your message. This one says, without any ambiguity, I corroborate with the governor said about what the governor said about NDDC. Take a cursory look at their projects substandard. They are indeed corrupt. Uncle Jeff from Eche. Well, so many persons have alleged that they are corrupt, but compared to so many other commissions, they're worse. Well, like I said, there are still allegations though. PMB is for 36 states and Abuja. Wike is for 23 local governments in River State. How have Wike treated all local government areas, even the ones that lay more golden eggs that attract the 13% is always talking about? That's coming from Emmy rather. And this one says, Buchi, the NDDC is corrupt is not in doubt, but that is the most corrupt. That it is the most corrupt is not true. If NDDC is the most corrupt, which position will NNPC occupy in the corruption index? Oh, still allegations. Good evening, Buchi. Nigeria police is like federal government of Nigeria. Nigeria police will never change, just like federal governments. They are not professional in their duties. Another protest on the way, and it will be very heavy because hunger will punish more people on the streets. Buchi, there is fire on the mountain. That's coming from Sam. I don't know where your comparison is coming from or on what base the police and federal most corrupt institution. He has benefited greatly from that agency in the past and will keep benefiting from it in the future. That's coming from Relish. Two contradictory statements there. Governor Wike said NDDC is the most corrupt institution. Who is free of corruption? Let us remove what is in our eyes before seeing another person's eye. This one says, present the recruitment of executive officers doesn't entail training based on personal core values on character tests, evaluation, and assessment. MJ sent that one in. Good evening, Buchi. Coach Weme from Indili. Yes, Umpadek is far better than NDDC. All right. Buchi, good evening. I'm Success. According to the statement of Oga Ima in your radio adverts, he says that they are politicians, all of them. All the 8 men are politicians. They know how to attack, and the lady who make public announcements who need a governor did not do wrong. I don't understand though. Please, they should stop to attack and do the right thing. God bless Nigeria. Success, I don't understand your message well, though. But that NDDC is corrupt is not in doubt. Okay, I think I've taken this one already. That's coming from Isaac Daniel. Thank you so much for sending in. Let's see if we can take some more calls before we wrap up the program. 95.1 FM. Okay, I think we lost that one already. But, okay, 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Yeah, but good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Chris. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go ahead, Chris.
Let me say something. You see, does it mean now that the Nigerian Constitution say that any police officer or any security agent that sees somebody that block road, to talk to that person, to make that person leave road, is just to bring out your gun and shoot him?
Obviously, it doesn't say that. And like the commissioner of police said, we can be rest assured that they've been apprehended and are in custody.
Yes, this thing is provocative, just like me now, as you see me here. I have one kind of single bone, and that is why at times, if you watch the way I talk at times, I don't like all this type of thing. Maybe I didn't know that person is my mother. Maybe the type of head that I have. When I did village, at the pursue community for village, that person will kill my mother. And
nobody died. Nobody died. There's no report of any death.
Maybe it happens, even if it happens say that person shot my mother and I received the news, you tell me that I will be clapping for that person because it's a Nigerian police. Is it how they do something? That person now, his own mother, he will be pampering his own mother. Look at what he did to another people's mother.
All right.
His own children, his own family, he keep them far away, they guide them, but he's coming here, putting other people's family in jeopardy. Somebody telling me that they should take care of the police well. They should not insult them. Insult them how? So the Nigerian Constitution say if you see anybody that maybe even is a mad person that block road, just come down and kill him, and so that you pass. Is it what the Nigerian Constitution say? I wait police officer. You're supposed to know. If you pet the woman, please, you people, help them and pack those things and remove from the come out, go out from the road. It's not by using gun. Everything is not gone.
All
That's
right.
the reason.
All right. Thank you so much. One more call before we wrap up. Good evening to you. Good evening. Hello.
Hello, Buchira.
Mr. Sam, you're my last caller for the evening. Welcome and go ahead, please.
Yeah, the lady with the good invite.
Thank you, Mr. Sam.
From my castle.
Good evening to you.
Yeah. Buchi, you agree with me that if it was only the act of impunity from our policemen, we don't have much trouble to deal with. But the problem here now is that I've heard that some of these our policemen, they are so much, I don't know, possessed with some kind of demonic spirit that is controlling them, whereby you see they do things that are not just, you can't just explain. So just imagine now the young man who was the vendor, who he had wife, he had children, but they just took his life. Look at the one you are just talking about now. If somebody with a normal spirit, I don't think they will do that kind of thing. But I believe there is some demon. So what we will do now, in that police department, they should arrange a deliverance service whereby some of these pastors.
Oh my God. I didn't see that coming. What I saw coming was maybe psychological evaluation or something. I didn't see deliverance session coming.
The psychological evaluation. Spirit team is more than the psychological evaluation.
All right.
When they arrange this deliverance service, some of these pastors will go there, deliver them, pray for them, cast out those demons.
All right, thank you so much, Mr.
Lastly, Buchi.
Okay.
Lastly, Buchi.
Okay.
You see, the thing is that whereby, you know, this local board that they used to cook with firewood, that is so very, very, very black, will come and be accusing this modern board that they cook on the gas cooker, whereby you don't see small stain of the thing on it. It is very bad.
All right.
Looking at how.
All right, Mr. Sam. Good evening, Buchi. NDDC is corrupt. Police is corrupt and politicians are corrupt. Nigeria is a fantastically corrupt nation. Joe from my one Diobo. Well, I'm not corrupt, and I like I said, I know some police officers that are very professional on their duty. They are very professional and they are very sane. So, police, when you say police in general, I don't agree with you on that. And this one says, Buchi, good evening. My name is Ima from, please tell Governor Wike to please use River State allocation within 23 local government areas of River State before advising Buhari. And also tell him that without, I guess you're trying to say NDDC, there will be no road in River State. Actually, without NDDC, there will be no road in River State. Who agrees with that one? Okay, and on that note, we come to the end of Area Talk for the week. Well, like I said, they are very professional police officers in Nigeria, in the system. But we still have some very bad eggs. So just so you don't fall victim or you don't fall prey, and then we start having another protest on your behalf, please just do the right thing and avoid anything that would bring up any clash or misunderstanding between you and anybody. Not just police officers, you and anybody and everybody. Just always do the right thing. Be at the right place at the right time. Trade rightly, talk rightly, mingle rightly. Everything you do, make sure it is right so you avoid issues. It's just that something must kill you. Maybe it's the rightness that you are doing that will kill you. Only God knows. Like they say, something must kill a man. I don't know why that thing gets to my head. All right, Dave, let's get your final words before we wrap up.
You already said to do the right thing, and that's what I will always advocate for.
But you know that something must kill a man. I recall one time in Kaduna, we're inside the house and my mom came. She was coming from Monday Market, and then she said that all of us were inside the house. That on her way back, she heard that one man was just in his house, jelly. Trailer fell down. And then his house caught fire. It was just in his house, so doing the right thing, staying indoors. But he died that day.
Gee, your point is, I don't know, but like, do the right thing, pray, be safe, and let's just not, focus on the negative. Keep aspiring to be great. Keep praying that Nigeria will be great, and whether you do the right thing or not, just keep praying and put God in your life, daily life.
And well, I think we also need to start believing in our system to some extent, because it's making us see everything that happens there as completely wrong, or there's always an ulterior motive. Let's believe in our system. Start believing in yourself, doing the right thing, and the next person doing the right thing, and everybody will start doing the right thing, and the system would go well. Thank you so much. He's Dave Roberts. My name is Buchi Rafwa, and thank you all for calling in, for listening. And let's stay well. And yes, do the right thing. Good evening.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Good evening and welcome. This is Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, the voice of the people. And it is time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the war today. In our package tonight, Burkina Faso incumbent Kabore wins presidential election.
Uganda's Supreme Court jails politician for calling judges incompetent fools.
And Kenyan leader KCB plans to acquire Rwanda, Tanzania and banks.
Greece extend coronavirus lockdown by 1 week. I am Dave Roberts.
And I am Buchi Rafwa. And now the news in details. Taken up from Zimbabwe, at least 40 informal miners there have been trapped underground after a shaft in a disused gold mine collapsed. The country's Miners Federation said the incident happened in Bindura, around 70 kilometers north of the capital, Harare. Head of Zimbabwe Miners Federation, Wellington Takavarasha, explained how the miners were working inside the disused Rangoon mine when a shaft caved in. 6 miners have since been pulled from the rubble and taken to the hospital. Mining is a major source of foreign currency for Zimbabwe, where gold alone accounts for 60% of exports. The landlocked southern African country is home to vast gold and mineral reserves, including diamonds and platinum.
Over to Uganda, where Supreme Court has jailed former president aspirant Ivan Samuel Sibaduka for using abusive language against them, including calling them incompetent fools. Reports say Sibaduka was sentenced to 3 years in prison for contempt of court. In September, he filed a petition at the Supreme Court seeking to stop a requirement for president aspirants to collect nomination signatures. He also wanted the court to suspend coronavirus safety restrictions issued by the Health Ministry on the conduct of campaign rallies. He used the offensive remarks when defending the petition before the judges.
And now in Kenya, its top lender by assets, KCB Group, has concluded plans to acquire 62.06% in Banque Populaire de Rwanda and 100% in African Banking Corporation Tanzania Limited. Kenya commercial banks are looking beyond their borders for acquisition, seeking to tap growing opportunities in the wider East Africa region, driven by rapid economic growth and trade integration. In a statement, the KCB says it will pay cash for the shares in the Rwanda bank. It also aims to make an offer to the remaining shareholders to acquire more shares on the same terms as the 62% already agreed. The ABC Tanzania deal, KCB, will also pay cash using a price to book multiple of 0.42. Both transactions are still subject to various approvals, including those of regulators in all three markets.
Now over to Sudan, where a former Prime Minister of Sudan, Sadiq al-Mahdi, has died from coronavirus 3 weeks after being hospitalized in the United Arab Emirates. A statement from his family and National Umar Party said 84-year-old al-Mahdi was being treated in Sudan before a decision was made to take him abroad. He was hospitalized after 21 members of his family contracted the virus early in November, but local media reports say that the family members are all in stable condition. Mahdi was prime minister in 1989, where he was overthrown by a coup led by former president Omar al-Bashir.
Burkina Faso's president, Rochmark Christian Kabore, has won a second term after gaining an outright majority in the first round of elections. Head of Burkina Faso's Independent National Electoral Commission, Newton Ahmed Barry, who said Kabore was announced the winner after he polled 57.87% of the votes. And Eddie Komboigo, the candidate of a once ruling party, came second with 15.48% of the ballots, followed by Zafirin Diabre, considered by pundits to be the best placed opposition hopeful with 12.46%. Reports say 63-year-old Kabore has been under fire for his response in a 5-year-old jihadist insurgency that has rolled in from Mali. But he was a favorite, and by winning an overall majority in the first round, he avoids a runoff vote in which he would have had to stand against a single candidate backed by united opposition.
In Ethiopia, Ethiopian Deputy Prime Minister Demeke Mekonnen has continued his diplomatic mission in Africa and Europe to present his government's position on the conflict in the Tigray region. Mekonnen's mission to Africa and Europe followed shortly after Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed announced that fighting in the Tigray was in its final phase. Despite pressure from outside, Ethiopia has resisted international calls for negotiations with the Tigray people of the Liberation Front, TPLF. Demeke told the French president that he and the government had tried to resolve the differences with the TPLF through discussion, but it had repeatedly committed evil acts causing harm to the public and the government.
Meanwhile, an African Union mission has arrived in Ethiopia's capital, Addis Ababa, to try to mediate between the federal government and the northern Tigray state after 3 weeks of conflict. 3 former African heads of state, Joachim Chissano of Mozambique, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf of Liberia, and Galema Motlanthe of South Africa are part of the mission. The arrival coincides with what Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has called the final phase in the operation in Tigray. Abiy has already rejected international efforts to negotiate a peaceful end to the fighting, describing it as a law enforcement operation. The conflict has already displaced tens of thousands in neighboring Sudan and left scores dead.
Now to Malawi, where Malawi airline workers have embarked on an industrial action over deductions from their November salaries. Reports say that the strike affects only weekly flights from Lilongwe to Johannesburg in South Africa. Stranded passengers turned up at the Kamuzu International Airport to find grounded planes. The airline crew and staff had stormed the company's head office in Lilongwe, demanding answers from the management. According to the staff, the salary deductions were made without prior notice or consultations. Malawi Airlines is owned by the government, with Ethiopian Airlines having some shares.
And we'll go on a short break at this juncture and stay with us.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. You're still on To The Wall today on your premium talk news sport radio station, Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. And we are moving on with France, where the health minister of France, Olivier Véran, says his country is ready to start administering COVID vaccines in late December. By Véran equally warned that citizens should wear masks and keep their distance even after vaccines are widely available. Meanwhile, President Emmanuel Macron has said France will not make COVID vaccine mandatory. The government laid out the details of a gradual easing of its month-long virus lockdown and announced hundreds of millions of euros in new aid for struggling workers and students and businesses forced to close. French authorities are also increasing efforts to counteract the mental health consequences of the second lockdown and protracted pandemic. France leads Europe in numbers of confirmed virus infections and has reported 50,618 viruses-related deaths.
Over to Greece, where the government of Greece has announced a week-long extension of the country's current lockdown due to the continued spread of the coronavirus, particularly in the north of the country. The government spokesman Stelios Petas said that the lockdown was due to end on November 30th of 2020, and it will be extended to December 7th of 2020. The announcement came amid a 24-hour strike by civil servants on a variety of demands, including better workplace protection against the coronavirus. The strike disrupted public service, while several hundreds of people defied a ban on gatherings imposed due to the pandemic, holding protests in Athens and the northern city of Thessaloniki. Flights had been cancelled or rescheduled went ahead. However, as air traffic controllers called off their strike after a court ruled their participation as being illegal, about 400 people gathered in central Athens for a protest march, while about 150 striking workers also gathered briefly for a protest rally in Thessaloniki. Greece has had a significant surge in coronavirus cases and deaths that is straining the country's health system.
The European Union has filed 2 pharmaceutical companies for colluding to keep a cheap alternative to a sleep disorder medicine off the market for their profit and at the expense of patients. EU Antitrust Commissioner Margaret Vestager said that Teva Pharmaceuticals and Cephalon must pay 60.5 million euros for agreeing between themselves to delay 4 years the launch of Teva's cheaper version of Cephalon's blockbuster modafinil. In return for the delay, Teva had got beneficial side deals and some payments. Vestager said the Tevas and Cephalon's pay for delay agreements harmed patients and national health system, depriving them of more affordable medicines.
Now to Thailand, where Thailand has transferred 3 Iranians involved in a botched 2012 bomb plot back to Tehran, as Iran released an Australian academic who was in prison for more than 2 years on spying charges, while Thai officials declined to call it a swap, and Iran referred to the men as economic activists. The arrangement freed academic Kylie Moore Gilbert and saw 3 men linked to a wider bomb plot targeting Israeli diplomats who returned home on a hero's welcome. The reason for Iran's refusal to name those freed remains unclear. However, Tehran has long denied being behind the bomb plot and likely hopes to leverage on the incoming administration of U.S. President-elect Joe Biden to ease American sanctions imposed by President Donald Trump. Israeli officials declined the immediate comment on the release. In Australia, Prime Minister Scott Morrison has said that he relieved that Moore Gilbert 33 has been released, but added that it will take time for her to process her horrible ordeals.
And that story from Thailand concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, as produced by Owekewari Priye Izogo of the news department. Well, before we go, here is a summary of the major top stories that made headlines. Burkina Faso incumbent Kabore has won the presidential elections.
The Uganda Supreme Court have jailed a politician for calling judges incompetent fools.
And Kenyan lender KCB has planned to acquire Rwanda and Tanzanian banks.
And finally, the Greek government have extended coronavirus lockdown by 1 week.
Till same time next week. Do have a lovely evening. But before we go, do stay tuned. BBC Focus Africa is up next. He is
Dave Roberts.
And I am Buchira Fwa. Just stay with us.
BBC World Service. This is Esau Williams with Focus on Africa. Today, Ethiopia's Prime Minister says the military operation to take control of the Tigrayan capital Mekele has begun. Also, rescue operations are underway in northern Zimbabwe, where dozens of illegal miners are believed to be trapped underground. And we look at the life and legacy of the former Sudanese Prime Minister, Sadiq al-Mahdi.
The confirmation came in the early hours of the morning from his family and from his party that Sadiq al-Mahdi had passed away, having contracted coronavirus 3 weeks ago.
And I'm Nishat Lada in sport. Tributes continue to pour in for Maradona from across Africa, with Cameroon legend Roger Miller describing him as one of the greatest.
That and more today in Focus on the BBC, beginning with the news.
BBC News with Sue Montgomery. A Turkish court has handed life jail sentences to hundreds of army officers, pilots and civilians for involvement in the bloody 2016 coup attempt. The failed putsch saw more than 250 people killed as Parliament and other key buildings were bombarded. Martin Patience reports.
Among those found guilty of trying to overthrow President Recep Tayyip Erdogan 4 years ago was a group of Air Force pilots. They've been accused of carrying out airstrikes on the country's parliament in the capital, Ankara. More than 200 people were killed in the violence in what is seen as a defining moment in recent Turkish history. Following the failed coup, tens of thousands of people were arrested in a nationwide crackdown, and more than 100,000 public sector workers lost their jobs.
Thousands of fans have been streaming through the presidential palace in the Argentine capital, Buenos Aires, to pay their final respects to the football legend Diego Maradona. His body, wrapped in an Argentine flag with the number 10 shirt he made famous on the pitch, is lying in state. Some fans cried at his coffin, while others applauded. The Ethiopian government says it is distributing aid to people displaced by the fighting in the northern region of Tigray, hours after it launched its final offensive against the dissident leadership there. It said it had set up 4 camps in government-controlled areas and had established a humanitarian corridor. Our Africa editor, Mary Harper, says the Tigrayan leadership are likely to resist the army's offensive.
It symbolises a great deal, and anybody who thinks that the federal troops are going to be able to march into Mekelle and subdue the people of Tigray, I think would be rather mistaken. I don't think they're going to give up without a fight, either a straight-on fight or they'll withdraw into the mountains and it will be a long, protracted conflict.
Parts of South Africa are showing signs of a possible second wave of coronavirus. Infection rates are reported to be rising again, especially along the southern coastline. From Johannesburg, Andrew Harding.
Doctors in Cape Town and in Port Elizabeth are reporting a spike in hospital admissions. One provincial leader described the increase as staggering and said the virus was spreading widely, not just in a handful of hotspots. Concerns about a second wave are coinciding with nationwide protest action over low pay by community health workers, key figures in South Africa's fight to contain the virus. The country is now heading towards its main summer holiday season, a time when millions of people travel. With the economy in deep trouble, the government is thought to be reluctant to reimpose tough lockdown restrictions.
World News from the BBC. The British government has announced that most of England will face the 2 toughest levels of coronavirus restrictions when it comes out of a general lockdown next week. Large parts of the Midlands, North East and North West are among the areas that will face the harshest restrictions in Tier 3. London will be in the slightly less strict Tier 2 category. Parliament in Azerbaijan has called on the government in Baku to reconsider its relations with France after the French Senate passed a resolution backing the independence of the breakaway region of Nagorno-Karabakh. France's foreign ministry has dismissed the Senate resolution, which has no legal force. Our correspondent Rehan Dimitri has the details.
The document, which is not legally binding, calls for an international investigation into war crimes and the use of banned weapons by Azerbaijan during its 6-week war with Armenia over the Nagorno-Karabakh region. In the Azeri capital Baku, protesters outside the French embassy demanded France annul the resolution. But Nikol Pashinyan, Armenia's prime minister, said the French Senate's decision was a historic one.
The president of Burkina Faso, Roch Kabore, has been re-elected with more than 57% of the vote. His 2 closest rivals trailed far behind, each with less than 16%. The Electoral Commission dismissed opposition claims of fraud, but Islamist and ethnic violence meant the election could not be held in significant swathes of the country. An expert report commissioned by the UN Rights Office said technologies such as facial recognition risk making racial profiling worse. One of the authors, the Jamaican rights expert Vereen Shepherd, told the French news agency that misidentification had dire consequences in some cases. Facial recognition systems developed in the West may be much less accurate in distinguishing darker-skinned faces. BBC News.
Hello, this is Esau Williams with Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. And we focus first on Ethiopia today, where it's 18:06 local time and where the Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed confirmed that the country's army has been instructed to begin an operation to take control of the Tigrayan capital Mekelle. It comes after we heard on this program yesterday from the government minister that a 72-hour window to surrender had expired. Concerns have been raised that any bombardment of the city could constitute a war crime if civilians are killed as a result. But as of this afternoon, the city has been reported to be calm. A journalist in Mekelle, Daniel Berhan, told the BBC that there was no sign yet of any attack by government forces.
When we wake up in the morning, the city, everybody was kind of relieved.
people were worried Abiy Ahmed might manage to conduct airstrike or anything, but nothing happened. And as far as the news from the front is concerned, 98 kilometers away from Mekelle, there, according to the information coming from that front, the invading army has lost momentum. And the city is kind of relieved and more alive than yesterday. This morning, shops, coffee houses, restaurants, almost they are full.
And that's Daniel Berhan there in Mekelle. Well, our correspondent, Kalkidan Yibeltal, joins me from the capital, Addis Ababa of Ethiopia. Kalkidan, what more had the Prime Minister said in his briefing today?
Yes, he said that the window that was opened for TPLF fighters to surrender peacefully has firmly been closed right now, and the only thing that will be left is to bring what he calls criminals to justice. So he said that the final phase has been ordered to be conducted by the military, and he said that an extra care would be given for civilians. As you know, there have been quite a number of concerns of civilian casualties if the government tries to conduct airstrikes or other measures on the city of Mekelle, which is home to more than half a million people. He said that a military strategy has been devised in which the criminals, people that he calls the criminals, will be brought to justice without causing any collateral damage, without damaging historical sites or properties.
And you say he's given the green light for all intents and purpose for the assault to begin. Do we know what shape that will take?
We don't know that yet. But, it seems that he is ruling out at least, bombardment of the city on which civilians might be gathered. He called on civilians to stay away from military targets and to stay indoors to minimize the damage. But it looks like that we don't know what that military strategy would be. We will have to wait and see. But he said that there won't be any, or at least they could try as much as possible to minimize any damage on civilians, and extra care will be given. But the military offensive has been directed.
Minimizing military damage, extra care being given, but still nonetheless a very apprehensive time for the residents of Mekelle.
Indeed, one can only imagine that it's going to be a very tough time there. For the past 3 months, there have been a number of offensives in that city, or at least close to that city, and other major cities in the state have been under the control of the federal army, or that's what the federal government says, and there are some reasons to believe that. And now they are saying that they are trying to advance towards that city. But as I said earlier, it's home to a number of people, and it's difficult to see how any military offensive can be conducted without collateral damage.
And meanwhile, Kalkidan, the African Union has appointed 3 special envoys who've just arrived in Addis Ababa. What role are they going to play?
The African Union, like a number of other international organizations and countries, have been calling for ceasefire, or at least some sort of mediation between the government and the fighters. The government has been persistent they have been consistent in rejecting any calls for that. So the 3 ex-presidents of Liberia, South Africa, and Mozambique have arrived today in Addis. We expect them to meet with Prime Minister Abiy and other senior government officials here. But the government here says that they will not be allowed to travel to Tigray, and it's not clear how they can mediate if they are here for mediation without talking with both sides.
Indeed. And finally, the government is saying that it's opened a humanitarian corridor into the region. What more can you tell us?
Yes, they said that in the areas that they have taken control of, they are providing emergency assistance for the residents there. And they are also setting up 4 camps for refugees that are in Sudan right now, if they're willing to return to Ethiopia. But it's not clear how they can return to Ethiopia if there is an ongoing conflict.
Okay, Kalkidan Yibeltal, our correspondent in Addis Ababa, thank you very much for joining us. Now, rescue operations are underway in northern Zimbabwe, where dozens of illegal miners are believed to be trapped underground following the collapse of an old mine shaft. Illegal mining has been on the rise in gold-rich Zimbabwe due to high levels of unemployment and the COVID-19 lockdowns. The BBC's Shingai Nyoka has been following the story from Harare, from where she joins me now. Shingai, what information do you have about this incident?
Well, we're hearing that it happened yesterday. That this mine collapsed at about 70 kilometers north of the capital. Eyewitnesses vary. There's nothing official yet about what actually happened, but some of the accounts that are emerging from some of the other illegal miners that were working with those that are trapped is that the shaft collapsed from rockfall. That it could have been blasting that was happening, but it's also could be because of the mining methods. There's no formal digging that takes place with these illegal miners, and this could have compromised the shaft.
And has there been a rescue operation in place? And if so, how is it going?
Well, we understand that 6 miners were pulled out and taken to hospital, and this was on Wednesday. There's no indication that anyone has been pulled from the rubble today. So it's an anxious wait for the families of those miners. Hundreds of them have gathered at the mine to get news of their family. It's not clear how many are trapped. The Mining Federation says about 40 people, government says about 30 people, but there's no formal records in this kind of operation. But these rescue operations are underway. They're led by the state's civil protection unit as well as the mining community. They've started draining water from the shaft so that they can get to the miners. We understand the mine was already full of water and that these miners would have to swim through some of these bodies to get to where they wanted to dig. And so it's only after that draining has happened that we'll get a sense of how many people are in there.
And Shingai, how much of a problem is illegal mining in Zimbabwe?
Well, as you said earlier, it's a problem that has increased as a result of the economic crisis. Illegal gold mining offers quick wins for a lot of the of people in those communities and from around the country. And because there is so much gold in Zimbabwe, we've seen people literally leaving their families to travel to far-flung places for days, weeks, months at a time to try to get a few grams of gold. So we've had these incidents of and accidents over the years. And in fact, one province in Midlands, which is where a lot of the gold rush has been happening, says that there's a mining death every single month among these illegal miners, and that 61 people have died between February and September this year. It's very difficult for the government to try to govern, and many people really don't want to register because of the burdens of taxation, and so it really is an operation that continues to be illegal, and many people want to keep it that way.
And finally, and very briefly, Shingai, what more can the government do to prevent these outrages from happening?
Well, they can try to put in safety standards. But I think what happens is that a lot of these people, a lot of these miners are just in and out. They dig under very dangerous conditions. We've seen some of these accidents. I've reported on some of these accidents before, where literally you have these tunnels that are dug, that they dig by themselves manually with picks and axes that are not reinforced, and the government has been trying to formalize the gold mining sector, but the problem is that there's so little money that they make, that these miners make, that they really don't want to formalize their operations.
Okay, Shingai Nyoka live for us in Harare. Thank you very much indeed. This is Focus on Africa and the World Service of the BBC with Esau Williams. It's coming up almost exactly to 15:16 Greenwich Mean Time. And here is Paul Bachibinga with today's roundup of other African news.
Thank you, Esau. The president of Burkina Faso, Roch Christian Kabore, has, according to the Electoral Commission, won the presidential election of 22nd November in the first round with nearly 57.9% of the votes. One of the main challengers, Eddie Kombiogo, got just over 15%, and the other, Zefren Diabre, got just over 12%. The Malawi High Court has set a date for hearing a case in which prosecutors are challenging the unconditional release of fugitive pastor Shepherd Bushiri and his wife, who are wanted in South Africa, where they fled after jumping bail. Peter Jegwa reports.
The Bushiris are facing money laundering and fraud charges in South Africa in connection with activities of their church, but jumped bail and fled to their native Malawi last week, claiming they feared for their lives. Using a warrant of arrest issued by the South African government via Interpol, the pair was arrested, but after a night in custody, they were unconditionally released by a Lilongwe Magistrates Court, which said the arrest did not follow right procedures. Malawi prosecutors have appealed, and the High Court Registrar has set the appeal for December 1.
3 suspects alleged to have targeted government and private sector companies in more than 150 countries have been arrested in Nigeria's commercial capital, Lagos. This was after a joint Interpol and Nigerian police operation. The coronavirus is showing signs of a resurgence in parts of South Africa. Andrew Harding reports from Johannesburg.
After a long lull, infection rates are beginning to rise in some areas, particularly along South Africa's southern coastline. Doctors in Cape Town and in Port Elizabeth are reporting a spike in hospital admissions. Concerns about a second wave are coinciding with nationwide protest action over low pay by community health workers, key figures in South Africa's fight to contain the virus. The country is now heading towards its main summer holiday season, a time when millions of people travel. With the economy in deep trouble, the government is thought to be reluctant to reimpose tough lockdown restrictions.
Paul Bachabinga, thank you very much indeed for that roundup. Let's say good afternoon now to Nishat Lada with today's sporting headlines. Nish.
Good afternoon, Esau. African footballers past and present continue to pay their respects to Diego Maradona, arguably the best player of all time, who died on Wednesday at the age of 60. Maradona is lying in state in the Argentine presidential palace in Buenos Aires, where the country is observing 3 days of mourning. But his loss is being felt globally, especially in Cameroon, a country who famously beat Maradona's Argentina, the defending champions, in the 1990 World Cup opener in Italy. Cameroon's captain that day, Stephen Tato, also died this year, bringing back many memories of that win for Cameroon fans. Also amongst the indomitable Lions was a certain Roger Miller, who told BBC Sport Africa's Victoire Eyoum how he reacted to news of Maradona's death.
I shed a tear, only a tear, because for Diego, you don't need to cry your eyes out. A tear says it all, so I shed a tear. May God take him, and may he rest in peace. He was one of those people who are the biggest representatives for their country. When you speak about Diego Armando Maradona, everyone knows what it means. For me, he was an example for the youth. He was an example for Argentinian football. And I think I'm just lost for words. He was one of the greatest football players, one of the greatest.
Roger Miller there. And in other sports news, Arsenal boss Mikel Arteta has given his backing to his Ivorian winger Nicolas Pepe ahead of their Europa League match against Molde in Norway tonight. Pepe was sent off in the goalless draw against Leeds at the weekend. And South Africa's netballers host Malawi later in the first of 3 tests. And that's all the sport, Issa.
Nishat Lada, many thanks indeed. Now, a group of women in Nigeria have been a key part of the recent protests against police brutality. Their story features in the BBC 100 Women series, celebrating the lives of inspiring and influential women from around the world. This year, we highlight the efforts of those leading change and making a difference during these turbulent times. Well, in Nigeria, there was a distinctive characteristic during the #EndSARS protest, because women were at the center of it, unlike past protests. Our correspondent on Women's Affairs, Azizat Olaluwa, has been speaking to some of them and now reports.
I am in the lobby of a hotel in Lagos to meet with Rinu Oduola, one of the key figures of the EndSARS protests. I am meeting her in this hotel because she fears for her safety.
When I sit down with Rinu, she tells me a bit about the fallout from her prominence in the protests.
The aftermath of the protest is that as a result of the clampdown by the government, arresting some protesters, seizing passports, freezing accounts, a lot of people have become really scared, like, oh, what's going on? You can't be tagged terrorists for just deciding to protest peacefully. So there's this fear all around. There's this suppression of voices.
Although the EndSARS protests were decentralized with no formal leadership, women formed a core part of the movement, mobilizing and motivating protesters even as they came under attack. 22-year-old Odwala is one of the 20 prominent protest organizers who say their bank accounts have been frozen on allegations of terrorism financing. One bank, Access, released a statement in response, expressing sympathy for those affected, saying the freeze was mandated by a federal court order secured by the Central Bank of Nigeria. CBN's action was reportedly prompted by a request from the government. The BBC has contacted CBN for comment.
For my account to be frozen, I feel it's sad, and I cannot be grateful for a democracy where lives have been lost, just for simply speaking up.
Fighting for.
Renowned activist Aisha Yusufu is no stranger to the front lines. She is known as one of the co-founders of the Bring Back Our Girls movement, working to rescue the schoolgirls kidnapped in Chibok by Boko Haram militants in 2014. She says her involvement in the protests is also tied to her fight for the next generation of Nigerians.
I will always stand against injustice, against tyranny. I will always stand against bad governance. Any protest that led to, things actually being done has always been women-led. The EndSARS protest went as far as it did because of the role that women played, most especially the feminist coalition. They did amazing. Women should look beyond feminism to femi power.
Nigerian women have a rich history of protests. In Nigeria's anti-colonial struggle, thousands of women mobilized against corruption and unjust taxation, and the Aba Women's Riots of 1929, also referred to as the Women's War, saw women rebel against economic and social political oppressions. Now, a younger generation of Nigerian women are building on the work of the past. But when the prominent feminist coalition group called for the EndSARS protest to end, some questioned why. Renu Odwala explained.
I wouldn't say we backed down. I would say the protests were suspended because we need to take into account the destruction and looting that were not caused by us. There was no need for us to continue endangering lives.
While the Nigerian government has now disbanded the SARS police unit, protesters like gender advocate and organizer Ndi Kato say this is only just the beginning.
The fact that young people are actually re-strategizing, going back to the drawing board and looking for several other ways to let our voices be heard does not mean that we have stopped protesting. It is going to continue. This is not something that you can just make go away.
Many of the activists I spoke to felt that what happened on the streets of Lagos last month was not the end of their fight to end police brutality, but rather the beginning of another struggle involving young, passionate women fighting for a better Nigeria.
And that's the BBC's Azizat Olaoluwa reporting. Now, the former Prime Minister of Sudan, Sadiq al-Mahdi, has died after contracting coronavirus. He was 84 and had been receiving treatment in the United Arab Emirates. Sadiq al-Mahdi was Sudan's last democratically elected Prime Minister and was overthrown in 1989 in a military coup that brought the former President Omar al-Bashir to power. Mohamed Hashim is the Executive Director for Content at the Sudan Radio and Television Corporation in Khartoum. So, how did the news of Sadiq al-Mahdi's passing break?
There have been rumors circulating in Khartoum since Monday that his situation was deteriorating. However, the confirmation came in the early hours of the morning in a statement from his family and from his party that the late Sadiq al-Mahdi had passed away as a result of coronavirus, having contracted coronavirus 3 weeks ago.
And Mo, remind us, this is a figure who loomed large over Sudanese politics right through the 1980s and beyond.
Yes, actually, the rise of the late Sadiq al-Mahdi occurred in the early 1960s after the passing of his father, Sayyid Siddiq Abdurrahman al-Mahdi, who was the leader of the Ummah party then. And that was during the first military junta that ruled Sudan between 1958 and 1964. Sadiq al-Mahdi became an influential figure in the opposition movement to that junta, and then he was elected as prime minister, the youngest African prime minister, at the age of 31 in 1966. He had a stint in office between 1966 and 1968. When the second military junta came into power in 1969, As-Sadiq al-Mahdi became a staunch opponent to the regime of General Jafar Nimeri, and between 1969 and 1977, he was in jail for several years and then in exile. And then there was the National Reconciliation Agreement that occurred in 1977, after which Sadiq al-Mahdi joined the Socialist Union, which was the then ruling party. But by 1985, when Nimeri was ousted in the uprising of April 1985, Sadiq al-Mahdi then won the elections of 1986 as the last elected prime minister in this country. And it was General Omar al-Bashir in 1989 who made a coup and ousted Sadiq al-Mahdi. Over the last 3 decades, he's been a staunch opponent for the totalitarian and dictatorial rule of President Omar al-Bashir. He has led one of the largest political parties in the country. He will be sorely missed, and at a very critical time. He's one of the elderly statesmen in this country that many people view him as the wise man of the nation.
Right, and what sort of a prime minister, what sort of a politician was Sadiq al-Mahdi?
His legacy is going to be disputed, naturally, for any figure with his stature. But he had 2 short stints in office, and during his time in office, it was at the height of the first Sudanese civil war and then the second Sudanese civil war between the North and the South. So I think, generally speaking, people will view his legacy as a staunch promoter for democracy, a staunch Democrat who has dedicated 6 decades of his life to try and realize a democratic Sudan.
And that's Mohamed Hashim there of the Sudan Radio and Television Corporation. And that's it from Focus on Africa for now. I'm back at 17 hours GMT. In the meantime, you can reach me on Twitter at ESAUW. From me, Esau Williams, and the rest of the team in London, thank you for the privilege of your company.
Hello, welcome to the BBC's World Business Report on Thanksgiving Day. In today's programme, the challenge of dealing with electronic waste. Should the companies who are happy to sell us endless upgrades be more active in helping us return and recycle our old models? Also, it's ski season in the Alps, or at least it should be, but there are influential politicians calling for a complete shutdown this winter to minimise super spreader events. Can mountain communities survive? After the news.
BBC News. A court in Turkey has sentenced more than 300 people to life imprisonment over the attempted coup in 2016. Almost 500 people are facing charges, some of them in absentia. The US-based cleric Fethullah Gulen is among the latter group. He denies the charges. Thousands of people have been paying their last respects to the legendary footballer Diego Maradona, who is lying in state in the Argentine presidential palace in Buenos Aires. The country is observing 3 days of mourning. Ethiopia says it's distributing aid to people displaced by its offensive in the northern province of Tigray. It's also set up what it called a humanitarian corridor there. Government troops are carrying out what's being described as the final operation against the rebel leadership in the province. Germany says it's unlikely to ease its coronavirus restrictions further for the Christmas period. It is allowing groups of up to 10 to meet up during the holiday season, but Chancellor Merkel said people should think hard before using the opportunity. Reports from France say 4 teenagers are being investigated in connection with the murder of the teacher Samuel Paty. 3 are said to have pointed Mr. Paty out to the Islamist killer who had paid them. The 4th is the daughter of a man accused of organising a hate campaign against him. Azerbaijan's parliament has called for France to be stripped of its mediation role in the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict to punish the French Senate for adopting a resolution backing the region's independence. A Russia-brokered ceasefire recently ended weeks of fighting between Armenia and Azerbaijan over the enclave. More than 100 opposition politicians have gone on trial for treason in Cambodia. Most of them are members of the now-banned National Rescue Party and are being tried in absentia, having fled the country. BBC News.
Hello, welcome. This is Fergus Nichol with the BBC's World Business Report. In a moment, our main headline, how to stop the dumping of hundreds of thousands of tonnes of e-waste. Should it be up to consumers, manufacturers, or is it time for government action? Later in the programme, we'll be hearing from the alpine ski resorts threatened with a winter shutdown.
The government decided today that you can come to the ski resort, but for now, you can't go on the ski lifts. Our economy is based on tourism. It's a very hard impact.
And later we'll hear about the possible reasons why COVID-19 hasn't affected some African economies as badly as it hit Europe and the United States. We'll bring you an extended report focusing on Kenya. But first, for this edition, how regularly are you persuaded to go for an upgrade?
The iPhone X described our vision for the future of the smartphone. Today, we're extending that vision with significant advances across 3 entirely new products.
Introducing iPhone 11 Pro. Every detail has been used as an opportunity to set new standards in design, quality, and engineering.
A singular new design, a re-engineered chip, and 5G. This is iPhone 12 Pro.
Those ads from November 2017, September 2019 and October 2020. Apple must have been slacking off in 2018. So, say you go for the upgrade. And we're talking here not just about phones, but about laptops, TVs, smart speakers, all the rest. What do you do with your old device? Do you recycle it? Do you try to sell it online? Do you bin it? Or do you toss it in the back of a cupboard? Here in Britain, a parliamentary committee's concluded that more than 150,000 tonnes of e-waste are ending up in households' bins every year. And they urged the manufacturers, companies like Apple and Amazon, to step up and take more responsibility for collecting, recycling and perhaps repairing their products. Philip Dunn chairs the Environmental Audit Committee in the House of Commons. I asked him why his report on electronic waste and the circular economy focuses on those manufacturers, not us consumers.
What we're saying in our report is that we need to both change consumer behaviour so that there is more incentive for consumers to repair, reuse and recycle, but also that there is more responsibility placed on producers and in particular some of the sort of growing band of online marketplaces who are delivering these goods to our homes to take responsibility for taking away the old ones that we don't need anymore, to recycle or reuse them.
Just to remind us of why this is important, because I guess there's a positive and a negative. When e-waste is chucked, it can cause quite serious environmental damage. And the converse of that is, were it to be recycled, some of the materials that make up a cell phone, for example, can be immensely valuable and worth having another go at.
Well, that's right. But I think the starting point for this is that electronic goods contain quantities of rare earths and minerals which are in finite supply on the planet. So as the population of the world grows and becomes more affluent, the demand for these products goes up significantly. And at the moment, we are simply throwing much of these materials away, and we're not seeking to recapture these rare earths and minerals that could be reused in new product. So there's a sort of change of mindset required at the manufacturer level about the value placed by consumers on keeping the planet in a better place than we found it by not consuming all of these resources at the pace that we are.
Well, let's talk about the manufacturers then, Mr. Dunn. The BBC's contacted Apple. In the light of your report, they say they are, quote, surprised and disappointed, end quote. Amazon have a bit more to say. They say, quote, we've supported the recycling of more than 10,000 tonnes of electronic waste in the UK over the last decade. To address the root cause of e-waste, Amazon's own devices are designed to last, so customers don't have to upgrade every year, end quote. Is that a fair point?
Certainly in Apple's case, their comments might have a bit more validity had they bothered to turn up to our inquiry. When we invited them, they sent us a note saying how great they are at sustainability. But of course, they're one of the prime candidates of manufacturers who deliberately make their products very difficult to repair. It's almost impossible to change a battery on an Apple phone. The manuals to allow repair organisations to try and fix one are not generally available. And if one does try to fix a phone, then it goes out of warranty. That's part of what that particular company does to try and maintain control of its product. Let me just come back on the Amazon point. I mean, 10,000 tons is a drop in the ocean for Amazon. Amazon and other online marketplaces, particularly during the pandemic, have been sending delivery vans to all of our homes all around the country, and they are under no obligation to take back any of the products that they're replacing. Many of the bricks and mortar retailers have taken up this challenge and do take back products to recycling centres, which is terrific, and Amazon need to do the same.
So does this boil down to consumer pressure on the manufacturers, or can government make them do these things?
We're calling, for example, for products to have a mandatory label which indicates the expected lifespan of that product. In France, they've legislated to require a right to repair electronic products in law. So governments can take action, and one thing that the government, could do very directly would be to reduce the VAT charged on repair of electrical products. Certainly in my case, our microwave has just broken, and we've just repaired the latch which had gone wrong, and to get another bit of life out of it. I think people at home are looking to fix things.
Our thanks to Philip Dunn, Chair of the Environmental Audit Committee. That last point about fixing things is something that the Restart project is keen to promote. I asked its co-founder, Janet Gunter, whether that's something that's disappeared in what's been kind of a generational shift to this throwaway consumer culture.
I do think that with mobiles, especially the way we consume mobiles and smaller electronics, we have really been kind of lulled into this idea that it's just simpler, it's more appealing just to go and get a new one. But let's also recognize that, there's a huge marketing machine behind this mentality. A lot of money gets poured into convincing us that we need to have the next newest thing. And so I think it's a number of different trends that kind of have led to this. But the commercial repair economy still thrives in many places, in many sectors, but it's on the ropes for other kinds of appliances and devices.
But as a do-it-yourself prospect, it's true, isn't it? These things are incredibly complicated on the inside.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. For example, with a microwave, you might not want to do it yourself. There are some safety issues there. But with smaller electronics, anything with a battery, they're hard to disassemble, but they're perfectly safe to have a go. And yeah, they have gotten smaller, miniaturized, more complex. Manufacturers have started using strange screws that we don't have in our toolkits. Too much glue, and oftentimes they've been designed not to be opened or repaired. Either that, or we just simply don't have access to documentation about how to open it without breaking it. So this is either maybe happening out of laziness on the part of manufacturers or intentionally. Ultimately, the trend is that we feel like we can't repair as much, but there still are examples of products that are repairable, which prove the point exactly that it's possible to create these small, innovative, compelling devices and still be able to repair them.
Okay, tell us about Restart parties.
Well, when we could hold them, they were community events where we brought together volunteers and members of the public, and volunteers basically help members of the public learn how to take something apart, how to diagnose what's wrong with it, and sometimes how to repair it. We would have, people coming from their jobs in finance. We would have potentially even rough sleepers, people on the street who absolutely need their phone to be repaired, all in the same space, learning how to repair together. Oftentimes, the repairs can be really simple, like cleaning, checking fuses, the kind of things that people don't necessarily learn anymore.
When we can't get together in that congenial communal way, there is, of course, the YouTube option, and many of us go to our computer, check out a how-to online and try to do that ourselves. It might be building something, it might be fixing something.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, as the barriers to repair have kind of gone up from manufacturers, the flip side is that people are sharing more and more information online than ever. There are different forums with all kinds of people sharing technical know-how on the internet. So in that aspect, it's a good time to be repairing as well.
Our thanks to Janet Gunter, and you can read more about her work online at therestartproject.org. This is World Business Report. As we move towards winter here in Europe, the scale of the damage inflicted by the coronavirus is becoming apparent in yet another industry, skiing. The Italian Prime Minister, Giuseppe Conte, wants resorts to stay closed, as does the German Chancellor, Angela Merkel. They're worried about a repeat of last winter, when it emerged that skiers who'd been enjoying the slopes in Italy or Austria became super spreaders when they headed back to their home countries across Europe and beyond. Valeria Ghezzi is with the Italian Ski Lift Association, and they're worried about their seasonal staff.
We should distinguish between skiing and everything which comes after skiing. That has to stop. Music, snow, happy hour, all that sort of stuff. As it stopped in towns and cities, it has to stop.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
You know what? Open that door now. I go match on that. Oh yeah, give me that thing. Come on, give me the phone. Give me that thing. Oh yeah, don't want to shoot that police. Go.
Insecurity has become a common factor in our general language within the Nigerian space, no doubt. Not only has it become a threat, it has begun taking diverse dimension we cannot ignore. A solution we seek. A desire to stop the trend is imminent.
Wait up, 2 seconds.
God, hey, Jesus. Straight bullet, though, what kind of country is this? Hey boy, I just said to go and buy something, what kind of thing is straight bullet from where? I'm finished though.
Directly or indirectly, we all have lost people, friends, family or acquaintances as a result of insecurity. But is security only the job of the government? No, security is not one man's job alone. Every individual in the society has a role to play in order to achieve a secure society. We urge citizens and indigents to adhere and respect the laws of the state, report irregular activities to the authorities, and we implore security agencies to carry out their duties as stipulated by the Constitution and not infringe on the rights of citizens. If we work together, we can build the Nigeria of our dreams. This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
A very wonderful evening to you, and you're welcome to yet again another very interesting educating program on your premium talk, news and sports radio station today, 95.1 FM. It's a very beautiful Thursday evening, and it's another time where we get to have interactive sessions on this particular frequency. My name is Dave, and I'll be here with you to top up the hour where we'll be deliberating and giving our thoughts on some certain critical issues in Nigeria. This is your premium talk, news and sports radio station today, 95.1 FM. Time check is 6 minutes gone past the hour of 9, and the program is Opinion Poll. It's that platform where you get to give your thoughts, your honest thoughts and suggestions as regards some issues we are facing in Nigeria. Once again, you're welcome. Keep listening. All right, we begin by saying a report by the Vanguard newspaper leaked on in the evening today said that Nigeria has been ranked as the third most terrorized country in the world. And this is not the first time that this is happening. It's not even the third or fourth time since 2015. We have been there. We have maintained that same position, and this has had me thinking. So many things have come into my mind, and for this cause, I decided to go through the statistics, and then I discovered that some countries that I normally would feel would make it to this particular spot on the list is probably somewhere far beneath, very, very low. I'm talking of countries like Somalia. I'm talking of countries like Iran. I mean, these countries that you feel have the antecedents of having, repeated occurrences of terrorism are still far beneath, below the chart. I mean, look at the case of Somalia, where you have about 7.8%, which is still down below Nigeria. Look at the case of Sudan, which is just 5.81%. I mean, we portray ourselves to be the giant of Africa. People have known us over time to be the giant of Africa, the biggest economy in Africa, the biggest singular black populous nation on the earth. And we still have this kind of issues smearing our public identity before the world. All right, tonight we will deliberate on this particular issue, and let's see how we could prefer solutions ourselves. Because it seems like the government hasn't really been up to the task of trying to mitigate this particular issue. So I'll just give you a quick approach and run through about this particular issue. Now, Nigeria has been ranked the third most terrorized country in the world by the Global Terrorism Index, which is the GTI report. It stated that deaths attributed to Boko Haram in Nigeria increased by 25% from 2018 to 2019. According to the report, Nigeria had the second largest fall into total death, owing largely to 72% reduction in fatalities attributed to Fulani extremists. Despite the decrease, the number of deaths attributed to Boko Haram has increased by 25% from 2018 to 2019. And also renewed activity by Boko Haram in Nigeria and neighboring countries, including Cameroon, Chad, Niger, have remained a substantial threat to the region. Also, the report added that in 2019, Boko Haram carried out 11 suicide bombings, causing 68 fatalities. And suicide bombings accounted for 6% of all terror-related incidents by Boko Haram in 2019, marking an 89% decline from their peak in 2017, which we are not supposed to be happy about. Also, Boko Haram was responsible for Nigeria's deadliest terrorist attack in 2019, where assailants attacked a funeral in Badu, Borno State of Nigeria. Also, at least 70 people were killed and 10 others were badly wounded in that attack that ensued the clash. Now, the two main factions of Boko Haram, the first is the Islamic State of the Western Province or Western African Province, ISWAP, which has the followers of Abubakar Shekau, are both engaged in insurgency campaign against the Nigerian government. Violence by the two main factions of Boko Haram have taken a large toll on the civilian population, particularly in the northeast, where continued attacks have internally displaced more than 2 million people and cost over 240,000 Nigerian refugees to flee to neighboring countries. And this is not a very good statistic. Nigeria is still ranking the third. It hasn't changed. The third most terrorized country in the world. This is just behind Iraq, which is the number one. Afghanistan, which is number two. Nigeria coming in third place. Syria and Pakistan remain fourth and fifth. Now, these are the five most affected areas by terrorism. And this is according to the GTI, the Global Terrorism Index. And now, we looked at this kind of issues over time, and we said, okay, probably the change in administrations will mitigate these issues, or probably a new or better approach would mitigate these issues. Would want to see a Nigeria that is void and free of terrorism. Would want to see our children growing up into a state and a country where terrorism becomes a thing of the past. But all to no avail, because it looks like all efforts have been bleak over time. I mean, we've heard and we've over time listened to petitions and appeal to Nigerians to keep calm. Probably saying we are working on it. We have captured this particular region. We are fighting with this particular region. The leader has been killed, and the army has made progress over and over and over and over again. And Nigerians, to some extent, we've gotten used to that narrative of technical defeat of Boko Haram. That's the word, technical defeat of Boko Haram. And this approach seems to be esoteric. I mean, you have the military, you have the army coming out to tell us the insurgency in this particular region has been technically defeated, and yet recurrently we see repeated incidents, we see repeated occurrences, and the question on everybody's mind is, when will this end? I mean, when will this end? When will we have a terrorist-free nation? When will we wake up to the reality of not seeing or having this menace as being part of the Nigerian society? When will we look at ourselves and know that we are totally, not technically, we are totally free of this virus? I mean, we're combating with the COVID-19 virus. And then this also is deeply rooted in the nation system. Consider the amount of money that has been lost. Consider the amount of lives that has been lost to this particular issue. So the question for tonight is, can we now say that this is a permanent smear on the face of the country, and that we might never get rid of it because all efforts over the different past administration have proven to be bleak? Can we now say we are permanently smeared with this particular menace? And also, another question that is very, very, very strong on my mind is, why is the approach to curbing this menace always so esoteric? I mean, it has so much mystery around it. The clarity as to which we should know what is happening or what is going on seems to be so bleak. We barely get to hear the general conclusion of the whole story. We barely get to hear the general or let's say the handful of truth. We barely get to hear. We just hear simple words like technical defeat, technical defeat which has seemed to be defeated, because we still see these things reoccurring every single time. And of course, another question on my mind is, with banditry, cattle herders issue, and of course the Boko Haram insurgency, how do we then pacify the North, which seems to be the fulcrum of this whole challenge? I mean, we still have, little dribs and tricklets of these things happening in other areas of the country. But particularly, how do we pacify the North, which seems to be the fulcrum of this whole challenge? It seems to be the hub. It seems to be the center. Are there modalities that we can suggest to ourselves right now to making sure that, not just for the case of mitigating this issue, but for totally eradicating it? I mean, you look at your country and you look at yourself as an individual. How well can you boast about Nigeria, especially if you stay outside the country? Nigerians in the diaspora. How well can you hold that visa or that passport and say, I am proud to be Nigerian, without these things being affiliated to you in any way? Like, how would you be proud of being Nigerian without these things being affiliated to you in any way? I mean, I have discussions with foreigners on a steady basis, on a very steady basis. We talk about lots of things, and when you mention Nigeria, the first thing that comes to their mind is insecurity. Now, look at the word and the statement from the chairman of the NESG, that Nigeria is going to miss out on the 19 trillion naira investment into negative yielding economies because of the climate of insecurity, the climate of uninvestable platforms which are catalyzed and which are sponsored by insecurity. So as a country, we are losing and losing and losing. As a people, lives are being lost every day. The recession right now is hitting, and is hitting hard. And one of the biggest contributing factors is insecurity, especially that of terrorism. So the question for tonight is, can we now say this is a permanent identity? It's a permanent smear. From 2015 up until 2020, we have been ranked the third most terrorized country on the face of the planet. And in our approach to combating this issue, why is it so mystical? Why is there so much mystery? Why is it so esoteric? Why can't we just have a definite approach to this? And also the final question for tonight, with banditry, cattle and farmer herder clashes, and Boko Haram insurgency, how do we pacify the North, which seems to be the fulcrum of this challenge? I'll open up the phone lines right now, and you can call me and be part of this conversation. 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510951. You can also send in your text message to the number 0701 933 9962. 95.1 FM. Good evening and welcome. 95.1 FM. Good evening and welcome.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Presenter.
Good evening, Mr. Idris, I guess.
Yeah, Comrade Idris.
Comrade Idris, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
And I'm very happy the way you bring this topic today about the insurgency in Nigeria.
Yes.
Honestly speaking, the people that make the statistic of how Nigeria become the pet imposition in times of insecurity, they have done well and is 100% assured.
Okay.
We don't have to hide the matter on the ground.
All right.
What causes all this insurgency is lack of the truth from our leaders. During their campaign, no promise that they have not made to the masses from up to down.
Okay.
Before, I'm sorry to mention the president. They promised, or let me mention party. Before these people came into power, they promised the life. That is a NEPA, I can say, or PAG. I'm telling you, they have promised Nigeria under 3 months everything is going to be balanced. They discuss about petroleum price, education, security, road. No wonder they have not promised the Nigerians. What have they done from the time they took over to the day? Nothing. Nothing out of nothing. Because all the promises they did, out of 100%, they have not delivered 30% up to now. So we, the people of Nigeria, we the masses, I still repeat it because I've said it yesterday. The most patient citizen of any country is Nigeria.
Okay.
Because no country can take this nonsense. I'm very sorry to make this word.
Yeah.
Honestly speaking, I have not seen any changing from the PDP to the APC or from the APC to the PDP. They are all the same. Look at when somebody looted his state money. When he comes to the end, he will try and divert his peoples, then change party. Due to the party assistant, he cannot be arrested or interrogated. That's number one. Secondly, if you have the backup of the federal, you can do anything except if that party is being changed by another party to rule. It's when you are going to be attacked.
Okay.
And if you can remember, during, I can say General Obasanjo, the EFCC become political dogs. Because if you are not with them, the EFCC will come over you. That's it.
So generally speaking, this problem stems out from the promises, the unfulfilled promises by the politicians.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you very much.
And let me tell you in brief, very sorry to say one thing. The Nigerian masses, not the time is coming, the time has come. Government, federal government, they are going to waste their money by printing voters cards because people will collect the voter card, not for them to go and cast their vote, but to use it in hospital or bank or anywhere is requested.
All right.
Because we are voting nonsense.
Thank you.
Voting zero.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Idris. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. We got your thoughts. Keep your calls coming in 0817 000 951 or 0810 951 0951. 95.1 FM. Good evening and welcome. Hello.
Hello.
Good evening. I think you need to speak up a little bit louder.
Okay, this is Pastor talking.
Pastor.
Pastor.
Okay, go ahead.
Our government has totally failed us. Seriously. They have not been truthful to us on the case of Boko Haram or insurgency. I mean, why would they come out and tell us they have defeated the Boko Haram technically? What is technically? They can't even dance. I don't understand the way they speak the grammar to deceive Nigerians. That it is totally shame on us. If you are buying weapons as a country, how do you tell your citizens their mouth is in buying weapons or the kind of weapon we bought? Okay, can Nigeria government come out and say since 2015, this is how much we have spent in fighting Boko Haram? No total view. They don't do account to anyone. They are not. So we are not doing open government. No opinion, nothing. Corruption is one of the biggest problems for insurgency. Not any other thing.
All right.
That's the biggest problem.
All right. Thank you very much. We lost that call there. 95.1 FM, good evening and welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, presenter, I greet you this evening.
Good evening. What's your name?
Uche calling you from Port Harcourt.
All right, Mr. Uche, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. You have been talking about how to pacify the northerners or the most vulnerable in this Boko Haram attack.
The question was, how do we pacify the North, which seems to be the fulcrum, the major point of this particular issue?
Sir, thank you very much.
Okay.
Give me a bit time. Let me begin to tell you that the problem of Boko Haram partially is from the leaders.
Okay.
One. Then these leaders you are talking about, you can't talk about fighting the terrorism or Boko Haram as it were without talking about a force like Air Force, police, army. Looking at these three security operatives I've mentioned, aforementioned, you discover that it is particularly on one region. I want to suggest to the presidency to give me chance, Uche, as I am from eastern part of Nigeria. I tell you, I bet you, if everybody is listening to me, I give Nigerians 8 months to destroy Boko Haram. It's very simple. It's very simple. Now, let me tell you, why Boko Haram should be dealt with is that their basis for fighting for their own freedom or whatever they are claiming is as good as nothing. It's as good as nonsense. Because how can you tell me that you don't believe in Western education? You are using guns. You are using phones. Do you understand? So our government have not been truthful to themselves.
Okay.
You can see that Nigerians have wasted, the leaders have wasted a lot of money. I remember vividly there was a time Muhammad Buhari, the president, collected a loan or whatever, $1 billion from FS money or whatever they call it, $1 billion without going through the house. That one we talk, shouted. At the end of it, or they collected that $1 billion because of to fight insurgency. All throughout the day, when they collected, when they caught them, they caught this Boko Haram. They reintegrate them into society again without giving them a stringent condition. You see, so there is no political undertone. What I'm seeing is a tribal and tribal problem in this issue.
All right.
Let them give it 8 months. Boko Haram will be a thing of past.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That seems to be a very hopeful promise. All right. 95.1 FM. Good evening and welcome.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. What's your name?
Yeah, my name is Chris. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, Mr. Chris, you're welcome.
Yeah, let me tell you about, this Boko Haram problem or insurgency. They are fighting, they are not fighting, they are recruiting, they are not recruiting. You and I know how this thing started. And up to now, the campaign of Mr. President, the reason why we vote out Goodluck Jonathan, because of they say that Mr. Jonathan is weak to fight Boko Haram. So we vote him out, which everybody knows. Now, this man, Mr. President, said that he will defeat Boko Haram under 3 months or 6 months or 1 year whereabouts. Up to now, when governments want to deceive the public, they will use grammar that you can't even see in dictionary. They use technically. What is technically? It means nothing to me, because what they are doing there is fight against insurgency. Let me tell you, in any organization where the 3 tribes of people are from one region, in a church where the father is the treasurer, the pikin is the church pastor, the mother is a woman leader. Is it not family church be that? Treasurer who owns the money is the same family. This is what is happening in. You can't tell me that a whole Nigerian government, Nigerian military agencies, look at Navy, look at Naval, look at police. They can't defeat ordinary illiterate Boko Haram people, just like they told us that they are illiterate. They don't know anything. Intellectuals, a whole brutal cannot know how to defeat insurgency within 2 minutes. Like the other second caller said, to me, if you give me this Tucano aircraft within a minute, a seconds, I will bombard every hook and crook.
Mr. Chris, you know it's easier said than done. It's easier said than done, Mr. Chris.
Yes.
I said it's easier said than done. You know, you're saying 2 minutes, 2 months. Are you trying to say that the Nigerian army have not intentionally decided to go after these people?
No. See, there is difference between you are fighting with somebody and you are playing. You know, the difference between fight and play is a distance.
Playing, Mr. Chris, playing. Soldiers are losing their lives every day.
Why soldiers are losing their lives? Let me tell you. Check the whole commandant. Check the whole patrol. The whole. You don't know me, but if I tell you this thing, make you understand. Check the whole commandant. Check their name. Check the team of the leaders who is giving orders. Sometimes they will tell you don't fire. Let me tell you. When you see the Boko Haram want to fire, they will ask you don't fire. If you try fire, ask any soldier that are in that Bronu, you can't move like a zombie with your rifle. The other person at your back, if you have killed any Hausa soldier or Hausa Boko Haram, the person will fire you because he's angry that you are killing his brother.
All right, Mr. Chris. Mr. Chris.
I will release information that you use it and do something.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We got your thoughts. Thank you very much, Mr. Chris. All right, let's take other people's call. Okay. All right, we seem to be having a little problem with the phone lines, but it will be shortly rectified. But you can send your text messages to the number 0701 933 9962. That's the number. That's the SMS stroke WhatsApp portal to send your text message to. We're talking about the fact that Nigeria is still ranked the third most terrorized country in the world right now, on the face of the planet. Anywhere you go and say, I am Nigerian, you have that identity as being a citizen of one of the most terrorized countries on the face of the planet. What do you think is the major issue we're looking at? We have seen the approaches over time, different administrations who have come to make promises. We have seen different approaches. We've heard different terminologies that the insurgency from Boko Haram is technically defeated. And we have seen repeated occurrences of this technical defeat come to no avail. So what do you think? How can we pacify the North, which seems to be the fulcrum of this very agitation? 95.1 FM, good evening and welcome.
Hello.
Good evening.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. This is Elder. You see, it's quite unfortunate that we found ourselves in this situation. You see, it is indeed an undisputed fact. You see, I have a friend of mine that he always traveled to China There was a story he gave me last 2 months. He said the rate at which they monitor Nigerians now. So he tried to inquire from one of the Chinese who normally flow with him.
Okay.
He said, look, the information is that you people are terrorists. They hide that, and that it is difficult to wipe it away in Nigeria because your government are colliding with them. So that makes it very difficult to trust any single Nigerian.
Okay.
This is a Chinese person was telling my friend. So, as a matter of fact, Nigeria have already gotten a bad image left, right, and center. But you know what baffles me? The people sitting in government in the seat of power, they don't care. Do you know that the government of the day told us that they were going to fish out the sorcerers of Boko Haram? And they are approaching almost 6 years on board. Nothing of that nature.
That's the question. Why does it seem to be such a mystery to unfold these people if they know them?
There's nothing like mystery there, my brother. The people are making hell of money from this book. Look, it's just that sometimes some of you media houses, some of you used to say the truth. There was a particular day, one of the radio shows anchored a particular program on a broad daylight. A military guy thought that, do you know that the generals, there are some generals that are making contribution of 1 million naira every month contribution. I don't know how many of them. How much is your money? How much are they making? You make 1 million naira contribution with ease. And this is someone that is living flamboyant lifestyle. And
So if I'll draw out a conclusion from what you're trying to say, probably the money that the federal government is giving out to combat this issue is being used by some selfish soldiers of the Nigerian army.
My brother, that is a capital truth.
Wow.
Complete truth. The people the generals are making hell of money. That is why it is difficult for this thing to stop. Look, this thing is a kind of, look around something, it's like a kind of conduit pipe by which they wire money out. But not just the generals, there are some close associates of the political juggernauts in the north that are making this money. And the president is just watching. The man is just, I'm surprised that Buhari, I knew, can go to this level that people are just, they do what they call pay. They cover his eye and are doing all manner of nonsense. Go and mark it down. If Buhari go down, Boko Haram will know. Can you see now that it has metamorphosed to headsmen, to what they call the other people?
Bandits.
Remember all the names now. This is a year before. But look at the level it has gone to. And look at, what baffles me? A friend of mine traveled from Abuja to Kaduna with a train. He said, do I know that their train had a slight problem at the middle of the bush? He said everybody was apprehensive because he saw the people were running scatter. Not that the good ones are common. He said, but that is their problem. That is the main work over there, the main hobby.
Okay.
You see? So, as a matter of fact, my brother, Nigeria is in a total mess.
All right.
Complete total mess.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. 95.1 FM, good evening and welcome.
Hello, Mr. J. Robert.
Mr. Sam
Yeah.
from his castle. Good evening.
Yeah.
How is your castle tonight?
Yeah, very cool.
Maybe one of these days I'll come and pay a visit to the castle.
All right.
Okay.
All right. You'll be warmly welcome. Yeah. The foreign man in Nigeria, Mr. Dave Robert.
Good evening.
Yeah. You see, Mr. Dave Robert, in as much as there has been so much fallacy that has already played out on the airwaves in this your station so far, but also looking at what those statistics that those foreigners are coming up with, I will not have any contention with their statistics.
Okay.
But you see, a man who is on his way to greatness or success, he must go through challenges. in as much as he will go through challenges, there are people who will mock him, who will want him down, who will bring all manner of things to lash at him. But that man should be focused and determined to get to his destination. So that is what our nation is all about now concerning where we are going to. Is it whether the white men, the Western world, they like it or not, we are going to be the world power that will stand to rule over them.
Okay.
So whatever they are doing now, you know, their calculative plan on what they used to call with their prophecy of doom, that Nigeria will break up.
Yeah.
And since it did not work, they said the 220 is still at the corner. It will not escape. So they will come out with everything. But let me tell you, Mr. Day, I don't want to say that there are so much who have been tagged as number one in the terrorist country whatsoever. The one thing I want these men to come and tell us, who were among them the Western world? Who enslaved who got away with our forefathers here, got away with our resources, mineral resources, went and built their country that they are living where now and claiming that here is a terrorist place. They should come and tell us the statistics of those nations among them, the Western world, that loot much in Africa during the slave trade and who were the highest people who got away with slaves here in Africa and went and whipped them like people.
So Mr. Chris, you're trying to see that there is a trait of falsehood in the statistics given by the Global Terrorist Index Society?
You see, I'm not saying there is falsehood, but a statistic that is bound to malign our persons as a nation, and put us down the low bed.
Okay.
It's what I'm not taking from them.
All right.
What I want to take from them, let them come out to tell us those who loot more than this thing and how they will return it. That is what we need.
All right,
that
thank
will
you.
benefit us.
Thank you.
Trying to lash insult on us does not benefit us.
Thank you very much.
That one is just a noise making. They should go and sit down anyway.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Dave.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chris. 95.1 FM, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, this is Mr. Marcos calling from Rome.
Mr. Marcos, you're welcome.
I want to commend your efforts for bringing this issue this night.
All right, thank you very much.
You can see your line have been busy, bubbling more than any other time.
Yes, it is.
I am a regular listener to 95.1 FM.
Okay.
Your program from 9 o'clock, sometimes from 8, you down, and do follow up.
Okay. Thank you very much.
The number of calls you are getting this night, if there is any way machine can show you, you have more calls today than
I can see it from here home. So
why? Because this is an issue that has been bothering Nigeria that you have just raised. My good brother, what we need is to tell ourselves truth about this menace. I am a traveler. I think I've told this country very well, and I can tell little or much about Nigeria. Let me just throw one bomb as a truth to your hearing. If you have been to Northeast, that Maiduguri, the so-called Sambisa forest, it's not like our farm, the bush where we do our farm in our place. What they call forest in their place is a tiny bush that we cannot even cultivate because our bush takes 3, 4, 5 years and get thick. The truth is that the Boko Haram they say it is in Sambisa forest. They are not there. Are you hearing me?
How can you prove that?
Beautiful. If you have gone to the place I'm talking about, ask yourself, the Americans, the Hinox, the vehicles we have had that Boko Haram is coming out from the forest with, ask yourself, which side of this bush are this number of ammunitions and cars so that they can't see from up? We can't see a bush, you can see about 2-3 polls. If you have watched them on when they haven't come back with Nigerian army, the place is open. Let me tell you, while I am back on journey from Kano to Daura, Katsina State, I never know the people I met in a bus. We are praising the Boko Haram when they were talking about too much of what they are doing. Me, coming from a different direction, I wanted to condemn the act of Boko Haram. When I started sitting in the midst of the house, this houses, a lady from the back drew my clothes. As I thought, she touched her mouth. I should close my mouth.
Okay.
I shut up. With a shock, I shut up. It was one would drop in a place that this lady pretended that she wanted to die in rape. Signal me, I went to her. I just got close to her. Please, I should be careful. After here, that she will show me people that have died because of this kind of discussion.
Okay.
They will draw me down here and ask a vehicle to climb on top of me if I talk against this Boko Haram.
Okay.
God is hearing what I'm saying now. We never tell ourselves our truth. Boko Haram is political game against Nigerians for a certain mission that belongs to few cabals that is playing the game. Now, brother, where they are going to, they are very close to the place. The time is now, and we shall see the end of the whole thing. That game is rubbish. It's toilish game.
All right.
It has come to the end of it.
All right.
Don't worry yourself.
Thank you very much.
We will see to the end. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. We got your thoughts. 95.1 FM. Good evening and welcome.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Dave.
Good evening.
Yes. This is Mr. Daniel. I'm calling from Woodship.
You're welcome.
Yes. Anyway, from my own view, I think I will not blame the international ranking.
Okay.
The ranking they've given to Nigeria.
Okay.
That's what the Nigerian government really wants. Yes. Because if Nigeria doesn't want this, because I can vividly remember when this country, this Chad Republic, were bombastic. They were bombarding this Boko Haram. They were killing them in one side they call the Chad area in Nigeria here. Then I can still remember when the army general Buratai, that was the time he said he was going to Maiduguri to go and fight Boko Haram, and he relocated to Maiduguri. But meanwhile, when he got there, we couldn't see the number of Boko Haram he killed. But the one the Chad army killed, we saw them on social media. We saw everything that happened. But our own general went there and be protecting them up to today. They even give them amnesty. Why wouldn't they? Why would the thing now finish in Nigeria? That is why they have painted us. We can't even travel again. We can't. In fact, I'm ashamed of this country. I'm ashamed.
But can't you feel, or don't you feel that the amnesty was in the bid to pacify and trying to, mitigate the whole issue of terrorism, especially in that region?
No. It's not really good. It's not really fair.
Okay.
Because these are people that have killed people, cutting people's heads, grounding people, eating people, burning people, destroying people.
Okay.
Keep wasting people, and you come and be giving them amnesty. On what basis now?
Okay.
It's painful.
All right.
They are just pampering them.
All right.
Because if we know what is happening. If any southern person or somebody become a president of Nigeria, all those nonsense will stop. They will know what is happening.
All right. Thank you very much. We got your thoughts. That final issue you brought there wasn't. I don't feel that was like the best approach, because we know that we have had different people in that position, and we've still been plagued with this issue. I feel like there is an approach that we aren't getting right, and until we get it right, things will still remain the same. 95.1 FM. Good evening and welcome. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening, Dave. How are you?
I'm very fine.
Getting you on radio feels like scoring the only goal at the World Cup final. Seriously.
Yes, it is.
All right.
Thank you very much.
On a lighter note, we come ranking third in this thing. I think it's the only negative indices that we have ranked third. And for me, I think we should call it a public holiday to celebrate it. I mean, at other things, we are first, number one capital, poverty capital of the world.
You really came in with a sarcastic approach.
Just on the lighter note, but it's funny. It's funny how our government tells us they are fighting Boko Haram. You know, when you were measuring the statistics, I was wondering, how did we even rank third? Because they only measured us with Boko Haram. How about the headsmen?
Yeah.
How about police brutality? If they are joined this, I think we should be number one.
Does that count
Seriously,
for? Does police brutality count for terrorism?
We should be, because if I don't let my fellow man enjoy life, it should be terrorism.
Okay.
It should be, yes, it's a part of it. Now, going forward, what would the government do? I think the government doesn't even have a plan. For starters, I don't think any of them is listening to us right now. I think they're probably watching DSTV or doing something right now. So they don't even have time to even make plans for. And so we thinking this government have plans. We'll be lying to ourselves, because there's no plan. If you had the plan, it would have been executed the first 4 years of your tenure. We would have seen some A, B, C, D done. Not showing us signals on NTA and telling us you fought with Boko Haram. And what we're seeing is one lights out pointing somewhere up in the sky that this is the area, this is the axis with which you fought Boko Haram. You know, so there's no holistic plan to it.
Okay.
So maybe the saving grace might come in the next government.
All right.
You see, for this, Mr. David, I don't think there's a plan. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. I take some more calls and we go over to the text message portal where I have some text messages already. Good evening and welcome. All right, we lost that. I'll take one more call before I head straight into the text message for tonight. 0817-0000951 or 0810-951-0951. 95.1 FM. Good evening and welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, my name is Kari, calling from Oyedo.
All right, you're welcome.
If you want to talk about terrorism, is the IPOP exception from this? I'm asking a question.
Hello? All right, I think we lost that call there. Do well to call me back if you can. 95.1 FM. Good evening and welcome.
Hello, my brother.
Good evening.
Good evening. This is ID calling from Abua.
All right.
Thank you, my brother. You see, the whole fight of this insurgency of in called Boko Haram is all about sabotage. That's the truth. It's all about sabotage. They sabotage the effort of the government. They sabotage whatever that anybody can do. The sabotage is too much. Could you just imagine that somebody who is on the forefront fighting Boko Haram will come to tell you that they don't even allow them to fire? What brings about that? Now, under former President Goodluck Jonathan, a senator was mentioned. What have they done with that senator? A senator was mentioned as one of the sponsors of the Boko Haram. I'm telling you before goes about under former President Goodluck Jonathan. What have they done with that senator? Now, let me bring your mind back. That before the former president could become a president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, he called these people fundamentalists. What, my brother, where are we going? Where are we deceiving ourselves? This president, he said he called them fundamentalists. And who are the fundamentalists? What are they agitating for?
Okay.
Now you are the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. They even call you to be one of their negotiators. When former President Jonathan has had this thing enough, and he was looking for a way to make sure that this thing ends, he said, okay, let's negotiate with the Boko Haram. Guess what? The Boko Haram said, this president should be their negotiator. Why is it so that this fight is still 15? Now that the former president is no longer there, and the one you call negotiator is the president. What is stopping Nigeria not to end the insurgency fight? This is sabotage. People have set this Boko Haram as their own food soldiers to actualize their own dream.
All right.
And so people about it.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll just quickly do the text messages right now, and then we take some few calls before leaving the studio. Okay, let's just do WhatsApp. This one says, "Good evening, Mr. Dave. 2 weeks ago, we were told that 3 Nigerians were arrested in the UAE over sponsor of Boko Haram. Up until now, the federal government has never made any statement concerning this. Instead, they are busy clamping down on the youths who wanted to change the country. Nigeria is indeed fantastically corrupt." All right, we got your thoughts. This one says, now the funny thing about this text message is it came before, let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. You sent it 10 times. And I guess it's, trying to emphasize the need for why you're sending it. It says, "Please roundly scold those who spread false information using your station." You mentioned someone's name. Okay, so it's a platform where people air their views and give their thoughts. If it's wrong information, I cut it off. I tell you it's wrong information. All right, it's people's opinion. So if you have an opinion, let me know, and then let's see how we can go from there. All right, it's time where we have to draw the curtains for the program for tonight. And like we all said, it's time where we tell ourselves the truth. It's time where we tell ourselves the truth. It's time where we attack this issue squarely and, find a way to cut it down to the barest minimum. If possible, eradicate it and eliminate it for the good and betterment of Nigeria. I'll do the show again tomorrow with you. My name is Dave Roberts, and this is still your premium talk, news and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. Coming up at the top of the hour is the world news. Have yourself a wonderful night.
Day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today. 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good evening. This is the World News at 10 on your Premium Talk Radio Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Wisdom Obina in the headlines. Governor Nyesom Wike reiterates commitment to completing Opobo Unity Road by next month. Family of alleged victim of police brutality in Rivers State demand for 1 billion naira compensation. Nigerian Senate screens Professor Yakubu Mahmood as INEC chairman. On the foreign scene, rescue teams struggle to save trapped illegal miners in Zimbabwe. Now, the details. River State Governor Nyesom Wike has restated his commitment to complete the Ogoni-Opobo Andon Unity Road project within the lifespan of his administration. Governor Wike gave the assurance when the Amayanabo of Opobo Kingdom, King Dandison Douglas Jaja, led a delegation of chiefs, elders, and women leaders on a courtesy visit to the government house in Port Harcourt. Governor Wike said the Unity Road project is important to his administration, which is why it must be completed, and also to fulfill the promise he made to the Amayanabo that his people would drive home by road this December.
I promised to Pogo before now that the road to Pogo must be completed by December. They should go home by road. Last time I discussed with you, I'm doing all I can, everything I can to make sure that you go home. In fact, for me, I want to commission that road by this December. In fact, with the contractor, I told you every day, in fact, this night, I've invited him to see me, to see what he can do to make sure that that promise we made is being fulfilled. So I want to assure you, I will do everything possible, at least in my own time, and your own time. Yeah, people can go home to say for the first time in the history of River State that people have road to go home. It's a project that's key.
Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike says President Muhammadu Buhari has an opportunity to address the demands of the people or put the country on fire. Governor Wike's comment comes 2 days after the federal government met with leaders of the South-South region in Port Harcourt. The governor said President Buhari should show leadership by listening to the people.
Having the political will to implement what the people want is very serious. Take, for example, if you have an opportunity like President Buhari has an opportunity today, the Nigerians have said, look, these are the things we want. These are the things we think that will move this country forward. And he has to show leadership. By showing the leadership, okay, I've listened to you. And I think, yes, these are these comparing things. I think these are the things we can implement. He may not necessarily implement everything that people are talking about, what people may want, but let people see the concrete. Okay, under President Buhari, he has been able to implement 1, 2, 3, 4 demands by the people. It's key. But if he does not take this opportunity now and not implement some of these requests, then it will put him on fire. I don't think it will be very good for Nigeria.
Governor Wike, who spoke on a live television program monitored from Port Harcourt, further urged the South-South leaders to learn to separate politics from governance by being united, irrespective of party affiliations, to solve issues affecting the Niger Delta.
I don't want to talk about the issue of the trust or no trust. The problem is that we play politics in everything. Unfortunately, you have the South-South zone where you have PDP governors. It's unfortunate. Now, as I speak to you, I have a minister. He has never one day said, look, what do we do for the state? See what I'm thinking that we should do for the people of the states. These are these other states. So that opportunity has not been there. So we are playing politics that, look, these governors are not members of my party. And so I don't need to talk with them. And that's the problem we have always had. And we have said that is not correct. Politics has come and gone. We're talking about governance. What affects the people of Niger Delta?
The people of Rumalogo in Akpo Kingdom in Obiakpo local government area of Rivers State have decried the lack of employment by organizations they play host to. In an interview with correspondent Sandra Kenneth, the Inyewale Rumalogo Eze Ignatius Obumbada accused the management of the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital of treating its people unfairly in terms of employment, even as the institution is located within the vicinity of Mwato community, which includes Rumalogo. Eze Obumbada said the development has left a lot of unemployed youths in his community.
The UPTH is located within the vicinity of Mbuato community, which comprises Rumalog, Alakahia, and Choba. Despite these important facts, the indigents of Rumalog have suffered the scourge of non-employment by the medical institution, owing largely to the talent displayed by the institution. Taking statistics of those employed in UPTH from Mbuato communities, one will hardly spot out 1% of employees for Rumalog. This is an act of gross injustice. For about 2 years now, the UPTH has been offering employment to individuals without due recognition to people of Rumalog.
Members of Dube Vigilante, in a joint operation with officers of One Eagle Crack Unit of Rivers State Police Command, have apprehended over 15 suspected cultists terrorizing Dube axis of Port Harcourt. Some of the suspects apprehended in the operations are Igoni, Thank God, Ichie, Wisdom, Nenge, Ifeanyi, and Justice. A leader of the Dube Vigilante group, Prince Amatari, who confirmed the development to our correspondent, said they received series of distress calls last night about a cult clash between different cult groups in the area.
At about 7 p.m., we received series of distress calls from residents of Dube
and those courts were reliably informed that different cult groups are carrying different kind of weapons, moving from street to street, fighting themselves. And such cult groups include Whitestone, Castro men, History men, and Pupas men. And they did not only fight themselves, they deviated from fighting themselves and started robbing residents of Diouf. And we swing into action and apprehended about 15 of them. And such that apprehended include Wisdom Samuel, Negi Daniel, Ifeanyi Sunday, Thank God Shinedu, Joshua Bob Manuel, and Just Gold. And funny enough, Wisdom Samuel, Nengi Daniel, and Justice Gold are in our black house. Few days ago, they collected a phone that does not belong to them and were using such phone to transfer money to their account. And lucky enough, we also apprehended them in today's activity. Youths that are perpetrating this crime are less than 20, some are 20, less than 20. And we want to warn that the era where criminal perpetrated crime and go free is over.
Our correspondent reports that the arrested suspects are in detention at the Maiwan Eagle Crack Unit of the State Command. The legal officer representing the Rivers State Police Command will next Tuesday week cross-examine the family of final year student of University of Port Harcourt, Solomon Yellow, who was allegedly murdered by operatives of the defunct Special Anti-Robbery Squad. The case is being heard by the Judicial Commission of Inquiry set up to investigate cases of brutality and abuse of fundamental rights of citizens in the state. The chairman of the panel, Justice Chukwuneye Uriri, gave the adjourned date after the sister to the victim narrated how her family spent a lot of money in their course of investigating the death of their brother. Anna West, who spoke from the witness box in defense of the petition by her father, Diamond West, demanded for 1 billion naira as compensation for her family.
For this loss, for the right to life of my brother was taken away for no just cause. We want justice. We want justice in its full form for what has happened to my family. It's an irreparable loss. We are demanding that the men who killed my brother be prosecuted and damages be paid, damages in the form of 1 billion naira be paid, and the men who killed my brother to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
Ahead of the local government council elections in Rivers State, the Accord Party has threatened to challenge the membership composition of the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission. The steering committee chairman of Accord Party, Elder Robinson Nnamdi Ewo, who spoke after the committee's inauguration in Port Harcourt, alleged that some members of the commission are card-carrying members of the People's Democratic Party. Nnamdi Ewo said his party is not ignorant of the position of RESEC law that does not allow members of political parties to be appointed as members of the commission.
As long as the local government election is concerned, we will participate. But first and foremost, we must call the governor to look at the composition of the RESEC commissioners. You can't take a card-carrying member of a party and make a commissioner of a RESEC, an empire of an election body. It's not done. As long as we know, you always cry foul concerning the national INEC and national policies. So you can't use a card-carrying member of PDP to come and be commissioner in INEC. Automatically, he's working for the PDP. First and foremost, we will challenge him in the court. We have the RESEC law, but our major objective now is to ensure that we bring in all members of our court together to work as a team.
On his part, the national vice chairman of the party, Prince James Joseph, who spoke to newsmen, advised the members to ensure they strengthen the party at the grassroots level.
I have just given them terms of reference between now and February, where they will have their elections, that they should put their house in order and make sure they've gone down to the roots, which is the ward level, even to the unit level, to have some representatives of the party from different units, different wards and different local government, and then by so doing come back and confirm their preparedness to take up the party as substantive.
Former chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, has appealed to the National Assembly to pass the Electoral Act Amendment Bill latest by the first quarter of 2021. Professor Yakubu made the appeal when he appeared before the Senate Committee on INEC at the National Assembly Complex in Abuja. The former INEC boss appeared for his screening by the lawmakers following his reappointment as INEC chairman by President Muhammadu Buhari. He said that passing the bill within the time frame recommended was critical for the success of the 2023 general elections. Professor Yakubu informed the lawmakers that the electoral body had submitted several areas for amendments in the Electoral Act, adding that it is necessary for the electoral legal framework to be finalized in due time, as INEC cannot conduct elections under uncertainty. Professor Yakubu stated that INEC would continue to deepen the use of technology for elections and explore other ways in which the electoral process could benefit from technology. He He also disclosed that INEC was working to ensure electoral materials are procured ahead of time. The governor of Kaduna State, Nasser El-Rufai, has again criticized the idea of zoning of political positions. Speaking at the Nigerian Economic Summit in Abuja, El-Rufai insisted that no country progresses with such an arrangement. The governor said equal opportunity should be given to every qualified person for political positions. Ahead of the 2023 election, there have been calls for the presidency to return to the south, but El-Rufai argues that leaders should not be selected by zones. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. You're still listening to the World News on our premium news talk and sports radio station Today 95.1 FM. Thanks for staying tuned. The Federal High Court in Abuja has fixed tomorrow for ruling on the bail application filed by Borno South Senator Ali Ndume, who has been detained in prison since Monday over his shortyship for Abdulrasheed Maina, believed to have jumped bail. Justice Okona Banga joined for ruling after Ndume's lawyer Marcel Oru argued the bail application, which was opposed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission's lawyer Mohammed Abubakar. Abdulrasheed Maina, the former chairman of the defunct Pension Reform Task Force, is being prosecuted by the EFCC on charges of money laundering involving 2 billion naira. Justice Abang revoked the bail granted him on November 18th, 2020, and ordered his arrest, directing that his trial would proceed in absentia. The judge also on Monday remanded Ndume in prison until he produced Maina or paid the sum of 500 million naira bail bond to the Federation's account. The trial in absentia of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, at the Federal High Court has been delayed due to the late service of hearing notice. Lawyer to the federal government, Nnaemeka Ejiofor, informed the court that the defense counsel, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, who was supposed to appear for the IPOB leader, received the hearing notice of the trial on November 24th, making it impossible for him to meet up with the trial. The trial of 4 others who are also awaiting trial alongside Nnamdi Kanu was also stalled following the late service of hearing notices on the defendants who were absent in court. A hearing notice from the court scheduled the case for November 26th, during which 5 prosecution witnesses were listed to testify against Kanu. Justice Binta Nyako adjourned the 2 cases to January 27th, 2021 for hearing, warning that the court would not entertain insubstantial excuses on the next adjourned date. Kanu is standing trial for charges bordering on alleged treasonable felony filed against him in response to years of the campaign for the Independent Republic of Biafra through IPOB. The wife of the newspaper vendor shot and killed by one of the Department of State Services operatives attached to the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, has disowned her husband's family over their demand for 500 million naira compensation. Josephine Okereke made her position known at a press conference in Abuja. The family of the late Ifeanyi Chukwu Okereke had written to Gbajabiamila demanding the sum of 500 million naira. Lawyer to the Okereke family, Mike Ozekome, who is also a senior advocate of Nigeria's SAN, in a letter dated November 23, 2020, said he was given the mandate to write the letter by the father of the deceased, Okori Okereke, and the younger brother to deceased, Destiny Okereke. The widow, however, said she was not aware of the pre-litigation process, urging the speaker to ignore the family and fulfill his promises to her and her 2 children. The DSS had last week arrested the operative, Abdullahi Hassan, who shot Okereke. Meanwhile, former Nigerian head of state Yakubu Gowon has denied allegations that he took to the United Kingdom half of the central bank's money of Nigeria. A member of the UK Parliament, Tom Tungenat, had accused the ex-military head of state during a debate on the Lekki tollgate shootings of protesters. Gowon, in an interview with the BBC, described the allegations as rubbish. Gowon was Nigeria's head of state from 1966 to 1975. On the foreign scene, rescue operations are underway in northern Zimbabwe, where dozens of illegal miners are believed to be trapped underground after the collapse of an old mine shaft. Mining without the proper permits has been on the rise in the gold-rich country. The authorities say at least 6 people have already been rescued and more than 20 others could still be trapped At the time of this report, accidents caused by explosions and flooding are common in illegal mining, which is often carried out under dangerous conditions and with little regard for safety standards. On the foreign scene still, a Rwandan soldier and popular musician, Sergeant Maj Robert Kabera, has fled to Uganda and is seeking refuge after he felt his life was in danger. A source close to the soldier, who is known as a member of the Rwandan military band, confirmed that Kabera was no longer on Rwandan soil. On Monday, the Rwandan Defense Force announced an investigation into defilement allegations made against Kabera. It said the crime was alleged to have taken place on 21st November in Kigali, and it was working to trace the fugitive. But he told the Daily Monitor that there was no way he could have committed the crime, as he had crossed to Uganda on 19th November. He said he was being tracked because he knew something about the death of gospel singer Kizito Mihigo, who died in a police cell earlier this year. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. Governor Nyesom Wike has reiterated his commitment to completing the Opobo Unity Road by next month. The family of alleged victim of police brutality in Rivers State is demanding for 1 billion naira compensation. The Nigerian Senate has screened Professor Yakubu Mahmood as INEC chairman. On the foreign scene, rescue team are struggling to save trapped illegal miners in Zimbabwe. That was the news as edited by Chinedu Iwuna. For comments and inquiries, please call 08153418657 or 08144343502 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Do not forget, take responsibility, wash your hands frequently with soap on the running water. Avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent coronavirus. I am Wisdom Obina. Good evening, good night, and thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM.
Good morning. My name is Ifeanyi. I'm calling you from. Hello?
Yes, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
My name is William. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, William from Port Harcourt. Go ahead.
Talk radio.
You have a right to say no, right? All right.
I'm calling from Yennepoa.
Okay, thank you so much from Yennepoa.
We are the station that needs no introduction. Of course, you know, we give the best in news, sports.
You like football, right?
Entertainment, politics. In fact, call it talk.
Yes, we know there's a lot you want to hear, and that is why we talk about everything.
Talk radio.
We're right before you. It's just a dial away. This is your number one premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
Did you ever fall in love at the right time or place? Does it always have to move at its own kind of pace? 'cause you're on your way. Follow your heart when it's calling on you. Don't you say
aren't you something to admire? 'Cause you shine at something like a mirror, and I can't help but notice you reflect in this heart of mine. If you ever feel alone and the glare makes me hard to find, just know that I'm always very loud on the other side. 'Cause with your